Good morning and welcome to Levels Raceway for the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under. It's going to be a massive meeting. We've got huge fields, all sorts of categories. So I'm here with Paul Lancaster, who is the commentator, and he knows everything about it because he's been working here for how long?
25 years this year, or 26 this year in fact, and been a while, had a few races.
So he knows about what's going on. So we've got the trucks, obviously this weekend is a big draw card. Tell us about what we're looking forward to there.
Well, the super trucks, good to have 10 trucks in the field this year. We've been down to as low as 5 trucks before, which is okay, but 10 trucks, very good to see a good crowd. Local man Brent Collins, a lot of locals here will be looking for things from him. Didn't have a good round here last year, and is struggling a wee bit this year too by the sound of it. So we'll see how he goes, but 10 trucks, and good to have both Bedfords back too. Looking forward to that.
So we've also, with the trucks, they're actually running 2 categories. There's a development series. Tell us about how that works.
Well, I think it's just another series, another sort of string to their bow, I guess, and string to their bow, and it gives these other drivers a chance to get in there and have a go. Like we see Tim Wheeler's leading the championship at the moment. He's done plenty of laps in Troy's truck before. So and some of these other drivers we haven't heard of. We know that Alex Little's sister Rachel's also going to be sharing his truck. So family thing. Good to see that another one of the Littles back out there again. But Alex leading the championship from the main game, and Tim in the development series at the moment.
So we've also got a massive draw car with a huge field of muscle cars. We've got both the central muscle cars here and the Mainland muscle cars. Well, what are the standouts there?
Central muscle cars, obviously Andy Knight's going to start off the pole for them, and that's good for him. He's done plenty of laps around Levels. And but it's going to be a good battle for Foggy to come back. He's not that good at qualifying by his standards, back there in about 4th or 5th place. So we know Foggy's a hard charge around Levels, and he can drive around here in his sleep. So looking forward to some good close racing from those guys. So but Andy Knight off the pole.
That's in the Mainland muscle cars.
That's the central muscle cars. And for the Mainland muscle cars, Rod Heyman will be on pole position. Local man too, a local farmer down here, good mate of mine, Rod. So I think it might be his first pole position. So he'll be fizzing at the bung in his new car.
And we've got something really to look forward to with the muscle cars for their race on Sunday, right? Tell us about that. More than me. They're actually going to have a North v South. Did you know about that?
I didn't know about that, no, but that makes sense with these guys coming down from the North Island and with the South Island guys. I know they're pretty competitive, and to mix them all up would be real good. Yeah,
that's going to be a real highlight of the weekend, I think. But the real trick with that one is it's actually not the class you're running in, it's where you came from. So because there's guys that are running in Mainland that are from the North, and there's vice versa, right?
Right, yeah, so it'll be North-South, so where you live is who you race for.
Yeah, excellent. And so some of the other categories, I know 2K Cup's one that you have been involved in. Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, the 2K Cup, good to see they're still going. I think about 29 cars at the moment. We did see 2 fields of them when they first came out, but still very strong. Local young fella, Alex Sprague, only 16 years of age. He'll be on the pole position. Well, I'm expecting him to be on pole position, but he's leading the championship at the moment in my old car. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. But 29 cars, very good, and a few new drivers in the field this year as well.
And one of the ones I really love is obviously Oscars. I mean, they've got a massive field this weekend too, right?
They certainly have. I think there are 20 plus cars, and good to see Gary Duncan back. He had a big crash in his old car, and he's back in his new debut today, his new car, a Pontiac. So we'll see how Gary goes in that. And obviously the local man, old gumboots, bloody Tim Dossett, and his new Evo 5 as well. He's had a couple of DNFs, but still sitting second in the championship, so he'll be one to watch.
Awesome. And what else have we got going on?
Well, Formula Ford's obviously, New Zealand Formula Ford Championship combined with the South Island Formula Ford Championship, so that'll be good to watch. Marco Manson qualifying on pole yesterday, and I really rate this young guy. The last guy I rated was Liam Lawson, and he ended in Formula 1, and I think this guy's on the same path. We know that his family's well connected and things like that, the whole family's motorsport family. And Marco, just a young fella, I talked to him here at this last meeting, and only just a young fella, but a very, very good head on him. So hopefully see big things from him. Wee bit of work for Dylan Peach down there in 9th in qualifying. A bit surprised that he was down that low, so maybe a problem for him. But apart from that, we'll see some good Formula Ford racing today as well. A few young Aussies here too, which are very competitive. And the other class, which is very close to me, is the Mini 7s. These guys here always put on a good show here at Levels, and without doubt is the best form of motorsport to call as a commentator, is the Mini 7. So looking forward to that.
And they've been going for a real long time.
They have. They've been around since the 70s. I remember here watching them as a kid. There'd be 30 of them running around, pretty much like what 2K Cup was, you know, when we had those huge fields, and that's what it was like here with the New Zealand Mini 7 Championship and that. So looking forward to that, and it is a New Zealand Formula Ford Championship round here, so looking forward to seeing if Adam Box can take it out this year.
So the Fords, obviously last weekend were amazing racing in the wet, but we're not going to get wet. It's going to be a beautiful weekend, isn't it?
We've had enough rain here in the last week. I just shifted house last weekend and it rained for 3 days, so I don't want to see any more rain, Adam. Thank you very much. But no, I think it'll be cloudy. We might get a wee bit of sun later on. I see there's plenty of rubber out on that track, so there should be plenty of grip if the conditions stay like this. So
awesome. Well, enjoy the weekend. We're going to be live for all of it for the whole weekend, and we will be showing everything that happens on track, and it's going to be really exciting.
Well, thanks, Adam. Great to have you and the Fast Files team back here at Levels, and hopefully we have a good weekend.
We love coming here, so enjoy the day.
Okay, thank you, Adam Jones there from the Fast Files crew. Welcome to Levels. Once again, first race of the weekend. If you're joining us on the live stream, welcome to the Napa Super Truck race meeting here. And got the first race of the weekend about to get underway. The Napa Central Muscle Cars coming out from Auckland. Andy Knight setting the pole position yesterday in the Chevy Camaro. He'll be the one to watch. Angus Fogg second fastest in the Ford Mustang. Then it's Nick Ross, Craig Boot starting off the second row. Mike Wallace and Rod Heyman on the third row. Grant Crosby, Lance Hughes, Steve Scholes, Steve Neuer in the top 10. And then it's Clark Hopkins, Tony Galbraith, Caton Cowie in the HQ, and Mark Stretton. And in Easton, I'm Paul Lancaster. Beside me in commentary for this one, Brendan Cooney. Brendan, welcome in.
Thanks, Paul. Good to be here. Welcome to all our viewers out on the live stream. Good to have you with us. Hope you're going to enjoy the awesome racing and fields that we've got here today for you. South Canterbury Car Club, Levels in Timaru.
10-lap race for the Napa Central Muscle Cars. Looking forward to this one. Obviously got the Mainland Muscle Cars here as well this weekend, which we'll feature a bit later on. But at the moment, first race of our 2026 Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under meeting here at Levels. And thanks to Premier Insulation for bringing the live stream to Levels this weekend. Car number 33 there, Steve Scholes. Steve, of course, had a huge accident here a couple of years ago in the Janetta, having a bit of a coming together with Bill riding down the front straight, ended up in the tyre wall.
That's right, yes, now campaigning a 69 Camaro.
Yes, and I know that there's one of your favourites there, the Dodge Challenger, Nick Ross.
Yes, I do follow Nick Ross's page. Nicknamed Kowalski, this Challenger.
There it is on the
coming up
dummy
to
grid there.
Yep.
But it's going to be young Andy Knight of the Boxit Foundation's Chevy Camaro will start off the pole position. Angus Fogg, he won't be too disgruntled about starting on that outside line. That beautiful J.A. Russell Mustang, you'll see the lights going there. He's on the right hand shot as we look at them getting into position.
This is tucked in behind him, Craig Boot in the Mustang, and the Nick Ross Challenger beside him, Rod Heyman, sitting there in the ex-Craig Gilbert car.
Yeah, I know Gobby's down there on the bank. I've seen him here nice and early this morning setting the tent up. And he got himself a good spot down there for the weekend. So he'll be here hoping that Rod, who actually will start on pole for the Mainland Muscle Cars, but on the third row of the grid here for the Central Muscle Cars. 10-lap race, first one for the weekend. See the cars there all lined up ready to go out on their formation lap. Will be a good start for them. So waiting on the lights now, 3 lights, 4 lights. Waiting for them to go out. Might have been a jump start there from the J. Russell Mustang. We'll have to wait and see as they head down towards the Parenco. This is the first time it's going to be Foggy that leads them in from Andy Knight.
Poor start from Nick Ross. He dropped a couple of positions there as he headed round to the Parenco S's.
Marching Transport Sweeper. Angus Fogg's going to lead. The third place there is the 87 by the looks of it. The 07, I should say, as they head down the Touring Motors back straight. The draft line back straight, I should say, and Foggy out of the brakes. We've got one of the cars out in the grass there.
That's that 87
the 07,
car,
I think it was from third.
And a big lock up there as well, down at the back of the field there from the Valiant Charger.
But it's Foggy getting a wee bit out of shape up on the McKissick curve too. He's allowed Knight to get up the inside as they come round the exit of McKissick in through the right-hander, then into the hairpin. So an uncharacteristic mistake there from Foggy. Cold tyres you put that down to, lost the rear and was lucky to keep it on the track, and Knight up the inside like a rat up a drain pipe. Bit of a gap back to Nick Ross now.
Well, he's made his way back up a couple of positions as well.
And Knight leads that one as they go down to the Parenco S's. Then it's back to Nick Ross, who's got Mike Wallace, Rod Heyman, Lance Hughes tucked in behind him as they go through Parenco. Tyres will still be cold in these big machines. Fastest lap of the race, obviously a 106 from Andy Knight. That will come down considerably very shortly. There's the leaders back down to John Jones, Steve Warner. And these two starting to stretch away a wee bit from Nick Ross, who's coming under pressure back there from Mike Wallace in the Chevy Monza. And there's Heyman up to 5th, so he's gained a spot there from his 6th spot starting position. He's got the 84 Lance Hughes there in the red Tirana tucked in behind. And Steve Neuer.
And the Camaro there, tucked in behind there as well. Neuer.
It's the 84 there of Lance Hughes. Of course, Lance is running Super Tours and all sorts.
Yes, we've got someone off the track up the top end.
Yes.
In the dirt.
I don't know if they've got gone up in the fence up there. We've got yellow flags and safety cars out straight away. So someone up in the fence. Car number 111. It's the Mustang, buried deep in there. Ian Easton it is. He's in the tyre wall up there. So safety car is out already. A couple of laps down for the Central Muscle cars. Ian Easton it is. The 111 Ford Mustang.
He's right at the end of the gravel trap there, just see on the screen. So nosed into the tyre wall. Obviously no escape from there. So
no, he's missed those airbags up the top end of the track too. That normally, if you're going with airbags, will save you a fair bit of grief. But he's gone to the left of that. So safety car out here at Levels. Battle still continuing. This will compress the field back up again. We've seen a gap between 2nd and 3rd place cars. Angus Fogg and
Nick Ross.
Nick Ross. And give Nick Ross a wee bit of breathing room as well. So under safety car. It could be under safety car for a wee while too, as we see Mr. Two Pies there and heading across to extract that Falcon from the gravel trap. He has nosed into the tyres, but hopefully not too much damage there on the left-hand front of that car.
You saw it in the shot there before. It looks like the back end sunk as well, so he's obviously tried to extract it out of there. And she's dug into the red flag.
So red flag, which is probably the right thing to do. It's going to take 2 or 3, maybe 4 laps to get this thing out, so we'll park them up and make a race of it a little bit further down the track. So there's some of the flaggies there.
You can see the Mustang buried in the gravel trap in the background there.
In fact, I think he's gone in further along. So perhaps just looking at that shot on the screen that we just seen, the tyre bundle to the right hand of the car is all out of shape. So perhaps he's gone in and then carried on down it a little bit. So could be in for a lengthy repair here for the tyre wall.
Yeah, and high-ish speed getting around the top of John Jones there too. You're not going that slow.
They seem okay to, or happy enough to tow it out. Whether the safety man thinks it's okay. There's another story. So parked up in behind the Timaru Motors safety truck there. Andy Knight, of course, started life here at Levels in a Formula Ford, I think, went to TRS for a while. NZ V8s, he's done lots of laps around here. Yeah, and his grandfather was quite handy in a boat.
He seems to be around forever, Andy Knight. But excellent peddler.
Well, actually, years ago when I ran a sports show on the local radio, I interviewed Sir Peter Knight, and I talked to him for hours. I could have broken it up in quite a few shows, and he wouldn't shut up about things, you know, back in the boating days and what he had to do and all that sort of carry on. And a very nice fellow he was, Sir Peter Knight. So keeping it on land at the moment is Andy Knight. No doubt he probably had a bit of a spin in one of those super boats, or whatever they call them, thunder boats.
Hydroplanes?
Hydroplanes, that'll do it. I like sticking to tarmac. The only time you get me on water is a cruise ship. So a good crowd out there at the moment. Just see a bit of a clown getting around on one of those motion boards, or whatever they're called. And good to see Ian Easton driving that Mustang back around to join the race again, no doubt. At least he's got a wee bit of damage in the front, the left hand. Yeah, no, she's got a bit of toe out on the left hand front. So he's going to ruin a couple of front tyres getting that thing back to the pits. In fact, he's understeering way out of the grass there. So it won't be too long we shall get this thing underway. Only a couple of the safety guys down there just having a look at that fence. Held that one down there, be telling people what to do. Probably won't be doing too much himself. So a good field of cars, the Central Muscle cars, always put on a good show.
Yes, we're very lucky they do travel down this way from up north. Grace us with their presence.
Another NZ V8 driver there is Nick Ross, obviously. You can just see that Mustang come in. Wee bit of steering damage.
Front right there.
For a steering rack or something, well, it looks at that, but as long as he got it back, that's something. Just get the Hilton Haulage safety truck back into place. In fact, it's going to head down there. We could be in for a bit of a stoppage here while they put some of those tile bundles back into place. So, as I was saying, Hilton Haulage always get a couple of trucks free for the big weekends here at Levels. Certainly make things a lot easier on the guys, getting the cars off the track and fixing the likes of these tyre walls.
Yes, Krusty Day piloting that particular truck, has done for a number of years now. It was always Jimmy Thickett, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jimmy for a number of years, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course we have the Jimmy Thickett Memorial Trophy that is raced for by the Super Trucks.
Last race of the day on the Sunday normally, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Always a good crew from Hilton Haulage down there at the south end of the track. Just got a shot there of some of the people on the bank there, down the south end. And give everyone a bit of a wave down there in front of the Hilton Haulage truck. Got you on shot at the moment.
Oh, here we go. We've got a tyre out of the tyre wall. By the looks of that.
Is it a tyre bundle or a big tractor tyre?
It's a big tractor tyre, I think, by the look of it.
It's come off second best, isn't it, compared to what the Mustang did if he hit that.
Here we go. We've got half a dozen guys on the end of there.
Oh yeah, looks like there's been an ACC payout going on Monday. Someone putting the back out. Looks like everyone's happy enough down there. Carl Buchanan is it down there having a look, sorting things out. Not a lot of gravel runoff there. Any Yeah, things will be getting hot in these cars there too, and interesting to see if they get them all started. I know when Foggy he starts that machine of his up, he's got to pre-warm the motor, so he takes the oil out of it, runs it through a pre-warmer, throws it all back in it, and before he can start it, because the tolerances of these machines are pretty tight. They start to cool off a bit and get quite hard to start. Or vice versa.
Might be vice versa, yeah. I know there are some road cars a bit like that. I know someone that had a sort of a V8 or V10 Audi that was a bit like that. It used to puff a little bit of smoke until it warmed up.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Adam down there. He might be going to have a yarn to Dylan Peach down there. Well, we might cross down to Adam shortly if he's there. Yeah, we'll cross down to Adam.
With Dylan Petch in the Formula Ford. Tell us, qualifying yesterday, how did things go for you?
It wasn't my best session. We were 3/10 off the pole time, which would normally put you probably somewhere up towards the front, but it shows how stacked this national grid is this year to put you down towards the end of the top 10. So we're looking forward to some good racing, hopefully move forward.
So yeah, it is. I mean, this category is looking as good as it ever has looked. I mean, last weekend, wet, very committed racing. You came away, you were pretty happy with the weekend?
Yeah, pretty happy. We kept all four corners on the car and kept the gravel out of it, which a lot of people didn't manage to do. So happy. We're sitting second in the championship after that. So yeah, just looking to pick up more points for this weekend before we head north.
And so, Formula Ford being so competitive, I mean, you have to approach a year with a sort of, quite not a conservative approach, because you've got to go well in every race, but it's about gathering points, right?
Yeah, it's a fine balance. You pull a corner off one of these, which is super easy to do if you're just a little bit too aggressive, and you could be out for the weekend, and that's championship over. It's about the consistency, finishing the races as best as you can without taking too much of a risk.
And so these cars being on the semi-slick tyre, I mean, how does that really change things? I mean, it's been a couple of seasons on them, but have you found that different?
Yeah, they're a wee bit different. They're a good tyre. They're a bit heavy. We've had to change setup quite a lot from probably where it was in the couple of years ago on the Avon tyres, but I think all the cars are starting to get their head around it now. So yeah, they're all good.
Have you done a lot of racing at this track?
Yeah, I've been here quite a few times now, both in this and in the Hyundai TCR doing some endurance stuff.
Awesome. Well, enjoy your first race of the weekend. It's going to be dry, so we'll just go back up to the commentary team now, and it looks like things are going to start moving very soon.
Thank you very much, Adam Jones, down there from the Fast Files, doing a good job in between. So won't be too far away now from getting action underway. We've got the safety car back in. They're happy with everything. Everything's A-OK. And we'll get probably one lap in behind the safety truck. Safety ute. And a big thanks to Timmery Motors once again for loaning us some vehicles. So here's the shot at Levels, just still good conditions here from a driver's point of view. Cloudy, not too hot, plenty of rubber on the track.
Yeah, bang on really for a driver and spectators alike. If you're pale like me, then this sort of day is not so bad.
So the track's looking pretty pristine out there. As I say, a lot of rain over the last week, and she'll still be pretty slippery out here though if you get out in that green stuff, especially when it's just been cut. Still a bit damp.
Yeah, you're right. Normally this time of the year she's...
Oh, look at that. We've got a cat on the track now. Just running across the...
Well, that's a first.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, over the fence. Up over the bank. I don't know where he's going to go now, but he's away. There he is.
Okay, lights are on.
The black cat. Is that an omen?
Let's hope not.
So Andy Knight's keen to get things underway. He's following right behind that Ford Raptor and the Boxer Foundation's Chevy Camaro. Higgis Fogg there in that second place after making that mistake up a McKissick curve. Just got a wee bit out of shape, opened up the door, and Knight took advantage. Through to the lead. Third place at the moment is Nick Ross.
It looks like we're all started and safely underway. As we were saying before, sometimes these cars are a little bit hard to start if they've been switched off, but we're all good.
So, just be the lap behind it. Might give them two. I doubt it. A lot of weaving and braking going on, getting some heat on these big, wide, slick tyres. Thanks to Napa Auto Parts for bringing the central muscle cars down here to the South Island for the Thunder Down Under. Down to 43, the mix there as well. It is Braden Phillips. So looking pretty good, man, at the back there, Mark Stretton. Car number 70, I should say. The
Falcon.
Ford Futura is what it is.
It is, two-door Falcon.
Very much a classic indeed. There's another J.A. Russell car there. His backup car. Just Steve Neuer at number 167. So the lights should go out on the safety truck.
Let's just see whether it pulls off.
No, they're going to give him another lap. So a couple of laps down. Some furious weaving going on from Andy Knight.
So there'll be 6 laps after the restart.
6 laps left to go for the first race of the weekend. Up next we've got race 1 for the Formula Fords. They've also got a 10 lapper. Young Marco Manson on the pole for that one. Number 8, Clark Hopkins. It's a very nice Tirana. Quite like my Tiranas.
Yeah, Clark's been around a long time too. Long time campaigner.
So, should see the lights go out at the Taru Motors safety ute. Very shortly, Rod Heyman back there in 5th place. Local man, farmer from down there at Tayo.
Yes, and of course some of these cars went over to Bathurst just not long ago as well.
They did. Rod was one of them.
Rod was one of those guys.
Yeah, bucket list thing for him. He said it was fantastic. The racing was only a small part of it.
Yeah, did very well too. Did Rod. Of course Foggy being over there as well.
So lights out on the safety ute as they come out of the Carter's valuation hairpin through the left-handed sweep. And it'll be in the Andy Knight's hands in the Boxed Camaro. As they come down through the kink. Waiting for the go, Andy Knight, and he's off. Nick Ross trying to find his way through a slow starting Angus Fogg as they head down into Parenco S's. Looks like Ross has got the jump on him. So it looks like Foggy was a wee bit asleep there, and the Big Dodge Challenger tried to get through and had to go left, had to go right. Finally got his nose up the inside, Nick Ross. And he's up to second. Fogg now from first earlier back to third as they fly down the back straight, the draft line back straight down to the John Jones Steel corner. Foggy's going up the inside, and he's going to get that place back. Is he? No, he's not going to do it.
He's still got his nose up the inside there, heading down towards McKissick. You can just see it in shot there.
Still Knight leads him up round through. Foggy's managed to get second place back. And then we go back to Nick Ross and that Dodge Challenger, can't quite see. We've got another yellow flag out by the looks of that. Have we? No. It's on screen anyway. Is that yellow flag screen supposed to go on the screen? So down to so he's running away from it at the moment is Andy Knight. He's got about 100 odd metres back to Angus Fogg. He's got a lot of work to catch up. Starting to open up a bit of a gap back to the 151 of Mike Wallace and that Chevy Monza. He's got Lance Hughes tucked behind him. Hughes managed to get in front of Rod Heyman somewhere that lap. Up into McKissick Curve. It's still Andy Knight from Angus Fogg. Nick Wallace. Battle's going on all the way down through the field there from the 84 car there of Lance Hughes backwards. Craig Boot tucked in behind Rod Heyman. Into the Carter's evaluation hairpin they go. Leaders comes down onto the front straight again. Still Andy Knight. Oh, Angus Fogg getting a wee bit out of shape. As the rest of these guys come through. No.
Andy Knight's opened up a huge gap now over Angus Fogg, the first three.
Yeah, well, 3.5 seconds was the lead last time through for Andy Knight. And now Foggy's starting to clear away from Nick Ross, who in turn's clearing away from Mike Wallace, who isn't clearing away from anyone. He's got Lance Hughes, Rod Heyman. Oh, who's that?
The Monza's off.
The Monza's off up the top end. That's Lance Hughes, the Mike Wallace, sorry, and the 151. Looks like he's got damage in the front of it. Looks like the front right is out of shape. And in the gravel trap, so we should see another safety car coming shortly. There's Andy Knight just going through. Par and Co. Just nicely at the moment. His team will be telling them that, hey, we've got another car in the dirt up there.
Flames out the exhaust of the Nick Ross Challenger.
Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I know Foggy has lots of flames coming out of his too. It sort of tunes it for the flames. It's sort of well known for. Rod Heyman on the back of Lance Hughes. Getting down the back straight. Craig Boot, Braden Phillips tucked in behind him. So I don't know what they're doing up the top end there with that car and the kitty litter.
Andy Knight's just gone past that car then. There didn't seem to be any. Maybe they were just waving a local yellow. Oh no, here we go. Yellow flags just out now.
Andy Knight sliding that car out of the hairpin through the left-handed sweeper. Followed by, status quo, isn't it? The top 4 cars. Here you've got Lance Hughes starting to drop Rod Heyman back.
So safety car's been deployed once again.
Safety car is out for that 151. Mike Wallace and that Monza. Go. Race leader once again, second safety car for Andy Knight.
So all that good work by Andy Knight undone once again.
This will work into Angus Fogg's favour. And once again Nick Ross's favour. It's a great start last time. Safety car restart from Nick Ross, as we see on shot there. Mike Wallace just having a look under the front of his car.
Suggests that something might be broken under there.
The right hand wheel does look like it's out of shape. Only a couple of laps left to go, so we're probably going to finish under safety car here if they don't red flag it. So she's been busy in the gravel traps already. Race 1. Second car in. Brendan Nichols in the background just saying that that black cat on the track has obviously brought out some mischief for a couple of them. Looks like the last lap board is coming out down there. The flaggy Big Gav down there. There he is holding the board out. Having a romantic weekend down there with his wife Jo, counting the laps. So it will finish under safety car. The haulage safety truck is off to pick that car up at Mike Wallace's. So you can call that as it is. Andy Knight, Angus Fogg, Nick Ross. Lance Hughes, who qualified 8th, he's going to finish in 4th place.
You happy with that? It's a good drive from him.
Rod Heyman up 1. He started 6th, he'll finish 5th. Craig Boot qualified 4th, and he's going to finish in that 6th place.
It'll be Braden Phillips, Grant Crosby, Clark Hopkins, Steve Scholes, Steve Noyer, Tony Galbraith, Hamish Frew, Caton Cowley and Mark Stretton rounding out the field in the Futura. So a bit of an eventful race there, Paul.
Yes, not the way we like to see them finishing under safety car, but you know, time constraints and everything like that. That's just sort of the way it happens. We're going to cross to Adam Jones shortly, who will speak to the top 3 guys. Down there, there's Foggy, and a 2nd placing for him today. So through the Carter's valuation hairpin. Carter's valuation been on board here at the Levels Raceway for a number of years now too. There's always a bit of a mouthful getting used to that during calling a race, but now that they've been there for a long time, it just rolls off the tongue, the old Carter's valuation hairpin. So there we go, checkered flag out for Andy Knight in the box it. Camaro takes the race win for the J. Russell Mustang of Angus Fogg. Then it's the Elf Dodge Challenger of Nick Ross, Lance Hughes, Rod Heyman, Craig Boot, Braden Phillips, Grant Crosby, Clark Hopkins, Steve Scholes rounds out your top 10. A couple of DNFs there. Ian Easton, the Mustang, going off on the top end of the track. So Mike Wallace looks like a mechanical sent him into the kiddie litter up there.
The haulage high-ab just been deployed there onto the track, so there may be a short delay while they just extract that Mustang, the Monza out of the kiddie litter. They may, if there is a mechanical failure, they may have to chuck that up on the deck of the truck and haul it back in.
Mr. Tupai's been pretty busy down there in his BT50 once again, the big fella. And yes, there's already a truck down there lifting that one off, so Hilton Haulage guys pretty busy at the moment. Second lift for the day already.
It was good having 2 trucks. It means that that's going to lessen the delays. They can take this one out into the pits, and while they're unloading, they've already got another truck out there.
So there we go. There's the results. Andy Knight takes the race win under safety car from Foggy. Nick Ross, Lance Hughes, Rod Heyman, Craig Boot, Braden Phillips, Grant Crosby, Clark Hopkins and Steve Scholes rounds out the top 10. Then it's Steve Noyer, Tony Galbraith, Hamish Frew, Caton Cowie in that HQ, Mike Stretton, and 2 guys DNFing there, Mike Wallace and Ian Easton. So that's good, race 1 for the Central Muscle cars. And we'll have another race from them guys a little bit later on this afternoon. Up next though, we look forward to first race of the weekend for the New Zealand Formula Fords. 10-lap race for them, grid start. So the New Zealand Formula Ford's up next. Obviously had their qualifying yesterday. It's going to be young Marco Manson, the young 13-year-old, whoever old he is. They're getting younger and younger. Brendan knows a 12-year-old in the field there, but Marco Manson, he started on pole 106.1. Maxim Kerwin was second fastest at 106.16. Isaac Fletcher third fastest. Campbell Owens fourth. Jake Bryant, good qualifying from Jake, fifth place. Then Seb Iskandari, one of the young Aussie guys here, will start sixth. Toby Musico, another one of the Aussies, will start seventh. Dylan Petch, I don't think he'll be very happy about starting eighth at the moment. Dylan Petch second of the championship, I think he is. Jacob Beek ninth. And Matthew Basso, the third Aussie that's running here this weekend, starts 10th. Toby McCormick will start 11th. Cameron Freeman, William Beck, and we have a young lady racing there, Olivia Lawrenson, will start in car number 20. Welcome in Brendan Nichols. Brendan.
G'day, Paul. So Olivia, I believe, won a scholarship in the North Island to go racing in Formula Ford. Looks like we're crossing to the podium.
Yeah, not quite yet. I think Adam's on standby, but no one there to talk to as yet, I don't think. But
yeah, so Olivia Larison is a go-kart racer. Quite a good one, apparently, and she won a scholarship to go racing in a Formula Ford, so that's pretty cool. Was watching Marco Manson yesterday just when they were having their practice session, and just every lap he'd just pick off another car quite casually.
Yeah, so we seen him here a couple of months ago in the Formula Ford, and during practice he went under the lap record 3 times in a row, and that lap record stood since 2005, so first time here too, so we'll see how he goes here today.
Yeah, once he learns the track he might be quite good.
Lap record could be under pressure here today for Marco Manson. He got excellent conditions. Excellent conditions for the on-track conditions. Saying a big hi to James down in the bank. I got you on the camera, mate. How you going there, James from New World? Sitting there. You're on camera, mate. How's it going? Yeah, good on you.
Great crowd here at the Timmer International Motor Raceway, soaking up the Thunder Down Under meeting. Unfortunately, we didn't have as much thunder as we would have liked for the Central Muscle cars, with a cup with a red flag and a yellow flag at the end for the race finish. Oh, here's the Monza coming in now. It's not looking too good at the front end there, Paul. I think that needs a little bit more than a wheel alignment.
Yeah, splitter and a front guard too by the looks of it. Be able to rivet that all back together, no doubt.
See how they go. They have got a big crew in the pits.
Yeah,
massive marquee, all the Central Muscle cars in one place.
They will help one another out, so that's all good.
And as you mentioned, great for the championship to bring their register down to the South Island. We have had a few visits from the North Islanders over the years. Obviously, we've had the MX-5s come down.
Yeah, the Heritage Cup cars, they were pretty cool, weren't they?
Yeah, and then last year the V8 Utes, mate, what a show they put on, particularly racing in the wet. But this year, Central Muscle cars, they come down every couple of years.
A few shots going out on the live stream there of people on the bank. Always good to see a great crowd with the super trucks. Always brings a different crowd here to Levels. You walk the banks and see people that you only see once a year. Come from all over, and already Saturday morning we've got a good crowd there on the bank.
Yeah, this weekend we've got the diesel heads as well as the petrol heads in town.
That's right. We had to remove a few cars off the bank this morning already. The people were here nice and early parking on the bank. We can't do that on a super truck weekend. So
got to try and squeeze in as many people as possible.
As many people.
Must say it's very tight. The campground at the north end of the circuit's getting quite full there, Paul.
You might be in for a slow trip home on Sunday, getting out of there with all the trailers and stuff.
As luck would have it, I was smart enough to take Monday off work there, Mr. Lancaster. So
You've got it sussed.
we might have another liquid refreshment session on Sunday evening, talking about the weekend, reminiscing with the 2K Cup people I'm camping with. We've had a great couple of evenings there, enjoying liquid refreshments under the stars, listening to a little bit of classic rock. Met some good people, met some new people.
Yeah, they do let you in nice and early here. I think there's been people here since Tuesday camped up. You know, some of the teams and that getting set up and stuff with all the motorhomes and caravans and things you've got these days. You know, the car club sort of opened up to that a bit and sort of let people. You know, you weren't allowed in the gate till Friday morning normally, but you know, it's opened up.
Well, we did have cars, they had testing here on Wednesday, so Thursday there was nothing happening on the circuit itself, but on Wednesday there was plenty of testing. A lot of cool footage came up on Facebook, and then had some proper test sessions, qualifying sessions for a couple of the fields. The Central Muscle cars and the Formula Fords had a qualifying session yesterday, and then there was some very lucky people getting hot laps, and some of the race cars and some of the trucks. So that provided some entertainment for us. As I mentioned earlier, Thursday it was nice to get it's probably a first day of summer this year really, like a real summer's day. Well, to be fair, it was only like from lunchtime on, so it was only half a day of summer. But it was good to see it. I've had the caravan out a couple of times this year, and it's the first time I had to get the old shorts out of the drawers, get a bit warm.
Jeez, Brendan.
I know, it was a bit drastic. Had to stay hydrated as well. I was a little bit worried there about, heat dehydration.
Passing out?
Yeah, passing out. But always enjoy camping out here over the Thunderdown Under weekend at Timaru International Motor Raceway. Very good vibe in the pits, and it's even good just walking through the pits. A lot of people, you know, particularly North Islanders, we do see them at least once a year, but it takes me quite a while to walk through the pits. I've come down 7 o'clock in the morning to the club rooms and have a shower.
7 o'clock? You wouldn't be up at 7 o'clock in the morning. You work for the government, man. You'd be a 9 o'clock starter.
I start 7:30 on a weekday. Thank you very much, Mr. Lancaster. Up at 5:30 in the morning. Have my wheat bix and my peaches and my cup of tea.
Lux the lounge out?
Yeah, Lux the lounge out. Off to work. And then
7:30, I'm just about having a smoke, Brendan.
That's
So
right.
there we go. Formula Ford still sitting on the grid there, just waiting to get the okay to come out.
Well, they'll be so happy to see some dry weather, watching the footage of them racing at Teretonga last weekend.
That's right. There would have been a bit of clenching going on, no doubt.
Going through the big loop at the end of the main straight in Teretonga in the wet. Imagine these machines would have been quite exciting. Lots of cars going off. The TRS cars did struggle to stay on the circuit.
I say a big thanks once again to Premier Insulation for sending out the live stream wherever you are, if you're listening or watching around the world. Welcome to our little track here at South Canterbury.
Yeah, so track established in, I think it was 1967, Paul. Firstly, it was just a 1 mile circuit, 1.6 Ks. In the late 80s, they added an extension, put the top loop, McKissick curve, and the card evaluation hairpin in to see the circuit we have today. And over the years they've upgraded the facilities. Originally the tower we would have been sitting in was the control tower from the old airport at the south end of Timaru down at Saltwater Creek.
That's right. I remember standing up on top of it watching the racing. It used to have a platform on the top with a couple of handrails around it. And if you were quick enough you could sneak around the side of the building. Used to have a wee grandstand at the front of it, and if you're lucky enough to sneak around the side of it, you get up on the top of it and the ladder around the back. And once you're up there, then you couldn't hear what people were yelling at you, so it was quite good.
Like those heady pre-health and safety days.
That's dead right.
Yep, so obviously that tower's gone by the wayside now. We've got the lovely facilities here at the Timaru International Motor Raceway.
You get 20 odd people on the second floor with stopwatches that are doing all the timing.
Before we had electronic timing.
In actual fact, that I was lucky enough to commentate in that thing when it was still there. I did 2 seasons in the old building. It's just a wee room, size of a toilet, hanging off the side of the building. And in the first meeting I ever did, I had Greg Murphy up there with me, which is pretty cool because it rained all weekend and there was nowhere for him to really stay dry. So he come and set up in that wee shit box of the commentary box that I was in. So it was quite good for me having Greg Murphy there for my first meeting.
Greg Murphy still holds the overall lap record at Timaru International Motor Raceway, set at the Summer Series in about 1995. Was it a 56.26? 56.26 and a Formula Holden.
Yeah, we were getting close to that in the TRS cars towards the end. I think maybe high 57 maybe, or a low 57. We got close to it, but nowhere near that 56.26, which, as you say, is the overall track record.
Yep, so as well as being, King of Pukekohe, won Bathurst 5 times, obviously the pilot behind the wheel for the Lap of the Gods, Greg Murphy is also the overall lap record holder at Timaru International Motor Raceway. Been listening to Ronan, provide expert commentary for
He's doing a good job.
Yeah, for the motor racing that we've seen on Sky Sport.
Andrew White might be looking over his shoulder, perhaps.
Well, they need... Stephen McIver's retired from Sky Speed, so they'll be looking probably for a new assistant on Sky Speed.
Yeah, I think he got the old DCM, so it'd be interesting to see who takes over his spot. Perhaps it might be Ronan.
Could be Ronan. Ronan giving his dad a hard time.
Trying to outdo one another.
Well, they both got a bit of a tongue on them. They come back with the one-liners pretty quickly. I remember we had Ronan here, was it one of the 3-hour races? He popped up into the control tower and he couldn't believe his old man was still the fastest here in the bloody taxi engine single-seater.
Yeah, he was quite surprised about that, wasn't he?
Yeah. So it looks like we're ready to head off down to the podium.
No, maybe.
No, we're not. Waving us away. All right. So we've got the...
It's another truck heading down the back straight, Brendan, so they are doing a wee bit of work down the end there.
So building the anticipation, those poor drivers sitting there in the Formula Fords, they'll be having a lot to think about.
Well, no doubt a couple of them are probably having a bit of a snooze about now, just thinking about what's going on. They're quite comfy to sit in some of these cars. I know...
only if you're built like a jockey.
Well, I guess, and you're only about 3.5 foot high. I don't know how that tall guy racing from America in the TRS at the moment, he's pretty tall. They would have had to move a few things around in the cockpit to get him in.
Who did they have? Like back when we had the Formula Pacifics here, there was an American that came out, and I remember they had to put another hoop on top of the hoop because he was so tall, and they were concerned that his height would block the air off the rear wing.
Oh, right.
That was a few sleeps to go.
It's not the sort of thing you test in a wind tunnel, is it?
Sorry, you're too tall to be an international motor racer. You have to go do something else. But like, was it Dan Gurney, one of the GT40 drivers here, B2's nodding his head. They had the Gurney bubble that, scalloped the roof with the GT40 so he could get in with his helmet on.
So we're just waiting at the moment. Wait. While we get everything all sorted. The NZ Formula Ford Championship.
So this will be, operating on their psyche. Very, very tight championship. Some very skillful young pilots in these machines. Be looking to the future to see if we, see these names pop up elsewhere. A lot of the New Zealand Formula Ford champions went on to race supercars in Australia.
Yeah, well, I remember a few years ago, Brendan, here at one meeting, there's a young guy called Liam Lawson. He was racing here in the Formula Ford when he was about 14.
What did he go on to do? Has he done anything famous since then?
That's right. Well, he was here in the Formula Ford, and I said to his old man that day, I says, this guy's going to make it. He's got it. Like, he had a real good battle with Michael Collins it was. So the two of them having great battles, but the difference between Michael Collins and Liam Lawson is Liam Lawson's about 45 kilos and 3 foot, and Michael Collins is about 6 foot and about 150 kilos. So he was up against it, but Liam Lawson in the wet, he was unreal here at Levels, and I was right. I used to hassle the shit out of his old man on Facebook, saying, you know, he's going to make it, he's going to make it, he's going to make it. Then when Liam finally got that Formula 1 drive, I got a message from Jared saying that Liam's old man saying, no, you were right.
Yeah, maybe he had a bit of talent there after all.
Yeah.
Also, we had Scotty Dixon race here.
Yes.
And he was very successful. Formula V's, went on to Formula Fords.
Yes, but getting back to my point.
To Leon.
No, getting back to my point was Marco Manson. He raced here a couple of months ago, and like I said, he went under the lap record 3 times in a row, his first time on the track that he'd never driven around before, and 3 identical lap times. 105, 1 something. And it stuck in my mind, if this kid can drive, and I mean, he's only, if he turns sideways you can't see him, he's a wee skinny fella. So
got the right build for a single seater.
Certainly got it, and his family's they're all motor racers. His older brother Seb, obviously racing in the TRS at the moment. His father too, driving in the GT class. So he's got good family around him, motorsport family, and if he gets the right direction, Marco Manson could be our next Formula 1, or not our next one, but a Formula 1 driver. Not saying he's the only one.
Well, Kiwis do shine overseas. It's been good to see Hayden Padden, got the offer to go back into the top tier of WRC. Unfortunately, Monte Carlo didn't look like the weather was all that nice.
No, they threw him in the deep end, didn't they? It was his least favourite rally of the lot. So
yeah, so he was running up as high as 7th, but then unfortunately had an off and dropped a bit of time. I think he finished 11th in the end,
11th overall, so not bad.
Not bad. Come back into the main game. Obviously, they're running a hybrid car, so he wouldn't have been used to the Hyundai he was in.
So it looks like we can hear some engines getting started down there on the dummy grid for the NZ Formula Fords. Race 1 for the weekend for them, for the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under. 3 races for them over the weekend. Maybe 4 it is, sorry. 4 races. One this morning and 1 this afternoon, 2 tomorrow.
So 10 lapper for the Napa New Zealand Formula 4 Championship, supported by Ford and Yokohama South Island Formula Fords.
Of course, they're running those Yokohama tyres now. We heard Dylan Peach talking about them a little bit earlier.
Well, I think those Avon tyres were quite expensive, apparently. Bit of money. So they were on the lookout for a new control tyre.
Yokohama's come to the party. They run these tyres in the wet as well, so there's no changing on the wets. You run what you brung is what they say. Marco Manson, car number 69 out there at the front there at the moment. We've got Matthew Basso from Victoria, Australia, car number 16. He's in one of the McGale chassis. Jacob Begg in car 18. Winton and Ray. Cameron Freeman, car number 19. He's an RF82 Van Diemen, one of the old ones. Then you've got Olivia Lawrenson. She's in a Van Diemen, car number 20. From Auckland, Toby Misako from Gold Coast in Queensland, car number 21. Campbell Owens, car number 23. And then Dyson Freeman in the 26 car. William Beck in 28. Isaac Fletcher, car number 35. Dylan Peach in the 39 Racer Products Van Diemen. And Seb Iskandari from Christchurch in the McGale. Maxim Kerwin, Marco Manson, Jake Bryan, Toby McCormack round out the 15 cars in the field.
Great to see a good field because, over the years, Formula Fords, they're getting down 7 or 8 cars. The South Island Championships just exploded over the last few years. They've obviously got a very good committee together, well organised. They've got some talent in the driver lineup coming through. You know, we've enjoyed that. Was it the young lad Penrose? James Penrose. Watching him a couple of years ago, it was almost like something went wrong if he wasn't the winner.
That's right, the old James Penrose show, just like it might be the Marco Manson show here. He's in 69, starting on the dirty line, or what they call the dirty line, the line that's not the best for getting away on. Beside him, the 68 there of Maxim Kerwin from Auckland. He's in the white car with the bright orange side pod, roll hoop and nose. Second row. This car number 23, Campbell Owens. So waiting on the start. And we're off. Good start from everyone, bit of a slow start there from perhaps car number 21, which was a Toby Musico, one of the Australians. As we head down the Power and Co-S's, it's going to be Manson leads from the 68 car as they head up through the
Marshall
Transport sweeper and down the back straight for the first time.
Yep, Draftline back straight, new naming rights sponsor for this meeting. Thank you very much to Draftline coming on board.
Already a pass, looking like someone's putting the pressure on down there. Campbell Owens having a look on Isaac Fletcher down through John Jones Steele, but no way through. It's going to be Marco Manson. Someone out, 2 or 3 cars out in the grass there on the run up to Kissick Curve, kicking up a bit of dust. But it's Manson in the 69 car that'll lead them through the kink and into the hairpin for the first time from Kerwin. Kerwin just closing up a wee bit there under brakes. These cars don't really rely on heating those tyres up a hell of a lot. You can slide them round reasonably good, whether they're hot or cold. Manson reels off lap number 1 from Kerwin. Then it's Owens and Fletcher, Jake Bryant and the Seb Iskandari sitting there in 6th. Marshall Transport they go. The former corner that's for many, many years known as the Castrol Sweeper has been changed to Marshall Transport the last couple of seasons. So they go down the draft line back straight.
Yeah, looks like Isaac Fletcher there just sitting right on the toe of Campbell Owens as they go through the left hand to John Jones Steele and head off into the McKissick Curve.
Maxim Kerwin's got the head down, chasing Marco Manson. Another couple of cars getting out in the dirt there, down further down in the pack there. Might have been William Beck, I think, in car 28. Here's our 2nd and 3rd place cars. That's where the battle's at the present. These first 2 just opening up a nice wee gap. Campbell Owens, Isaac Fletcher. Someone else having a look up the inside there. Might have been Iskandari. 2 laps down for Manson. Down in the Power and Co-S's, someone's looking at making a move down the front straight there. Not too sure who that is from side on. It's the Napa Auto Parts car. Iskandari, so a good move from him. Max McEwen, fastest lap of the race on 106.24. Pretty busy stuff at the back of the pack there. Matt Bass over there. Yusuko, Jacob Begg.
So Campbell Owens got onto the toe there, trying to go around the outside as they go into John Jones Steele. Going to be slightly ahead, but it's going to be the 35 car Isaac Fletcher will have the inside line.
So still Fletcher in 3rd place. Owens tucked on the back of him through McKissick Curve. This is back into the Carter's valuation hairpin now. Matt Kerwin getting all over the back of Manson. Certainly not letting him get away. Out through the left-handed sweeper they go. Bit of a gap back to 3rd and 4th place. Fletcher and Owens. Line astern for the rest of them. Dylan Petch. He didn't have his best qualifying by any stretch of the imagination. He's up to 7th, so he's gained a spot or 2. In fact, car number 35 must have an issue. It is falling back a little bit. And that was 45, just trying to see it on the timing screen. Isaac Fletcher, he was up there. He's lost 3 spots.
Just like he lifted off coming down the front straight unless he missed a gear. pulled out of the driving line. No, he's still slowing down.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably stuck in gear is what I'd say. He's probably stuck in third gear or something like that.
Just cruising down the draft line back straight. He's just about at the John Jones Steel left-hander.
Battle still continues out in front up through Castrol McKissick Curve, I should say. It's still Manson, fastest lap of the race now. Kerwin's a 106.1, and he's tucked right on the back now of Manson. Through the left-handed sweeper they go. Now pitches up to 5th by the looks of it. Gained a couple of spots. Still busy back through mid-pack. Some side-by-side action there. Here's a pitch all over the back of Seb Eskandari. Try and have a look at him through Power & Co. Up to Marshall Transport they go. That's been kicked up there. The other cars. Jacob Beck now is down to 10th. As we see Peach now having a look on Seb Kandari.
Yeah, car 35's pulled into the pit lane there, Paul, having a chat to his engineer.
Yes, that's bad luck there for Isaac Fletcher. Was running 3rd and has got a DNF with a mechanical by the looks of it. We come back into the car as valuation hairpin. Still Seb Manson. Kerwin still hard on his tail. Bit of a gap back to this next battle that's going on. Someone trying to go around the outside to get the inside line through the left-hander. Campbell Owens coming under all sorts of pressure then as Iskandari's up to 4th place. Leaders now going into Marshall Transport, and that huge gap back to 3rd place. Seb Iskandari now up to 3rd. Owens down to 4th. Peach still sitting there in 5th. Toby McCormick, Jake Bryant. A side-by-side battle, those two. Then is Musico in the 21 car coming under some pressure from Jacob Begg. And there's our leaders there. Just opened up a couple of car lengths that lap did Marco Manson.
Well, if you just have a look, Maxim's able to get onto Marcus's gearbox all the way down the front side of the circuit, and then I don't know what Marco's pulling out of the magic hat, but going through the Marshall Transport sweeper, he just gets a couple of car lengths.
Someone off there, Brendan. Towards the pack. Might have been Olivia Lawrenson, perhaps.
Car 20. Yeah, so Marco's just able to pull a car length on Maxim to keep Maxim out of the draft all the way down the draft line back straight.
Looks like he's got a good enough gap now. He might not get a tow. Got to about 12 car lengths. Good for young Marco at the moment. 6 laps down. To go still. Toby Musico it was, having that spin up the top end of the track. Car number 21. He was running about that 11th or 12th place anyway, so
he's coming into the ASAP Transport pit lane.
Well, the Higgins car there just having another off-track excursion. A lot of cars going off at the end of the back straight there, coming back onto the track, kicking up that dust.
So the 35 car, Isaac Fletcher, has got back out onto the circuit. As Marco reels off another lap in the lead in car 69.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race from him, a 105.8, so we're 5/6 tenths away from that lap record we were talking about earlier on.
So just needs the temperature to be in the sweet spot, doesn't he? Not too much UV on the track.
That's right. Just feel the sun trying to break through, which will heat that track up slightly. Just slip it up a wee bit.
And there he goes into the left-hander John Jones Steel. Then they head off into the McKissick Curve, which used to be an unsighted part of the circuit, but thank you very much to the live stream. We can see what's happening up at the top end.
That's right. There's all those trees down there. If you're normally standing commentating, it's pretty hard to know what's going on up around there.
A few people on the bank. That's where all the motorhomes and the wee campsite is up there. Also at the south end of the circuit, there's plenty of revellers with their caravans and motorhomes.
So leaders out of the hairpin, they've got a huge gap back to third place now. Seb Eskandari coming under all sorts of pressure there from Dylan Petch and Jake Bryan. He's the leader through Power and Co-S's, heading up the Marshall Transport Sweeper.
As we heard in the warm-up, Dylan Petch was a few tenths off his usual qualifying time. Not very happy with his result from the afternoon yesterday, but hopefully can make amends, get his way up through the field.
The pack well spread out now. 16 just going past us. That's Matt Basso from Australia.
Victoria, Australia.
His race leader though, Marco Manson, the black and pink. Manson's little red car. It's the same car that his brother Seb raced.
A Spectrum 015.
Quite a few different marks of cars here. Van Diemen's obviously one that's been around for years. McGale as well. Ray, Spectrum.
Used to all be Van Diemen's and Swifts back in the day. We'll be looking forward, unless that board goes out.
The odd Reynard thrown in there.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing a good field of the classic Formula Fords in a couple of weeks if you want to come back out to Levels Raceway.
So this battle going on for third. Petch now trying to get through on Seb Eskandari in the 44 car up to the Marshall Transport Sweeper. Through there they go. Petch has got Jake Bryant all over the back of him. Last lap, down the back straight they go. It looks like Petch is the one that's going to come under some pressure shortly from Bryant, the 77. He's going to pull out and have a wee look as they head down towards John Jones Steel. And try and go through up the inside there, Bryant, but Petch still got that outside run, which is normally the fastest way through that corner. She'll be able to hang on to it. I see a bit of dust in the background there. Leader comes out of the car at his valuation for the last time. Young Marco through the left-handed sweeper. Kerwin's content with second. Down through the kink and onto the front straight comes young Marco Manson, takes the race win for the first race for the Formula Fords here this weekend. Maxim Kerwin takes second, and a third place looks like Seb Eskandari is going to hang on to it from Dylan Petch. Jake Bryan, he had a lunge there down at John Jones the last time through, but nothing was going to happen, and he sits there at fifth. Campbell Owen sixth, and it's Toby McCormack. Jacob Begg in the end gets eighth. A bad couple of passes from him the last lap or two. Cam Freeman, William Begg, Matt Basso, Dyson Freeman, Olivia Lawrenson, Isaac Feature down a couple of laps after having to come in for a bit of a fix-up. Toby Musico in the end 5 laps down. So great stuff from young Marco.
Yeah, so Marco Manson there just drove away a wee bit from Maxim Kerwin over the last few laps of the race, and all the excitement was Seb Eskandari, Dylan Petch, Jake Bryant there in the closing laps. As you say, young Marco, good result, 1:05.8. Might look to, as you say, see if he can give that lap record an official nudge.
Later on, yes. So, but probably recovery drive of the day, the race would be Dylan Petch from 8th place up to 4th. So he'd be pretty happy with that, so gathering some good points. So up next we've got the Mainland Muscle Cars Race 1. Looking forward to that, 8-lap race. Just running through those results here, as you can see on screen. Toby Musico 5 laps down in the end. Isaac Fletcher lost a couple of laps. Yeah, so up next, the Mainland Muscle Cars. We've got Tony here from the Mainland Muscles. He's been behind the scene, not racing himself this weekend, but obviously, Tony, because you're up here. But nonetheless, you can tell us what's going on behind the scenes at Mainland Muscle.
Only good stuff. Only good stuff. Here they are. They look like they're rolling out now. No, all good. We've got a great field for the weekend. I think 19 cars. A little bit of crossover between Mainland Muscle Cars and Central Muscle Cars, which is cool. We had 3 of their guys in that last race. And we've got Tony Galbraith from Auckland, who is normally a Central Muscle Cars competitor in amongst our field today. That's the orange Chrysler Valiant Charger. So look, this is a pretty neat weekend, right? The Super Trucks, arguably Levels' biggest and best event of the year, and the Allied 24/7 Fuels Mainland Muscle Cars is just so pleased to be a part of this. You know, I think it makes a fantastic event. We've got Super Trucks, we've got Mainland Muscle Cars and Central Muscle Cars at one event. How good is that?
We are incredibly spoiled. So yeah, I think definitely the place to be. You know, there's events going on, obviously all over the South Island at the moment. So I think this is the one to be at, to be honest.
And everybody is. I came in this morning at 9 o'clock. There were so many cars parked along the road because they couldn't get into the paddock areas in the event. So the club's obviously done a fantastic job of promoting the event, and everybody knows they're all here.
Yeah, dead right. So who are we looking for today, Tony? Who are the ones to watch?
I think the qualifying session yesterday at Levels here might have been the fastest qualifying session we've ever had at Levels. We had 3 cars on the 105s. Rod Heyman.
Oh, yep.
Oh, hang on.
It looks like we're going to cross down to Adam at the podium.
So I've just got Marco Manson. He's hot off the track and just been weighed through the garage. You controlled that race really well.
Yeah, it was a good race. Led from start to finish, so I'm pretty happy with that.
And it was dry, so that was good, I swear.
Yeah, a very different racetrack compared to last weekend. Full wet to now full dry, so a little bit of mixture is pretty fun.
Awesome. And so have you done a lot of time on this track?
I've done a weekend here and not much more, but yeah.
Awesome. Well, great start to the weekend. The cars are going out, so we've got to be pretty quick. So well done, and we'll see you in race 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tried pretty hard to catch up to him, but ended up P2.
Yeah, look, I tried to catch him, and Marco's pretty quick, but the team did a good job on the car, and they made me a fast enough car to just stick with him at the start of the race. So.
Okay, well, they're going to go racing, so we're going to have to leave it there and cut back to the track.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. A couple of young bucks down there. So, Tony, getting back to you, mate. Obviously, huge field of cars there for the Mainland Muscle Cars. And no one having any problems. I know some of them have been here Thursday, Friday, that had some running yesterday. No major mechanicals or anything like that.
Just one. Our biggest sort of sad story is poor old Ryan Tinley, who runs the yellow H Team Monaro, Bruce's old car. I said to him this morning, any problems? Yeah, I got one problem, and that's he thinks a collapsed piston. So that's quite a big problem to have. So that's him out for the weekend.
Good to see Rod Heyman on pole though, getting ready for the lights. The ex-Craig Gilbert number 56 car. Rod will be pretty stoked about that pole position, no doubt.
He's fizzing. He's just been getting better and better and better.
So we've got the 4 lights, waiting on the last one now for the Mainland Muscle Cars. Bit of a slow start from both. Good start though from Johnny Hepburn in 3rd place, but there's no way through. It's a pretty wide Camaro there. It's going to be Heyman leads him through from Hepburn. Then we go back to Phillips, and then it looks like Greg Donaldson in the 47 as well, as they all head up round through Marshall Transport Sweeper. And down the back straight for the first time, it's local man Rod Heyman leads the way from another local there, coming under some pressure now. Braden Phillips just going to have a wee dive up the inside in the Mustang, but no way through, and Hepburn will hang on to that 2nd place. Phillips 3rd, and everyone else getting through the John Jones steel corner by the looks of it. You're talking about Rod Heyman, it's his new car. He said that his new car from his old car is like night and day. He said just completely different. And Jody Wilson had a lot to do with the building of this car.
He really gained a lot of confidence, Rod, when he ran the car over at Bathurst and Sandown, and I think that's really made a difference to his confidence and his speed, as you can see.
Down to reel off lap number 1. Hard on the brakes into the Power & Co. Hepburn tucked in behind him. Multiple championship race winner Johnny Hepburn, the trucks, motorbikes. Got Braden Phillips in that very, very fast Mustang tucked in behind him at the 43 as they wind their way down the back straight again. Bit of a gap back to Greg Donaldson's got Dwayne Ingley tucked in behind him, and another Dodge Challenger. Good to see a couple of Dodges here this weekend. And flying down there, hard on the brakes, all the way down through the field, but it's still Rod Heyman out in front. Just opening up a nice little gap. Back to this battle between Johnny Hepburn and Braden Phillips. Here goes the 169 car of, whose is that one? 169er, Steve McLaughlin.
Great to have that car back. That's really been a real crowd favourite amongst the Mainland muscle cars. Steve's Mustang. He's been a busy guy with other things happening in his life over the last couple of years, and he hasn't done any racing. And he's back with a vengeance. He spent a lot of money on engine rebuild, and he's gone right through the mechanicals. So neat to have Steve back with the Coca-Cola Mustang.
Still Heyman leads from Johnny Hepburn on gap just about sitting around about a second and half a second back to Braden Phillips. So Phillips keeping Hepburn honest, that's for sure, down there in the braking zone. Pretty short run up here to this very tricky wee left-handed sweeper there. Not much runoff here before you get into the bank. Rod Heyman, a wee bit twitchy there as he gets the power down, hard on the brakes into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Looking good, Rod.
He's taken a real step forward, hasn't he? Remember last season he was racing with Johnny.
That's
really
right.
Close, really hard. Johnny was probably ahead more than Rod was, but look at the gap now. So a huge step forward for Heyman.
Still leading the way down to the Power & Co S's. Second or so back to Hepburn. Hepburn taking plenty of that inside curb, the big Monaro.
As he does, the motorcycle line.
Yeah. And Phillips, he's been a hard charger, and he's not only driving this car, he's got another one too parked up somewhere, isn't he?
Yep, there's the two cars parked side by side. The blue Mustang you can see here, currently in third spot, and he's got a red Chevy Monza, which is the old Andy Knight car from many years ago. That's parked beside it, and he's running the Monza and Central Muscle cars.
Well, it's a real bugger, isn't it, having to run two cars? So
Yeah,
Heyman.
yeah.
Heyman now back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. I don't think a Rod Heyman would have the stamina to run in two cars. Mind you, he is running a dairy farm, so he will always be on the go. Here he is, round out another lap. Fastest lap of the race at 1:05.9 to Rod as he goes through. Got that gap out to 2.6 seconds now back to Hepburn. He's getting held up a bit by this battle with Braden Phillips. Phillips still over the bumper as they go through Marshall Transport. Bit of a tighter line there for Phillips on the exit of Marshall Transport.
Oh, here's Steve McLaughlin coming into the pits. That's not what we want to see.
So Steve McLaughlin left. The Mustang we were just talking about. Greg Donaldson still hanging on to fourth. Looks like Tinley just making a move. Him and Mike Small having a good battle together.
They'll be talking about that at the pub tonight. They're best of mates, Mike Small and Bruce Tinley, so they'll be having a great time.
So here's Rod Heyman again in the 56. Got it well and truly under control at the moment. 2.6 seconds last time back to Hepburn.
And Dave King's just come into the pits too in the little green 6-cylinder GTR Tirana. That Greg Donaldson's going well, eh? Number 47, the gold Camaro. What's that? Currently in 4th, is he?
Yeah, that's his reasonably new car, isn't it? He had that Commodore for many, many years.
That's right, which he's still got. But that Camaro is a big step up. That's a really got a great history. That car. It goes right back to Grant Bolton, who some will remember he raced in the CMC, and I think he came runner-up in the championship a couple of times. So it's a fantastic car, and Greg's doing a pretty good job putting it in 4th spot.
So 5 laps down, it'll be 6. So it'll be still 4 laps to go for Rod Heyman, or 2 laps to go, I should say. Just an 8-lap race for the Mainland muscle.
We've got a new competitor heading towards John Jones just now. You'll see a blue old XM or XP or thereabouts Falcon. John Slemensky, is that how you pronounce his name?
Smolenski,
yeah. So John's a pre-65 guy. He's been running that car in pre-65 for many, many years, and he's come out.
He's come out of the closet, has he?
He has.
Gone to the Mainland muscle cars.
He's come to the dark side. It seems a really nice guy, and hopefully he'll stay here. He's thrilled to bits, actually. I was talking to him this morning, and John said his best lap time here up until yesterday was 1 minute, high 1 minute level. Because our rules are a little more open than pre-65, he's put a limited slip diff in, 7-inch wheels and better tyres, and he's in the mid-109s. So imagine that, going from 11s to 9s, just like that. You'd be thrilled, wouldn't you?
Just the tyres alone, just about. Right, so there's our leader on screen, Rod Heyman. Same again, although it looks like Hepburn's getting a little bit closer. 1.5 seconds the gap was last time through. He's managed to drop Braden Phillips a bit. There's a battle going on there for 4th place. Looks like Frew managed to get up the inside of Donaldson there at the hairpin.
He has indeed, Hamish Frew. The battle of the Gen 2 Camaros, and Hamish has taken 4th spot.
He's there, just moving in through the 18 car, Hamish Frew. John Hepburn, fastest lap of the race, 1:05.9.
And you're right, he is gaining on Rod, isn't he? I don't know if Rod's got a little.
Battle still continuing there between Frew and Donaldson. Donaldson trying to get that place back as they head down the back straight. Just about to be last lap board out for Rod Heyman this time.
No, it is. It'll be the checkered flag, I think, coming up.
Checkered flag.
Yep, there it is.
Big Gabby down there's got it in his hand as Heyman comes through the left-handed kink. There's no way Hepburn's going to get him from there. It's going to be a lights the flag victory for local man Rod Heyman. Here comes Hepburn having a bit of a dive right on the line, but no way through. Hepburn will take that 2nd place. Phillips ends up 3rd. And we go back a long way back to 4th place. It's going to be Hamish Frew in the end. So we managed to lose Greg Donaldson somewhere. Oh, Greg Donaldson pulling it into the pits from 4th place. So it'll be a DNF for him as the rest of them come through. So it's Brian Scott, he ends up finishing 5th from Dwayne Engley. Bruce Tindley 7th, Mike Small 8th. And then Tony Galbraith in that big Valiant takes out 9th. And John Smolenski in top 10.
That's pretty good. That's really good going.
Pretty good start for John. The X365 car. Battle's continuing down through the pack. Here goes Tony Denson. The 216 and the 44 car, Gary Shaw. And then Barry Morgan, Colin Campbell. Sandra Eden. The Marlborough Tirana.
Tony Denson got his fastest lap here at Levels ever yesterday too, with a 1:09.4. He was a pretty happy fella about that.
Well, that's great. Thanks, Tony, for your comments. And we'll see them again, this afternoon? Mainland Muscle and a couple more tomorrow. But at the moment, it's 1-0 to Rod Heyman. There in car number 56. And no doubt he'll be shouting a few tonight.
He will.
Just on that one.
He'll be thrilled. He'll be absolutely stoked. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, well, look forward to a great day's racing, eh?
Thanks, Tony. We'll catch up with you next time.
So my gosh, wasn't that an exciting race there? Well done to Mr. Rod Heyman in the number 56 Chevy Camaro. We'll have to catch up with him and have a little bit of a chat about what it's like to race at Bathurst, won't we? That must have been a very exciting moment for young Rod, our very fast dairy farmer from down there at Otaio. So thank you very much to the Mainland Muscle Cars for providing us with some entertainment. So next up we should have out the Mazda Pro 8s. So Ben McConaughey this morning did an absolute blinder, a 107.7 to put the 215 machine on pole. Beside him on the grid we should have part of the Sprague Plague. This time it's Corbin Sprague in the 84 car, Jared Pike starting out of P3 in car 1. And then the 444 car, Sam Knight should roll out of position 4. Young Ryan Gallagher from Ashburton. Superb effort, second time racing at Levels Raceway. He's going to get off the grid from P5 in car 877. Then Caleb Pateman, very smart looking machine. Look out for number 146. He's going to start out of P6. Hamish Evans in the 25 car will roll out from P8. Then we've got Michael Court starting P9, car 55. Lincoln Brunton, another one of the young school lads. He's going to be starting P10 in car 97. Luke Casey, car 121, will start out of P11. Mel Waters in car 45 will start out of P12. And then your older tutor there from Polytech B2. Look out for number 66. Dean Van Buren's decided to go motor racing. I'm sure he's having a lot of fun here today at the Thunderdown Under meeting, brought to you by Trust Aoraki.
Be a steep learning curve for Dean, but he's in good class there, so it's going to come down to driver ability, and I'm sure he'll do well.
So, well, that's it, isn't it? When you've got a one-make series like the Mazda Pro 8s, the cream does rise to the top. You know, basically, well, car set up from the engineering side and driver ability, but the Mazda RX-8's proving very popular. We've got a group from the North Island, group from the South Island. There's a New Zealand Championship running at the moment. Okay, so we're just going to cross to Adam at the podium.
Right, we're just down here. It's fast moving. So we've got P1 just coming over. Come, all, guys, all come over here. Come on over, Braden. Nice clean race to start the weekend.
Yeah, no, not too bad. It went pretty good. Just trying to keep consistent this weekend, just trying to finish it off and see how we go. But yeah,
more pace in the car.
Yeah, probably a wee bit more pace. I've stuck some new bags on it. I've still got the old ones on from last round, so we'll see how we go.
Awesome. Well done. We'll just get Johnny Hepburn in. We have to move pretty quick because they're going out on track. You happy with that race?
Yeah, absolutely. Like to do a 5.9 in that old jigger, to be fair. And I'm running Yokohama, the tyres that the class is supposed to be running and stuff. I'm pretty happy because I've only ever been in the 5s until yesterday, once before, and that was on the soft compound tyres. So real happy with that. Yep.
Fastest lap of the race?
Oh, well, I didn't know that, so that's cool.
Only just, but there you go. That's it.
Also, congratulations to Rob. It was an awesome race he drove, and Braden keep me honest all the way through, to be fair. Bloody Ford Mustangs.
All right. So, Rod, over here, P1 to start the weekend. You got to be happy with that?
Yeah, no, that was great. That was great. Really good. Yeah.
Nice controlled race by everyone, by the look.
Yeah, no, everyone we got a good start, so there wasn't anything boxing up in the corners, and you know, once you get a free run, it's pretty handy.
Awesome. And so, more pace in the car, or?
Yeah, just better handling and better driving and getting used to it. Yeah. It's not often I get to the podium, so it's pretty rare.
Well, there you go. So great start. Can't go better than that.
No, thank you very much.
Awesome. Right, back upstairs to the commentary team.
Thanks, Adam. Alrighty, so we've got the Mazda Pro 8 brought to you by Kumo Tyres. They're all lined up on the grid. We're just waiting for the lights. Ben McConaughey starting out of P1 with Corbin Sprague beside him in car 84. So that's car 215, car 84 on the front row. And then the reigning champion Jared Pike starting out of P3. Lights are on. We're getting ready for a launch. Away they go. Good launch there out of P2 for the 84 car of Corbin Sprague. He's just going to nose slightly ahead. He's going to get through into the lead as they go through the Par & Co. S's onto the Marshall Transport sweeper.
Sam Knight and Jared Pike battling it out for that third place, side by side as they come onto the draft line back straight.
Yeah, so Corbin Sprague, half a dozen car lengths already as he comes out of the Marshall Transport sweeper down the draft line back straight into John Jones Steele, first race of the weekend for the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8 class. Keeps it nice and tidy into the braking zone for the left-hander going through the Gerald McKissick curve. A lot of people up there on the bank enjoying their motor racing at the Timor International Motor Raceway.
Oh, we've got some people off the dirt there, just on the other side of John Jones.
Oh, Caleb Pateman and that very smart-looking number 146, the RX-8, but it's still Corbin Sprague leading Ben McCormack, Sam Knight, and Jared Pike coming over the front straight.
Looks like they're all underway again, so it will be Corbin Sprague leading Ben McConaughey, Jared Pike, Sam Knight and Hamish Evans. Young Oakley West up into 6th.
So Ryan Gallagher, who had qualified very well in P5, is now pushed back to 7th as the leaders go through the Marshall Transport sweeper off down the draft line back straight. Corbin Sprague in car 84 leading the field on the second lap into John Jones. Lift off down through the gears. Good puff of flame out the back of their rotaries.
So it was Luke Casey was the other one that was involved in that incident up around John Jones last lap.
Yeah, well, in qualifying this morning, Caleb was, setting the pace early on in the session, but now pushed back in the field, running at the back P13, and still Corbin Sprague.
Just holding on to that lead, keeping it consistent over Ben McConaughey.
See whether Jared Pike can get onto Ben McConaughey's bumper. Does close up under braking into the Par & Co S's as they've come off the front straight through round to Marshall Transport.
So no positional changes that lap. Still got Mel Waters and Dean Van Buren finish off.
The 2-1 car there, that's Luke Casey trying to make Caleb Pateman have a mistake. 6 on him, but there is race leader on screen, Corbin Sprague. Just under 1.2 seconds lead last time across the stripe. Into the card evaluation hairpin. Got half a dozen car lengths over Ben McConaughey in the 215 machine. Ben's got his mirrors full of Jared Pike in the number 1 RX-8.
And that's only going to help Corbin Sprague. So if let those two have a little battle behind you, hold that gap. He's a very smart racer, this Corbin Sprague.
Yeah, he's done a couple of years now in the Mazda Pro 8s. Fastest lap is a 1:08.5. Corbin Sprague in the 84 machine.
See, you got to have a hoon and a Mustang the other day too. Apparently couldn't wipe the grin off his face.
Well, he's got
100 horsepower.
Yeah. Be a wee bit different than your 13B Mazda, wouldn't it? Getting around the track.
Slightly through
John Jones he goes. Still leading very comfortably over Ben McCormack and Jared Pike into the Gerald McKissick curve. Then we've got Sam Knight in the 444 machine. He's followed in the number 25 car, Hamish Evans. Just got going down the back straight in front of the control tower. That's Caleb Pateman and Luke Casey. As the leader, Corbin Sprague, comes out of the card evaluation hairpin through the left-hand sweeper. And they've got the kink over the bump onto the front straight once again, reeling off another lap.
So it was 1.2 seconds there before. And it's exactly the same now. He's just keeping it consistent. Is Corbin Sprague over Ben McConaughey. It did just set the fastest lap of the race in that last lap on a 1:08.4.
Jared Pike pushing him along in the number 1 car.
Yeah, well, three laps there. can see Brendan within hundredths of a second, the first 3 guys.
Down the draft line, back sprayed into John Jones Steele. Goes our race leaders. From Sam Knight, Hamish Evans, Oakley West, 4th, 5th and 6th. There is Jared Pike still on the bumper of Ben McConaughey through the McKissick curve. His race leader, it's the 84 car of Corbin Sprague. Through the card evaluation hairpin, gets a nice exit. Tuck and tight through the left-hander. Build your speed up through the right-hand kink. Coming down the front straight once again.
3 laps to go. Now that Corbin's just crossed the finish line once again. Jared Pike, fastest lap of the race now. 1:08.3, another 10th faster. But Corbin Sprague giving as good as he gets, also a 1:08.3. So just maintaining that gap, as I said before.
Well, he's not under any pressure now, is he? Particularly with the 2 behind him, it's not going to take much for Ben McConaughey and Jared Pike to have a bit of a dice and take the pressure off Corbin even further. Surprised this morning that Corbin Sprague didn't take out pole. It was a very good effort there for the 215 car of Ben McConaughey.
Absolutely.
But Corbin was able to get a jump off the start. Since then he's just eased away from the field. This is the 45 car of Mel Waters just crossing the line. Race leaders once again coming out of the card evaluation hairpin. 2 laps to go for Corbin Sprague as he crosses the start-finish stripe.
Good battle going on there between, it looks like Oakley West and Ryan Gallagher.
Oh, the 2 young guns.
2 young fellas.
Future talent in the sport. Jared Pike still trying to give Ben McConaughey something to think about, the 215 car.
Just can't quite get close enough.
Just slowly gets the draft going down the draft line back straight.
Gets to within a couple of car lengths and that's the end of it. He just can't quite get his nose up the inside. So again, McConaughey just managing to hold that gap.
So race leader Corbin Sprague in the 84 RX-8.
West and Gallagher still having a ding-dong battle down there in 6th and 7th.
It was, we're talking this morning, you know, generational races. Oakley West, of course, he's got a, you might know Chris West, that was quite handy in a rally car a few years back.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
Heard of him.
Last lap pulled out. So, Corbin Sprague still. Ben McConaughey's just done his fastest lap of the race.
1:08.40. Just giving himself a car length over Jared Pike. That's where the action is, at the front end of the field. Corbin Sprague's just driven off to the distance. He had 2.2 seconds over Ben McConaughey as they started their final lap.
Yes, I'd argue that it's slightly more than that now. It might be another half or second on top of that. And as you said, McConaughey just opened up that.
And just out of shot, we're watching Michael Cork and Lincoln Brunton in 8th and 9th. They've just gone through John Jones Steele, will head into the McKissick curve. They're trying to change positions in the last lap. But here comes race leader Corbin Sprague. He's going to get the checkered flag. So, made a very good start from P2. Got out to the lead for the Par and Co S's and held that to the finish. Ben McConaughey, Jared Pike, Sam Knight.
Yes, Hamish Evans, young Ryan Gallagher got one over Oakley West in the battle of the young guns. Lincoln Brunton, Michael Court in 9th. Just waiting for Caleb Pateman to cross the line.
Yeah, Caleb Pateman involved in an incident earlier on at the north end of the circuit. Cost him a few positions.
This is followed home in 11th by Luke Casey. We've still got Mel Waters and Dean Van Buren to round out the rear of the field.
Dean went across the line just in front of Corbin Sprague, so may have thought that he was getting the checkered flag, although Corbin hadn't passed him before they crossed the stripe. There goes the 45 car, that's Mel Waters. I think his car's doing double duty in the SS Cup this weekend.
Yes, so Dean probably needs to make sure he crosses the finish line, because he's come up without a checkered flag at the moment, and if he doesn't, he's probably going to end up with a DNF.
Which would be a little bit inconvenient, wouldn't it?
It would.
Okay, so 2 more rounds of entertainment, shall we say, before we stop for lunch, as we have the finished positions up there on the screen.
Yes, well, it looks like Dean's come in and he has been awarded a DNF for his troubles, so that's unfortunate for him. So yeah, Corbin Sprague, first position, Ben McConaughey, Jared Pike, Sam Knight in 4th in the 444, and it was Hamish Evans in 5th, Ryan Gallagher, good drive from him, Oakley West, Lincoln Brunton in 8th, 9th was Michael Court, and in 10th place Caleb Pateman. 11th place Luke Casey, 12th Mel Waters, and 13th was awarded to Dean Van Buren. So great racing there from the RX-8s.
Okay, thank you very much to Kumo Tyres for supporting the Mazda Pro 8s. So just got a few of them there in the ASAP Transport pit lane, just checking their tyre pressures at the end of the session, see how they're getting on. And then as they pull into the pits, next up for your entertainment, we're going to have 8 laps, rolling start for the Oscar field.
Yeah.
So they had a very close qualifying session this morning. Tim Dossett, the fastest ringer out of point, was doing very well in his Mitsubishi Evo. Welcome back, Paul.
Yes, thank you, Brendan, for having me. Yeah, Tim Dossey, the old Gumboot Racing Evo 5.
So they have, he's had the car for a year or 2, but they've just been having some niggly reliability issues with it, like putting pistons through the side of the block and things. But hopefully they've got the reliability built into it now. Of course, Tim Dossett, very fast over the years in the Carter's Tyres Honda Civic. Now he's got something a little bit more horsepower.
Yes, it's right, a wee bit quicker. And a wee bit more expensive to run, no doubt. But a great field of cars for the Kumo Tyres Oscars. Look forward to seeing them up next. As you said, a couple more events before the luncheon interval. Oscars, and then we'll have the Super Truck qualifying session before the lunch break. Looking forward to that one.
So you know that's going to happen because all the marshals go into their concrete bunkers.
That's right. They come in for an early lunch, most of them.
Get out of the way because 5-ton truck travelling at 160 k's.
Yes, it would be fun, even in one of those big steel cages they sit in. You look at some of the footage from years ago, Brendan, and the old flaggy marshal running out on the track as the car goes past and giving the checkered flag, and 3 or 4 sweepies just standing out in the middle of nowhere as the cars go flying past them. Safety's certainly come a long way in the end, but the easiest way when the trucks are out there is just to get them all off there.
Yeah, you're right, safety has come a long way. We're in debt to the marshals that volunteer their time out at Levels Raceway. Of course, we've got fire incident services as well out here.
I think behind the scenes there's about 70 volunteers, Brendan, so big ups to all the volunteers for the South Canterbury Car Club. All the husband and wife out there on the start finish block there of Gabby and Joe.
Wow, I hope they're going to be. I hope they're doing the flaggy work in 2 weeks because it'll be Valentine's weekend. What a romantic weekend that would be in the start-finish stand at Levels Raceway.
Well, Gabby was getting a wee bit forgetful on how many laps had been done, so he had to rope the wife in there to put the lap timer as the cars go past. But a nice, big, huge field of cars for the Oscars. The Oscars years ago, they're all V8s.
Alrighty, we're just popping over to the podium.
Yeah, Adam, here you go.
Right, so P3 out there, hot and fast?
Yeah, the pace is running good today. The track's fast, there's heaps of grip, and it's going to make for a really fun weekend, I think.
And good field of cars too, so it's pretty competitive out there.
Yeah, it is. Everyone, the whole category is like all within about a second and a half of each other, so it's making for some awesome racing this weekend. A lot of fun.
Well, we better quickly move through it because the car's going back out on track. So P2 today, good start for the weekend.
Yeah, good start for the race. The actual race start wasn't that good, mate. I bobbled a bit, nearly stalled, so Corbin got the jump on me there, but I'm happy with that. Yeah, real happy.
Awesome, all right. So a lot of racing for this weekend for you guys?
Yeah, 4 races for the weekend, so I'm looking forward to the dry racing and good fun with the boys.
Thanks, mate. Corbin, come on over. Cars are out on track, so we haven't got a lot of time. So winning the first race, you're a local boy, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, super stoked. Great way to start the weekend. Wasn't really pleased with P2 in qualifying, so it was great to get the leap ahead of Ben McConaughey and lead into one, and then from there on just manage the race and put down some consistent lap times, and yeah, stoked to come away with the win.
Awesome, so 3 more to go.
Yeah, 3 more to go, big weekend ahead, so hopefully we can continue this form on.
You happy with the times in the race?
Yeah, really happy. I think potentially it could be an unofficial lap record, so yeah, car was mega. Big thanks to Dad and Gareth Hayward for all their work on the car, it's much appreciated.
Awesome, all right, cut back to you guys upstairs because it's about to go racing again.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, Corbin Sprague there taking the race win. Ben McConaughey second and Jared Pike there third on the podium as we get the Oscars lined up for their first race of the Super Truck race weekend here. Thanks to Trust Aoraki and also Kumho Tyres who bring you the Oscar class here, or sponsor them for the series. And Tim Dossett, well, he's got his hands full there in the form of a Jaguar. And when I say Jaguar, Brendan, your eyes seem to glaze over for some reason.
Get all excited, got a Jaguar at a P1 in the Oscar field. Can't get better than that, but it does take Steve Ross a couple of laps to build temperature in his tyres. Quite often note that he comes on strong, particularly in the second half of the race. If it was a standing start here, I'd say, oh, Tim Dossett's got this off the line, but the Oscar cars do have a rolling start. So that disadvantage is nullified a little bit. Probably there's the odd time Tim might do a rain dance. Hoping for a little bit of wet weather because that will favour the four-wheel drive car that Tim's in.
It's a huge field of cars here, just lined up just about all the way down the back there. Of course, 38 cars is the maximum number we can have here at Levels. That's what we've got in the SS Cup. Be interested to see how Gary Duncan goes from the fourth row of the grid there, car number 26. It's his first race meeting in this car, the new Pontiac. Coming up to the second row of the grid, Cam Davies from Waimate in the 47 White Horse Motors RX-8. The LS Chev motor fitted in the front of that. And Jimmy Lindbergh's pretty quick off the mark too, so should be a good battle there in the first corner as they get away in behind the Timaru Motors safety ute. Bit of weaving going on there from Steve Ross. He's done plenty of laps around here and lots of different V8s, all sorts. Quite a few wee Civics in the field, a few of the NZ6s as well. Herbert back there, starting up the back of the Lightning Direct Ford Falcon. Good mix of cars, right through to Jared Hanson, Datsun 1600, Toyota release of Andrew Gibson. Jimmy Lindbergh struggled a wee bit qualifying, trying to get that fast lap in, and series leader starting down there in 6th place, Chris Brown in car number 42. Like you're saying, quite a few different classes in Oscars, A, B and C. Jared Carnegie there too in the wee Toyota Starlet. Good to see Jared back. It's been about 3 or 4 years since we've seen Jared on track.
Yep, new motor in it, and he's had it on the dyno. Very, very happy. He was a bit sort of secretive about what the result was.
Yes.
But he does. He also said there is a push to pass function there.
Oh, right. Very technical in the wee Starlet.
Very technical in the wee Starlet. He did build the car a few years ago. Had a few reliability issues, but hopefully Jared's beaten them out of it now.
We've seen a lot of NZ6s in the field, down towards the rear of the pack, which is quite good. Not running the NZ6s, they can still turn up at a meeting and run it in something. So waiting on the rolling start because the lights are out on the safety truck as they come through the left-handed sweeper, still side by side, them at the front. Waiting down through the kink, just waiting on the lights now. Steve Ross with Tim Dossett beside him. Away they go. A rapid start from Dossie. He's going to come across and going to lead them into Power and Co for the first time. Tim Dossett from Steve Ross. Then great start from Jimmy Lindbergh. Who's that getting out of shape? Cam Davies, I should say. And the RX-8 gets a wee bit out of shape going over the Ripple strip. But Tim Dossett is going to lead them in the rapid Mitsubishi Evo. Lead them down to the John Jones Steel corner from Steve Ross. A good start there from Jimmy Lindbergh.
Yeah, Steve Ross got on the power when the lights changed to start the race and got a bit out of shape, and the Jag had to take his foot out of it. And that let Timmy Dossett through in the Evo.
Yeah, he lost grip straight away, didn't he? He had to back out of it.
Well, we've got a car there off pole just at the end of the Marshall Transport Sweeper where the draft line straight begins.
Car number 451.
Parked up against the tyre wall.
Car number 451. Let's see who that is. That's Marcus Mulcahy in the RX-8 from Ashburton. He's parked out of the way quite nicely, so we shouldn't have to get a safety car or anything as Dossie leads across the stripe for the first time down through Power and Co. Looking like the car's all hooked up nicely, followed closely by Steve Ross. Then it's Jimmy Lindbergh, Cam Davies in the RX-8. It's on screen, it's your leader, Tim Dossett. Fastest ringer in South Canterbury, that's for sure. Loves his gumboots. In fact, I think one day he jumped in the car, ready to go out on the track, and he still had his gumboots on. Fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.62, Tim Dossett. 119.
So good effort there. As we mentioned earlier on, it does take Steve Ross a lap or two to get temperature into the big tyres on that Trans Am Jaguar. So we'll be looking for Steve to come on a little bit stronger later in the race, but it is Tim Dossett from just up the road in Pleasant Point. He's going to lead them across the stripe. 6 laps to go. Full race leader.
Fastest lap of the race at 1:02.46 from Steve Ross.
So that's his honours qualifying time now. He qualified at a 1:02. You can see Gary Duncan putting in a strong effort there. First time out for the Pontiac GTO.
Let's see what the big Jags got this time as they go down the back straight and get side by side with Tim Dossett. Dossett's got that faster outside line though, but it looks like Dossett's got the job done. And he takes the race lead through John Jones Steel. Not much Dossie could do about that, the power of the V8. And Steve Ross was close enough coming onto the back straight, managed to get the job done, gets a wee bit out of shape up there through McKissick Curve. But no way through for Dossett. Quite a wide machine as they come out of the hairpin. This is where Dossie's probably at his strongest, is coming into that hairpin. That'll be a good passing move for him if he can make that happen. So it's Ross now leads him across the line. From Dossett, bit of a gap back to Jimmy Lindbergh, who's coming under some pressure now from Cam Davies as they come into the Power and Co S's.
Yeah, there's Gary Duncan's just having a look around Chris Brown as they come into the Power and Co S's.
Start to open up that gap a little bit now. Steve Ross. Look how busy it is though down the front straight. Got the wee bloke Celeste there. Gibson. He's got Rachel Beck tucked in behind him in the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, thank you very much to ProWare for coming on as a name right sponsor for our front straight.
See, this is up the tight end of the track now. Dossie closes right on the back of Steve Ross. In the braking zone there into the hairpin. You can get a good launch out of there, but like I say, you've got to go get around the guy in front of you. No way through there for Tim Dossett. Battle's continuing down the back of the pack. Looks like Rachel Beck's managed to get in front of Andrew Gibson. Got the job done down there. Another fastest lap of the race from Steve Ross. 1:02.4. Still a long way off that Oscar record set a couple of years ago by Cam Jones.
The Liquid Molly RX-7.
That's right, a 59.99. long way off that. Looking down through the timing screen there. Andrew Bartlett sitting there in 9th. What a bad comeback from his woes earlier in the week. Matty Cronin running 10th, Jeff Gray 11th.
Just focus on Steve Ross from Nash and Ross from Dunedin. He's got a couple of toys in his shed too, Paul.
Quite a few toys in the shed, isn't he? He's got Formula 5000. The ex-Rob Kennard Mark V Cortina, Oscar car from many years ago. One of my favourite all-time cars that was. Now Dossie's coming under some, and Steve Ross, some lap traffic in the form of the NZ6s, and Dossie being held up through Parenco there, and just to get through before he gets to Marshall Transport Sweeper. Oscar got a time there, but it doesn't really matter a hell of a lot anyway. Pretty second about where he's going to be. At the end of the day now, Cam Davies getting held up big time down the back straight, 3 wide these slower cars, and that's allowed Jimmy Lindbergh to close right up on the back of Davies. So it worked in Lindbergh's favour. Here they go here on screen as they head back up, and Lindbergh manages to get through on them as well as they head through McKissick Curve.
And as Gary Duncan got past, Chris Brown mentioned a couple of laps ago that they're all over each other. He's able to pull out a 2-second lead over Chris Brown as they head into John Jones.
So lap traffic, you could play a part of it all weekend for the Oscars. Here's their race leaders coming down across the stripe. Dossie's closed right up onto the back of Steve Ross now. Through Parenco they go, just go through on one of the Holden Commodores there. I think that's Leon Fox.
Got Terence Phillips crossing the line. P5 and the V8 RX7.
A pretty quiet race back there by himself at the moment.
It was very handy in a very fast Honda Civic that he used to run around chasing Tim Dossett.
That's right, there he's trying to chase him in this thing.
That's right, so just looking at the mid-pack now going through the McKissick Curve. Oh, there's Cam Davies and the V8 RX8.
Coming up on the back of that 51 Commodore. Leon Fox. Leon did a bit of 2K Cup stuff a few years ago. Now running at the Oscars in the older VT Commodore.
So Cam Davies, he'd be the fastest Waymo if Tim Dossett's the fastest peddler from present point.
That's right, we can officially class Ron Heyman as probably Waymo too.
Oh, I don't know if I'd want you to do that. Anyway, down the back straight goes Steve Ross and Tim Dossett once again. Draftline coming on as a name right sponsor for the back straight. Thank you very much to Draftline. And they head off into the John Jones Steel left-hander, the big Jag. Maybe I should go give him a club membership card from the South Canterbury Jaguar Owners Club.
That's right, you are the president, aren't you, Brent?
That's right, president at the moment. So Steve Ross puts on the anchors, goes through the card evaluation hairpin.
Just got a nice safety gap now. Back to Dossie, who didn't get a wee bit closer mid-race, but is resigned to that second place at the moment. The checkered flag comes out. Steve Ross takes race win for the Oscars. Dossett will take second. Cam Davies will come through for third. He's still a wee way back. There he goes. There's your race leader. Bird comes through for fourth in the end. So, good stuff in the end from Jimmy. Terry Phillips comes through in fifth. Gary Duncan sixth. Chris Brown. Oh, who's that in the wall?
Oh, Rachel.
Rachel at the end of the front straight. I don't think she's gone in, but she's gone straight.
4-1-1 machine. So she was leading her group coming into the round at Timor International Motor Raceway.
I don't know whether she's done that before or after the fact. Finish line, I'd say before. So it could be a bit of a game changer in that class. Jared Henson comes through at 15th. That's at 1600. Michael Diver. 17th, Josh Ward, Warren Walker. That's 2K Cup at Shannon Booth. And Dean Cook. Toyota 86, who's another ex-2K cupper. So they're bloody everywhere, those 2K cuppers.
Well, they did used to put out 2 fields of 38 cars, Paul, so there'll be a lot of drivers that have come through 2K Cup.
So great stuff there from the Kumo Tyres Oscar. Congratulations, Steve Ross. We'll probably hear from him in a minute with Adam Jones, Tim Dossett. He'll probably have to run away and put his gummies on for the camera.
It's dress gummies though, because it's formal. Did see his finance manager Annika Dossett down on the bank earlier on. She gave us a wave.
I did a perk job. Well, not a perk job. I did a job at their house at Pleasant Point, Brendan. Spent the day there, but I probably only did about 6 hours work because Timmy Dossett's got a hurrah of a race simulator set up in his lounge, believe it or not.
Oh, he doesn't even have to have it out the back in the man cave.
So I spent a couple of hours there sort of having to write it down to something else at the end of the day, but driving around his race simulator, it was pretty good.
Very lucky, Annika Dossett, his wife, who's a nurse at the hospital, very, very supportive to his motor racing career. She even gave him a year off a year ago, so he could focus. He didn't have to work for a year.
That's right, he wasn't doing much when I was there, that's for sure. But he had the gummies on.
Had the gummies on. So if it must have been his inside gummies, was it? Were they like slippers, like fur lined or something?
No, he was pulling the place to bits. He had to have something on. But it's good to see Rachel back there just trundling her way around in that Mustang. She hasn't done any damage to the front of it, but there's obviously a rattle going on somewhere in the car if she's going that slow.
Yeah, so anyway, thank you very much, Kumo Tyres. Oscar Field, as we said, big field. Well done for them for turning it on for us this afternoon.
So we're getting all the marshals off the track, all the Hilton haulage gear, everybody off the track, and we're going to have a qualifying session for the trucks. Looking forward to this 15-minute qualifying session.
Of course, if you're flying your local flag, put your support in behind our fastest current farmer, Bones Collins.
Yes, he's not doing too good on the old leaderboard though. Alex Little currently leading the championship after one round, 53 points. Troy Wheeler second equal with Malcolm Little on 44 points. And then Ron Salter, he's in third, 42 points. Hayden Spencer, 40 points. Dave West, fifth on 37 points. Daniel Thornton, not too sure what truck he's in 30 points. Tony Brand, seventh. Brent Collins is down there in eighth in the points ranking on 16 points. So didn't have too good of a round in round one there. Brent Collins, you remember last year, we were talking about that earlier, plucked reverse at the end of the front straight and ended up having an almighty spin.
He was looking in at the window, was he just like almost drift style going down the front straight, and we caught up with him later on. He was quite surprised because he said, well, there's a lockout on it. You're not supposed to be able to select reverse while you're heading forwards. And then he said he's fumbling around as only someone of Brent Collins' talent can do, keeping it drifting in the right direction towards the corner. He's trying to get the lockout so he can put it in one of the forward gears again as all the back wheels are locked up. Carnage everywhere, probably just quite calm about it.
Yeah, no doubt. We've also got the development leaderboard, Brendan, with a lot of people there that you haven't heard of, but Tim Wheeler's leading the way from Cameron Vernon, first equal with the two of them, 26 on points. Ricky West second on 24, Alex Little on 21. Hayden Spencer on fourth, Peter Bartlett. Kurt Clement, sixth place, 14 points. Craig Mason, heard that name, I think he's been in Central Muscle Cars, something like that. 12 points. Rachel Little on fifth. So development class obviously rewards someone else in the team, aka Tim Wheeler, driving his old man's truck. So 15-minute qualifying session it will be for the super trucks. Hope wherever you are around the track, around the world, watching on live stream. If you do know someone that wanted to be here but is busy working, if you're a bit like half a Clender boy at the moment, have probably got the feet up in the computer rooms with the live stream feeding through something.
I think that happens even when there's no live stream going on, Paul.
I wonder if no one will complain about it. Rightio, so NAPA Super Trucks, out they come. 15-minute qualifying session. Alex Little in truck number 1. From Lower Hunt, the freight liner Century, Troy Etting, truck 7. Kenworth W924. Tony Branders in the Camaro, Bedford I should say. And George Jones. Okay, we're just going to cross down to the podium for the last race. Adam Jones.
So just here with Tim Dossett, P2. I mean, you took the lead there for a little bit. The Jaguar had too much grunt.
Oh, I tried to hold him off for a wee bit. I can't warm up the tyres too much in those first couple of laps because otherwise I pop. So, but you know, good old Steve. He's pretty good and he's been around for a long time. So I thought I'd better give him a win.
gave him the win. The car's going good.
Oh, awesome! For an Evo, it's a bit of a brick. It's pretty cool. You push that button on that steering wheel and it actually flies. So, yeah.
So basically there's a overboost.
Yeah, I've got a scramble button. Yeah.
So what sort of power is that car making?
590 at the wheels on the high boost, and then about 400 on the low boost. Yeah.
Awesome. So crack into the weekend. P3 was quite a way back for you, so you kind of had it to yourself a little bit in that position.
I had a tow from Steve and I had to try and do something, so it was pretty a waste of time. I got it back to it, but I'd like to give him a good race, give him a run for his money.
All right, well, we don't have the others over here, so we'll come back upstairs to the quali for the trucks.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Tim Dossett down there. Looks like he's put on a couple of kilos there, Tim. He's got the big XL suit on today. Carrying a couple of extra kilos here by the looks of it. So anyhow, 15-minute qualifying session for the NAPA Super Trucks. And here's one of the Bedfords there. George Jones, I think, is in that one this year, not Brent. George is the son of Brent, 25 years old. So we look forward to see how he's going to go in the Battle of the Bedfords. There's Alex Little on the screen there, sharing that truck with his sister Rachel. She was going to drive it in the development series. Development class, I should say. Liveries this year for the little racing team.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier on, they're really smart. All identical liveries.
Yeah, someone's had a big rat job putting those on. Painting something like that years ago before the old wrap systems come out. You could hear for days masking up, really doing all sorts of carry on. Don't forget they've got a good merchandise caravan down there too, the NAPA Super Trucks. I think the hats are only about $10 each, so that's pretty cheap. Get on and get yourself one at lunchtime. Lots of posters and other stuff around some of the other teams. But qualifying underway. So far Alex Little at 18.5 is the fastest time. Wheeler at 19.6.
It's going to take a few laps to get some heat into those tyres and brakes.
Ron Salter there coming into the hairpin. And that's a very famous old truck that Denny Holt raced that, along with many others. Ron's had it for a number of years. In fact, Ron, I think, was racing way back when. It looks like we're going to cross to Adam Jones down there in the pit lane for some more podium getters. Adam.
Right, so we got the P3 and P1 getters from the Oscar race just down in the pits there. So nice race, a bit lonely out there for you.
Was for a wee bit. Held up a wee bit half the race, but got out past them and tried to find these guys. Yeah.
Car going good?
Yep, going very good. Yep.
So Steve, P1, you had a lot of traffic to get through there.
Yeah, we had a lot of traffic, and the worst one, of course, was the man next door to me here, and he's Japanese bushbang.
But you led from flag to flag.
No, he got me on the line, and took me 2 or 3 laps to get past him.
But the Jag's going good.
Yeah, Jag's going all right, but you can't get beaten by these bloody Japanese.
All right, well there you go. You've laid the challenge down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, we better come back to the trucks out there for quali.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Cameron Davies down there, also with Steve Ross, was the other place getters there from the Oscar race. Obviously a bit hard to round those guys all up into one room and have a bit of a talk. So at the moment, we are 5 minutes into qualifying. So far, Alex Little, the fastest out on the track there, 1:18.357. Second at the moment, Troy Wheeler at 19.3. Brent Collins, third fastest at 1:20.2. Malcolm Little, truck 25, fourth fastest at 1:21.1. Father and son out there. Troy Eating, the battle of the Bedford at the moment. George Jones, 7th place at 1:22.6. Tony Brand at truck number 8 at 1:23.2. So the battle going on between them. First time I've come across George racing here at Levels.
Yeah, new name.
Just reading a wee bit about him. What I'm trying to find. Don't need to talk about Brent Collins, we know what he's done over the years. George.
The next generation of the Jones family in New Zealand super truck racing out of Ashburton.
He's driving what they call Black Betty. That's a good name for the truck. He's only 25 years old, George, making his super truck debut here. He's pretty passionate about the sport, and of course knows the Jones family racing history, wants to keep that going. So he's out there at the moment. Sure whether it's him or his old man out there. It's showing him as being out there on the timing screen. Perhaps Brent Jones might be just going to do the development race. I'm not sure, but we'll find out about that later on. At the moment though, Alex Little, the man to beat, the only one with 18-second brackets, 1:18.5.
Too many positional changes there. Dave West just popped up into 6th over Ron Salter at last lap.
And Vernon, the 24 truck, the XRK truck, Dash will drive the development race tomorrow. Dash was always pretty handy behind the wheel of that thing, bit of a crowd favourite, love throwing it sideways.
He's always happy to rip a skid or two for the crowd.
That's right. Ron Salter currently sitting 7th place, just trying to go around the outside of the eating truck. Which he's managed to do.
That 24 truck was always well known for the clouds of smoke out the exhaust stacks as well, as you can see there on screen. Still hasn't changed over the years.
No, it looks like it's a Cam Vernon behind the wheel of that 24 truck at the moment as well, so a couple of development drivers out there having a run. Qualifying. Looks like Troy Eating's coming in the number 7 truck.
Taking a fairly wide berth too. I'd say he's probably about to swing into the pits. Yep.
Malcolm Little getting a wee bit out of shape. The 25 truck.
And that's the truck that's got the slope windscreen and the low roof.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that when we go through. No Shane Gray this year, which is a little surprise. We see him here in the Punisher.
The Punisher, yes.
Long trucks.
Very smart looking truck. Big sort of skull on the front of it.
Bedford screaming down the back straight, the V8 on the back of it. 100 miles an hour. The brake's about 100 metres there. Obviously the brakes have improved over the years. They used to have so much brake troubles, these trucks. They were spraying water on the things to try and keep them cool. I don't know if they're still doing that. Don't seem to see a lot of the steam coming off the front corners like they used to. I wouldn't think it'd be any good trying to spray water.
Ron Salter's just slowed up there on the front straight.
Through. Waiting for some clean air, perhaps. Third, 1.2. He's at 1.8 seconds off Alex Little.
There's 4.5 minutes left to go in this session. Maybe a couple of slower laps or getting in 1 or 2 hot ones at the end.
This looks like 9 tenths of a second to second place truck. Troy Wheeler's at 28. Troy Wheeler's been around here for many years. Ron Salter pulling off now down halfway down the back straight. And the 63 truck, the big Scania.
It's not an ideal sign. Of course, Ron was involved in that bit of an incident not far back from there a couple of years back.
We're talking about Troy Wheeler. He's been around truck racing as long as I can remember. And another old Scania, and I've seen the thing go on fire one day that's down the south end of the track. So it had plenty of history, that old Scania. It's probably still got there flying around somewhere.
Smoke coming out of the camp there, Ron Salter's truck. Hopefully it's just brake.
Got 3 big pipes out the side of it there.
No, no, he's away. So that's the intakes, I think. That's the air filters. The exhaust is on the other side. But looks like he's underway again.
Might have been just a wee reset going on. I know some of these trucks do run, computers.
Control Alt Delete and start again.
Yeah. There's Dave West, the Freightliner Argosy. He huge accident down at Tiratonga one year in that truck. He tore the cab off the chassis. Very, very lucky, sort of halfway down the straight. Had a huge accident.
Troy Wheeler got a bit of speed up there, but not making any positional changes there. Alex Little still leading. I'd say by the speed that they're all going, it's probably just about going to be it, Paul.
Well, it's 2.5 minutes left to go.
Not too much happening. Maybe Troy Wheeler might get another one in.
Yeah, he's in the ex-Bob Middleton truck, that truck 28. It's won plenty of championships over there in Australia as well. Multiple championship winning truck. And he looks like he's on some sort of hot lap, so we'll keep an eye on him. He's got a lot of work to do. He's got 9 tenths of a second to get on Alex Little.
And hopefully he doesn't run into those guys that are just warming down. Looks like there's enough gap there for it to not be a problem.
Little goes through. Stays fourth. 1 minute 20.9, his fastest.
Here we go, let's just see whether Wheeler can make any inroads. No. Holds that P2. About a 0.8 of a second off his fastest lap.
So it looks like that's the way it's going to be for the Super Trucks, the Napa Super Trucks. Alex Little's going to take the pole. 1 minute 18.3. Troy Wheeler, 9/10 of a second further back. As Malcolm Little goes through for a last lap and doesn't go any faster. Brent Collins will be third on the grid. 1 minute 20.2. Malcolm Little fourth, 1:20.9. Troy Eating, Dave West, Ron Salter, George Jones wins the battle of the Bedfords. He'll start 8th, 1:22.6. Cam Vernon will start 9th in the 24 truck, and Tony Brand will be off the rear in the second of the Bedfords. So there we have it. Alex Little, 1:18.3. So we'll be back after the lunch break with the first of our races for the afternoon. And we will get it underway with the SS Cup. Looking forward to that. 38 cars in the field. And we will be back after the lunch break. See you then.
we're just down here in the pits with Troy Wheeler. He's just come off the track and he's actually still plugged in, if you have a look into the truck there. So tell us, how was quali for you?
Oh, it wasn't as good as I hoped. We qualified second. Truck wasn't handling as it should. Not sure what the problem is there. We'll have to try and get on top of it.
So tell us a little bit about the truck.
It's an ex. I've had it for over 10 years now. It was an ex-Australian truck, and I raced an old Scania before that, and we've had the Freightliner for approximately 10 years.
What sort of powers is this one making?
Approximately 1,600 horsepower.
1,600 horsepower.
Yeah, that's right.
What's it like to drive?
Normally a lot better than what it was out there, but no, generally very, very nice to drive.
So for people that don't know much about how you set up a racing truck, it's quite a big deal, right?
Yeah, I guess it's similar to setting up a car. Suspension, tyre pressures, lots of little bits and pieces to get it right.
Because
driver preference a lot of the time.
Because they don't make a racing tyre, how do you make the tyre that you'd normally be driving around on work?
Well, these actually are racing tyres. These are a Goodyear, and we also have a Giddy, and so they are a racing tyre. They have a lot less tread than a normal road-going truck.
And so what does it feel like when you start tipping it in through the turn one there?
Turn one's all right, and that's probably some of the other higher speed corners that are get you on the edge of your seat.
And the thing I notice is a lot of the time you're sort of jumping over the coming through the corners, and you're actually clipping the edges of the track and everything.
Yeah, we do get fairly close to the rebel strips.
And what's a good time in terms of a lap time here?
I couldn't tell you what I did today, but I think it's somewhere around the 1:18, 19.
All right. So racing-wise, I mean, you'll be doing a few changes before you go out?
Yeah, we need to get on top of the handling problem. Not sure whether it was tyres or sway bar maybe, but the boys will get on top of that before our first race this afternoon, hopefully.
So is a truck something that you're trying to make quite neutral, right? Because it feels, looking at them, you think they'd oversteer rather than understeer, but is that incorrect?
They can understeer. Obviously we've got a limited split diff, so that helps us get around the corners. Some of the trucks are locked and they do push quite bad.
I mean, there's also the development series. How long does it take someone to get in one of these and be competitive?
It doesn't take long. I guess if you've had previous racing experience, you pick it up very quick. There's a couple of guys that have jumped out of cars into the trucks and they've been at the top end straight away.
Right, so it does actually feel very similar, or there's a lot of things you've got to get your head around?
I'm sure they feel quite different to a car, but the basic principle's there.
And gearbox-wise, do you have to change gears, or is it all automatic?
We do change gear, but it's a 5-speed automatic transmission, but we manually change.
And is that the same for the entire field, or the historic older ones?
No, pretty sure everybody here this weekend will have a auto. Yeah.
Just makes it a bit easier to drive.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't go back to the old school 18 gears kind of styles.
No, not at all.
Awesome. All right. Well, we'll just head along the field here. We've got one of the bonnets up, if you call it a bonnet, and we can have a look at in underneath here. Oh. How you doing? Trying to come over and we'll have a yarn. We're just live here, so.
You right? Yeah,
Adam. Hey, Brent. So tell us what you're just doing then.
She's going all right. This is somewhat of an A-class truck against the two guys in front of me, which are a B-class truck. So to be fair, the B-class trucks do handle a lot better and a lot easier than an A-class. We're running a bit of boost and potentially horsepower up to 2,300. So the truck's a weapon, but she's a wee bit heavy and we're giving it our best shot.
So you were just adjusting the sway bars, yeah?
No, just a couple of things come loose on the truck every now and again because she vibrates that much. So I just like to check everything over and over, and she's going all right. We might see if we can find some new tyres for it and see if we can keep up with the other boys.
So changing tyres is not an easy deal, right?
No, it's an easy deal because I don't have to do it. Someone else does.
But in terms of your rears, you've got quite a big deal to take all the wheels off and change tyres.
Yeah, that's just part of it. And the boys that do that for us love it. So if they're not doing it, they'll be bored.
Excellent. So, I mean, obviously you race cars as well. What's different?
Just generally the trucks are a wee bit top heavy. That's the only downfall. Generally, they're not a road truck, they're a purpose-built race truck, and very impressive for how they get around the track. Our truck's a wee bit different than the B-class trucks. We're running a C18 Caterpillar, and to give you an idea, it's got an overhead camshaft, and the camshaft on top of the motor is 100 kgs, so it makes the truck top roll a wee bit more than the others, but it's a good bit of fun and we're enjoying it.
And so with 2,300 horsepower, how do you deal with that with your right foot?
Well, it's very difficult, and we did have, we actually put traction control on it, and it was a lot better because the amount of boost we run, which is over 80 PSI boost, which these young fellas with drift cars probably don't understand that stuff, but it's very difficult to control the power with your throttle. The traction control was giving us grief and shutting the motor down, so we decided to run without it, so you do just control it by the throttle.
And speed limited down the straight, correct?
Yeah, speed limit's 100 mile an hour. I wish it was 200, but 100 mile an hour, so in case we go off the track, the speed is at a set limit, because otherwise if we went off we'd probably end up in Temuka.
And so are there any other rules that people may not realise that are looking at these trucks for the first time?
Not now. There used to be an A and a B class. Used to be 5 tonne for B class, 5.5 tonne for A class. Now it's 5.3 tonne and there is no classes. We're all the same.
And so really good turnout this weekend.
I can't believe it. I can't believe the amount of people are here, and I see Tony Quinn's got a meeting down in Cromwell and he would have liked being here racing his muscle car, I assume. But I think all the people are here and there'll be no one down there.
So what is it that got you into the truck racing?
Karen Padden, that runs the Levels Raceway, she came and asked me if, Malcolm wanted me to help Alex out and mentor him a wee bit. So it's been like that for 3 years, so it was Karen Padden's fault.
There we go. So she takes the blame, gets a mention. So it's amazing that she's got us down here for the live stream, and we're having a real good time and seeing these beautiful trucks racing around.
She's awesome, and it's a great team, and Malcolm Little, that owns all our 3 trucks anyway, puts in a grand effort, and this is their life, so I'm just part of it.
So what's your call for race 1?
I'll just see, we'll talk to the boss man and see if I can get a couple of new tyres, because a couple on the truck are a bit average, and other than that we'll just go out and have some fun and see if we can try and hunt Alex down.
So fronts or rears or all?
All, hopefully.
There we go, bit of work to do. All right, thanks Brent. So we'll just head our way down over here to get our P1. Looking for a driver. Alex. Sorry, I'm just going to bust in here because we're just live on the live stream.
Yeah.
So P1, you happy with the truck?
Oh yeah, truck's going awesome.
And any little tune-ups or changes, or you're just going to leave it as it is?
I'm not sure yet. We'll go through the data and we'll see if we can make it go faster, but if not, we'll just probably stick with what we've got.
I'm just going to go right there. Data in a truck, how does that work?
Oh, you have a race. We have like a data logger in the truck, and we've got a computer in our tent, and we pull the card out and we analyse all the data. But we also have it on the 2 other trucks in our team.
So, I mean, it's quite high tech. People would expect the trucks to be quite a simple machine with a lot of power, but you're actually moved it in the direction of really tuning things up and making things as good as they can be, right?
Yeah, well, if you want to win, you've got to eke out those last few tenths, and with a bit of data and the technology that is in these trucks is very complex.
So tell us exactly, talk us around the truck. What are you running, what sort of power, and what do people need to know?
Well, we run a Caterpillar C13 with a compounding turbo setup, and it weighs about 5.3 tonnes according to the regulations. We've got a 6-speed Allison gearbox with a manual override, so we can manually select the gears because it's actually a automatic gearbox. So no clutch, no heel toe downshifting.
So basically you just keep it flat and then you manually push a button, or is it change a gear?
Oh, it's basically like a little sequential shifter like you have in some road cars, except it's a gear stick, not on the steering wheel.
And so with the other guys around you, I mean, obviously you have to race pretty hard, but you don't want to be banging doors, as they say in tin tops. I mean, when you get out there, I mean, is it all just go, or you have to be quite thoughtful of how you race around each other with these big trucks?
Yeah, well, you don't want to make too many enemies out on the racetrack, so you kind of got to think how you do race. But obviously, these are trucks you can get away with a little bit of, rubbing here, a bit of touch and go here. But at the end of the day, you want to try to race as clean as possible. But with a tight track and you can only fit a couple of trucks across, yeah, it can get a bit hairy sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, one thing we need to find out, because we asked the others, is how much horsepower has this got?
Well, we don't actually know, but we can have a rough idea. We're looking at about as low as 1,500 to maybe 1,700 horsepower on this particular truck, which is a lot.
Wow, so that's a lot to handle traction control or anything like that?
We've dabbled into it a little bit, but we're still kind of working on that. But I think in the dry, I don't think you don't really need traction control. I think you just got to have a really nice foot, a very gentle foot. But in the wet, I mean, yeah, you got to have a really super gentle foot.
So truck racing in New Zealand has been going for quite a number of years now. I mean, it's a sport that doesn't happen in a lot of places in the world, but the crowd really loves it. And what keeps you coming back to do this?
Oh, I just love the way these trucks drive and the challenge that they have, and just honestly nuts how these things get around the track. But yeah, at the end of the day, I really like how these things drive. You know, they're easy to get around the track, but they're kind of hard to master.
Yeah, I remember like when I was a kid watching Denny Holm, which was, you know, he was a Formula One champion, and I remember they interviewed him when he got out of the truck, and he said, you know, everyone's going, oh, it must be really hard to drive these, and he was quite the opposite about it. He said they were actually quite a nice beast to drive.
Yeah, I think by nature they are forgiving to drive, but when you start trying to push them hard, it's super easy to overdrive them. So you almost got to like underdrive them, and then it feels like you got to go slow to go fast. You know, if you do a tidy lap, you come across the line, you're like, oh wow, that's a good lap. So you can try a little bit harder, and you're locking up wheels and getting sideways, and then you're like, oh, that's not a very good lap.
Do they have ABS to help you in the braking?
We've got ABS, kind of, but it's really hard to get it working on a race truck than a road going truck.
Right, so is that something that you tune out, or is it just...
We're still trying to develop the idea. I think a few other competitors are running at ABS, but in my personal opinion, ABS doesn't really help me in the truck. I got to just be really good with my foot.
So is there a lot of camaraderie? I mean, do you guys share notes, or is it pretty competitive and no one's talking to each other?
I think most of the guys are pretty friendly around here. I think if your truck breaks down, there's always someone else that'll try and help you out, get your truck going. So it's a very nice team sport. I think everyone is trying to help each other out, try to keep the trucks on the track, and I think there'll be some other teams sharing information with the new guys to help the new guys out a bit.
Yeah, so that's talking about new guys and girls. So tell us about the development series and how that works.
So it's basically a new championship that's aimed to get younger and newer competitors into the sport, to give them a bit of a taste on what they can expect, and that's try to help to promote them to be like, oh, I kind of want to race trucks too. So then they get into the main championship, and yeah.
So I guess it's about giving them some time at the wheel and getting them to have that confidence, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And so the last race of the weekend, you hand the truck over?
Yeah, pretty much. I think yesterday on Friday afternoon, the development series has their own qualifying. So they get their qualifying. Usually it happens on Saturday, but obviously the way they've done the schedule this weekend, it's on a Friday afternoon. And then, of course, we hand the truck back on the last race of the day when we've all kind of worn the truck out a bit. So,
So how does it feel as a driver when you hand your truck over?
Oh, it's not too bad. I think it's just, I don't think it's too bad.
But you want to be at the wheel?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I do understand that, you know, for the sport to grow, we got to get new competitors in, and even trying to get younger drivers in too. I think the aim of the sport to evolve is get younger guys in, or girls, and get them involved in the sport and keep the sport growing and surviving.
An impressive amount of trucks this weekend, yeah?
Yeah, 9's quite good. I think if we can, you know, we usually get 8, 9 trucks, so it's definitely good numbers, but we can always have more.
Of course. And so what's happening now? You're weighing the trucks, yeah?
I think, I'm not sure. I don't think we're actually weighing the trucks in qualifying, but I think over the course of the other races, I think if we do quite well, we're going to have to get weighed to make sure we're not breaking the rules.
Must have some pretty decent scales.
Oh yeah, they're actually quite good.
And so transporting these things around the country, I mean, people have come from far and wide with their trucks. It's quite a big deal to just get them here, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty big job. I mean, the cost involved in just getting them down to the South Island is quite a lot.
And you have to put them on a massive transporter.
Yep, pretty much, and one transporter per truck. Well, in our case.
Wow, that's brilliant. Okay, well, first race is coming up. Any predictions?
Well, of course I'm going to try and win the race, but of course I got 8 other guys all wanting to take that off me, so we'll have to see what happens.
All right, well, we're just going to take a little break for lunch now and let our camera people and ourselves have a bite to eat, and then we'll be back for after lunch for the next round of racing.
Welcome back to the Levels Raceway. Thanks to Premier Insulation bringing you the live stream today. And with you out on the bank, hope it's all good out there in the sun. And you're slip, slopping and slapping and had a good lunch break. Back for the first race after lunch with the SS Cup, minus a couple of NZ6 cars that won't be out there. But looking forward to this full field of cars. 38 of them, and, well, 2 down now, I guess. 36, still a good field of cars for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup. And it looks like it's going to be Peter Swaney starting off the front row from Peter Sutherland. Michael Diver, Dave McLean will be off the second row. Matty Ryan will start out at P5 beside Warren Walker. And it's a pair of Mitchells there on the fourth row, Josh and Flynn. No relation, I don't think. But a big thanks to Adam Jones and the Fast Files crew for doing a good job behind the scene with the live stream. If you do know someone that's stuck in the garage or working, flick them a message and tell them to hook on to the live stream on Facebook now. Fast Files. So up for an 8-lap race for the SS Cup. Looks like Dave McLean pretty keen down there. Car number 158. Starting off P4. He's got a long wait down there with all these other cars lined up and behind. And a varied number of cars there, the Tegras, the RX-8s. And just been told by Brendan, the old fly on the wall, Brendan Nichols, that Lyndon Preble in car number 902, he gets his gold card today. So congratulations, Lyndon. Obviously, was it 60 or 65 or something?
65,
65er.
Yeah.
Lyndon Preble.
Sitting there on the faraway side of the 6th or 7th row of the grid.
Yes, starting off P12. See Peter Swaney just coming up to the front row there in the Castrol number 751, the ex-Gerald Hargraves car. So we'll see what he can do off that P2 side of the grid. Peter Sutherland will be beside him in the 98. And already Steve Parker into the pit lane, car number 129. So I don't know what's wrong with him. Perhaps didn't he? I thought he qualified on pole position. Did he? He was. So I'm not too sure whether he's had his time deleted or whatever. But he might have been off the third row of the grid. Perhaps. No, he comes to 77. So Steve Parker in the 286 down in the ASAP pit lane. So perfect conditions here at Levels, just a wee slight breeze, sun is out. Plenty of grip on the track. An 8-lap race for the SS Cup. We're underway. Good start from Dave McLean off the third row. He's got the jump on Diver. Might have a look up the inside there of Sutherland as well as they go into the Par & Co S's, but it's going to be Swaney that leads from the car of Michael Diver's gone from 4th up to 2nd. In fact, looks like troubles for Pete Swaney. He's gone wide through Marshall Transport. He's dropped a couple of spots back to 3rd. So it's the 98 car out in front. Peter Sutherland at the moment from Dave McLean. Here comes Swaney back at him though as they get down. Oh, big lock up from Swaney, but we've got a car stuck on the start finish line down the end there. NZ6.
Let's just see what happens with that.
So they should throw the. We've got another car stopping down the back straight as well. 73 car. 72 Logan Anderson, I think it is, in the Integra. So a couple of cars out there, and already the safety truck's out. But we've seen troubles like this before.
Yes, safety car flag is out.
And it looks like everyone's seen it coming out of the hairpin and slowing down, which is good, because quite often it's hard to see the when you come out of that hairpin straight ahead. There's the flaggy lights, or the lights that'll tell you that it's a yellow flag. They can get pretty hard to see when you come out of that hairpin. But it looks like everyone's seen it. And straight away, to do a safety car, we've got the NZ6. I think it's the 27 car stuck over there. And also we had a car slowing down the back straight, which has since disappeared.
He's just come around the short circuit.
And Steve Parker's managed to get out there onto the back of the pack too from pit lane, so he got released. He'll come back around, which will gain him a bit of space, but starting off the back, so he's got a bit of work to do, Steve Parker. The 36 cars in the field. Peter Sutherland, good start from him in the number 98. Shouldn't take too long, Mr. Tupai just pulling in there to get the old Commodore out of the way. We do have the other Integra just pulling off into the ASAP pit lane. Slowing down pretty quick going down the back straight at the moment as the cars all Constantine are up behind one another. Corey Ashworth there in the Toyota Celica. Here we go, Steve Parker's the last one there, just having to come right up. And you'll see he locked a brake up there, Steve Parker. You won't be too happy about that. Just about going into the back of that RX-8. So just getting that car towed off now. We should see the lights go out of the safety ute when they come round. It was the 27 car. Who was that? Marty Russell. And he was in the contention there in, I think, the C class. So no points for him in this race. Lights are out on the Timaru Motors Ranger, the Raptor I should say. So we're in the hands of Peter Sutherland. Peter Swaney tucked right in behind him. Then it's Dave McLean waiting on the jump. Matty Ryan's there as well, the 24 red car. Away we go. Oh, a good start from Josh Mitchell, and the Subaru goes around the outside, 3 wide down at the Power & Co. Could get a wee bit dicey down there, but a great restart from Josh Mitchell in the Subaru as they all get around through Power & Co. Not too bad. Through Marshall Transport Sweeper we go. Dave McLean, bit of a loser there with a couple of spots with Matty Ryan getting through, but it's going to be Peter Sutherland leads him down the back straight. From Peter Swaney, Josh Mitchell up to 3rd place. Great restart. Gets through on Matty Ryan as well down in the braking zone. Dave McLean having a look up the inside of Matt Ryan, but no way through.
I think Michael Diver was a big loser in all that too. He lost 3 or 4 positions on that restart. Just got sandwiched out on the right hand side.
Jason Kelly there in the 29 car, not doing too bad. The 280Z as our leader comes into the carter's valuation hairpin. Peter Sutherland in the wee Honda. Got a mirror full of Altezza in the forms of Swaney. Bit of a gap back to Mitchell. He's got Ryan tucked in behind him in 4th place. Down through the kink we come. 3 wide through there. Dave McLean trying to go around the outside of Josh Mitchell. Gets the job done. Looks like Diver was trying to have a look up the inside there of Mitchell too, but no way through. We've got another car stopped off there. It's the 137 car, which is Jacob Cunniff, Geraldine in the RX-8, off to the side of the track. Not too sure where he's gone off.
That's unfortunate for him because he qualified really well this morning with Jacob.
Hopefully he's out of the way as Peter Sutherland sets the fastest lap of the race last time, 1:10.7. And just got a half a second or so back to Peter Swaney in the Castrol Altezza.
Two of them have opened up a handy gap back to third.
Yeah,
Matty Ryan.
Dave McLean. Down towards the rear of the field there, just a shot of Tim Leonard, the Nissan Pulsar. And are we under safety car again, are we? Looks like we are.
Yes, we are.
So safety car again for Jacob Cunniff, who's gone off somewhere on the track.
He's up by the card evaluations hairpin. By the look of it there.
Just stopped, just coming out of there, so no damage visible on the car. Huge field of cars for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup. Look at all these cars that are in the lineup here. The number 29 car, Jason Kelly, 280Zs inside the top 10. How's that? One of the oldest cars out there, I would say. A couple of Salikas in the mix as well. Corey Ashworth, the 59 car. Ross Jones, well, this is actually a Mitsubishi FTO, pretty similar body shape.
The other one, sorry,
no, you're right.
The other one that's probably slightly unusual out there is that 200 SX, the Sylvia of Brad Ray. I don't see too many of them getting around a circuit. Probably more drift cars.
Or V-dub Polos. Don't often see them on a racetrack either. There's a couple of them out there. The old BMW, car number 38. Belinda Hargraves from Christchurch, the BMW 325i. So under safety car again, second time in this race. Safety cars probably so far led the most laps out of everyone through just 3 races. So, but Steve Parker looks like he's already gained quite a few spots, at least 10 positions. And at the very, very back there, the Nissan Pulsar, is it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Africa Barker it is, in car number 55 from Lake Hawea. So he's come a long way.
I think he was here last year. It was his first outing in the car, or his first season.
Yeah.
So decided to give it a go and was having an absolute ball.
So it looks like that car's out of the way. We'll do this lap behind the safety car and then we'll let them loose for probably 2 laps, I would say. 2 lap sprint for the SS Cup. It hasn't really worked in Steve Parker's favour. We'll see him going past the commentary position now. He's gained a good 10 spots. Just turboed that car up. Another motor in it. Yes, we'll have to keep an eye on Josh Mitchell on the restart, sitting there in 4th place at the moment. A lightning start after that last safety car.
The benefit of the all-wheel drive. Josh does tend to like it when it rains too, funnily enough.
Well, his pedigree's on shingle, isn't it?
Yes. And also
and street sprints.
Yeah, a very good street sprinter.
Works for Trevor Crow up there in Christchurch.
Yeah, Roger that. The crowd has supplied me with...
There's a silver there. The red car, number 662, Brad Ray from Temuka. James Swaney out there in the sidekicks. Integra. Number 96, another one of the Integras there, Chris McLeod from Mosgiel. So we should see the lights off on the safety truck. It is, it's pulled off, so we're under the hands of a Peter Sutherland in car number 98 as they come down to get the light. And look at Josh Mitchell once again, up the inside of Dave McLean. Dave McLean, though, still side by side as they go into Par and Co S's, but Mitchell's got his nose in front. Another good start from him up to 3rd as the rest of them concertining their way through Par and Co. She's busy times.
Mitchell having a we look up the side of Peter Swaney as well.
That's right, he's keeping it honest, isn't he? The Subaru, but the power of the Integra, not too much in a straight line. There's Lincoln Brunton in there double running this weekend in the RX-8. Number 97. Back to the race lead here now. Sutherland. By no means is he getting away with it. We'll get the last lap board next time through. Looking a lot quicker up through the tight sections than Peter Swaney and the Altezza into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Out he comes. Mitchell will be pretty quick out of there too, four-wheel drive. Sitting there in third place from McLean. Through the left-handed sweeper.
Just got someone off in there in the middle of Carter Valuation's hairpin.
Looks like that's John Lang by the looks of it. As they come down. Last lap board is out for Sutherland. If he can keep it there, should be a good race win for him. Matt Ryan's lost a few spots. He was running there in fourth place at one point, down to seventh. As they head down the back straight for the last time. Here comes Swaney. Going to try and have a look around the outside of Sutherland as he down towards the braking zone. And he's got the job done already before he gets down there, Pete Swaney. And takes the lead down John Jones Steele. Just about runs wide. Here comes Sutherland back at him as they come into the first left-handed corner to the McKissick curve, but no way through in the end as the big Altezza comes across in front of him. And Swaney will come out the other end, still in the race lead, and down into the hairpin for the last time. What can Sutherland do? He goes high, tries and gets a good run out, but he's on the wrong side as they come through the left-handed sweeper. Mitchell still hanging on to third from McLean. As we follow the race leaders down across the stripe, it's going to be Swaney takes the race win from Sutherland. Bit of a gap back to Mitchell, then McLean, Diver, and then Warren Walker, Matt Ryan, Richie Simpson, Lincoln Brunton, Flynn Mitchell gets a top 10 in the end. And then Jason Kelly in the big 280Z ends up 11th. As the rest of the cars come flying through, Tim Leonard down there at about 23rd.
Almost the rest of the cars, it looks like we've got someone buried in the time wall up there. Is that just an optical illusion?
Optical illusion, perhaps.
Might be just the side of the tire wall, I can't quite tell. It's too far away.
Anyhow, a good race win to Pete Swaney, fastest lap of the race on the last lap of 109.23 to Pete Swaney. Last car across the line, Africa Barker in the Nissan Pulsar. So we yet to see a clean race from anybody yet so far today. Hopefully we get one next with the Mini Sevens. Looking forward to that.
Yes, always look forward to those ones, especially with a good sized field.
Steve Parker in the end ends up 19th. So gained a few spots. Got halfway back through the field, not too sure what was going on with the qualifying side of things. Sure he took the pole, but there we go, there's the race results. Pete Swaney, Warren Walker. I don't know how Warren Walker's ended up second. I thought it was Peter Sutherland. And Lincoln Brunton, Flynn Mitchell. Richard Simpson, Matt Ryan, Dave McLean. That's a wee bit different than what's showing on our timing screen.
Yeah. Showed Dave McLean in fourth.
And Trevor Parmenter there, down there in 19th. That's showing where Steve Parker was. So a bit confusing there, but we'll go off the timing screen, I think. At the end of the day, Pete Swaney was the race winner. Tim Leonard finishes 24th in the end after that. Graham Lou just behind him in the V-Dub. And 38 cars, or 36 out on track. Tony Herbert and Marty Russell not taking part. In fact, Logan Anderson didn't start either after that first safety car. So not bad stuff there from the SS Cup. Looking forward though to the next up though, the Falcon Tyres Mini 7s. Always get me going, the minis, Brendan, you know that. We've seen some close racing here over the years. It's only taken like 4 or 5 cars and you've still got a decent race going on, but we've got 90 of them here today.
Yeah, and I know we harp on about it each time, but you know, when you see them 3 or 4 abreast coming across the start-finish line and there's just fractions of a second dividing them all up, and it all often comes down to where they come on to around the kink on the front straight.
That's right, it's a game of chess, isn't it?
It is.
You've got to position yourself right for the last lap.
Yep, it's one of those classes where you almost want to be in second, you know, as you come onto the front straight, and then and use the draft and pop out to the side and make a dive over the line.
That's right. I was having a talk with Adam Box there just before the lunch break, and he was saying that he didn't get that good a qualifying time in because he wasn't paired up with anybody. You've got to pair yourself up with someone to use that draft to get that quick time, and he didn't have someone paired up with him. Currently in the front of the NZ Championship, he's in the front by about 24 points and about 4th in the South Island Series. And here they come out onto the track, Falcon Tyres Mini 7s. Looking forward to this one. The Penrose here in the 87. Having a yarn to the driver of the 25 car too. He's from the North Island. Roger Llewellyn. He's down here. He took this car for about 20 years, counted for 25. Brought it as a rolling chassis. And gathered up some bits and pieces, got it going. And has raced it for about the last 17, 18 years. So it's been 15 years since he's been 2 levels. Chris Armitage is going to be the man to watch though, him and Justin Neal. Justin, we know, he's very quick around here. Bailey Patterson, 3rd place in the starting grid too. Lockie Penrose beside him. Adam Box, who's in that NZ Championship fight. Leading that at the moment, will start 5th.
Yeah, Bailey Patterson past New Zealand champ, 2016 and 2017. So been a few that have gone on there. Some young fella by the name of Angus Fogg, back in the 90s, couple of years of championships. Yeah, it's a 2-round, or sorry, a North Island South Islands split rounds. So North Island's already happened. This is the South Island part of it. But the only person that's not competing this weekend out of all of that is Roger Llewellyn. So good to see them all here.
Yes, it's going to be a good race. Chris Armitage, he's sort of come from nowhere this last few race meetings. Justin Neal, he's always been at the pointy end. Bailey Patterson as well, the number 5 car. Yeah, further down a wee bit. Not too sure if Scotty Patterson's still running or not. Logan Pelling down there in 14th. There was 3 of them that didn't finish the qualifying. So we will see how they go for the Falcon Tyres Mini 7s. Here comes Armitage up to the front. Car number 36. Most of these cars are just pristinely, you know, like you eat off every part of them. They've done very well. Got good colour schemes on them. Adam Box there in the sleek and shine number 15, just pulling into the 3rd row. Barry Wilson, the 4th row's got his car for sale. He's looking at retiring after this season. Car number 9. Anyone's keen on getting into it, but number 5, look at that, Bailey Patterson's car. Great big colour scheme. Scott starting off the back row, so he's out there. Logan Pelling, another one with a cool design. So waiting on the lights now for the start for the first race of the weekend for the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under, and a slow start from our pole man Chris Armitage. Straight away Justin Neal's got the jump. He's going to lead them through Parenco S's, and Bailey Patterson's managed to get through on Armitage as well. So Armitage is half asleep there on the start line. Bit of a snooze going on there, and he's lost a couple of spots. And that could be critical come later on in the race as they head down the draft line back straight for the first time. It's car number 68, Justin Neal, followed by Bailey Patterson in the 5 X Armitage. He goes out of box now, having a look at Lockie Penrose, getting a good tow as they head down towards John Jones Steele. But there's no way through, he'll just pull back in behind, a bit of a gap between them and Daniel Burberry and Barry Wilson and co. As everyone gets through, they're not bad. Adam Box looking racy once again on Penrose, gives them a wee look as they go into McKissick Curve. And at the back there, it looks like it's a Paul Hughes, I think, in the 83 car. As the leaders come into the hairpin, we've got Bailey Patterson just about side by side with Justin Neal into Carter's Valuation hairpin, lifting the inside wheel, the wee minis, through the left-handed sweeper. Still, it's Justin Neal. He's going to lead them across the stripe first time from Bailey Patterson. Then it's Armitage getting a good tow down the front straight. He pulls out straight away. Bailey Patterson will try and go around the outside, but he's not close enough. And it's going to be Justin Neal still hangs on through Power & Co. Through there, we've got 5 cars in that lineup, looking pretty good. Adam Box pulls out and gives Penrose something to think about as they get through Marshall Transport pretty good now. Bailey Patterson getting a good tow this time. He's just a half a car length on Justin Neal. Justin Neal holding centre of the track. Adam Box going around the outside of Lockie Penrose. Here goes Bailey Patterson trying to go through on Justin Neal, but Justin Neal's holding middle of the track and there's no way through, so it's line astern those top 5 as they head through there and up the wee straight into the McKissick Curve. Still Justin Neal from Patterson. Then it's Armitage, Lockie Penrose and Adam Box, the current NZ, well, leading the NZ Championship as they come out of McKissick Curve down into the hairpin. Still Justin Neal from Patterson. Armitage still hanging on in that 3rd place. Penrose, Adam Box still all over the back of him like something else. I won't say. But then we go back to Burberry and Wilson. No one's going to he's getting a wee bit out of shape that time, Adam Box, as he threw the car out to try and get around Lockie Penrose, and it looks like he's got the job done, but geez, he was close to getting out of shape there, that's for sure. But he's up a spot, Adam Box. He's got his eyes on that New Zealand Championship, that's what he wants. He's got a 24-point lead going into this race. As they head down the back straight once again, still Justin Neal from Chris Armitage. So who have we lost? We lost Bailey Patterson. We lost Bailey Patterson somewhere, and I can't see him out there on the track. So Bailey was up there in 3rd place. Now down at the bottom, Waugie Morgan obviously didn't start the race, so just the 14 cars, and still no sign of Bailey Patterson. So that's a bit of a shame. He was up there and running 2nd, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, and I can't see him on any of our shots here either, so I'm not sure where he's ended up.
Still Justin Neal leads from Armitage, and then Adam Box now up to 3rd place. Bit of a gap back to Lockie Penrose, the 87 car. No sign of him. Must be tucked away somewhere out of the way as they've got a battle going on down the front straight here. Justin Neal, Adam Box looking all over the back of Chris Armitage, trying to find a way through. Bit of a gap back to Penrose here in 4th place. This in the background. Still Justin Neal. Doesn't always pay to be out there in front. With a couple of laps left to go, but we've got how many laps? 3 laps left to go for these guys. Only 6 laps for the minis. So they'll be starting to think about it shortly where they want to position themselves. Adam Box looking racy now on the back of Armitage. Tries and goes up the inside through John Jones Steele. We're looking at it further back. Still 3 wide between the guys down the back. There's the leaders now up round through McKissick. Adam Box in the number 15 Sleek and Shine car all over the back of Chris Armitage. Here we go back further down the pack. Lou Allen there. Shane Gray in the 73 car and Barry Wilson. But here goes the 68 car. Justin Neal bouncing its way through the Carter's Valuation hairpin. Chris Armitage, Adam Box, who set the fastest lap of the race, 18.3 on that last lap. He's having another go at Armitage down the front straight. He's got his nose in front. Can he keep it there down the braking zone? Armitage will have the inside line. Box will try and stay beside him, but had to pull out of it.
Shut the door on him.
Shut the door on him, because otherwise, if he didn't pull back in, he probably would have got cleaned out from Armitage on the left-hand turn in on the exit of Paraco.
And that's just played into the hands of Justin Neal, who's just opened up that lead.
Oh, we got someone out in the grass. That was Lou Allen at the back of the pack.
We've got Adam Box now has got up into second.
Oh, we've lost Penrose as well. Penrose into the pits from 4th place. Scotty Patterson, who started off the back of the pack, is up to 4th place. Scott Patterson. That's a fantastic drive in the wee minis. But there's our race leader, Justin Neal. Battle's continuing down through the pack, and even right at the back of the pack, the battle's still continuing. So Justin Neal, car number 68. Now he's got Adam Box up to second. This is going to go really good for Adam's tilt at the NZ Championships. Just the 2 rounds, like you were saying, Brendan, down the front straight they come. Still Justin Neal leads with last lap board comes out. No one's really close enough to force a move on him. He's got quite a good wee gap there at the moment. If anything, Armitage might be in a good spot as they come down around the McKissick curve for the last time and head down the back straight. Don't think they're going to get him though. He's got a fair bit of real estate in between himself and the second place car of Adam Box. In actual fact, Armitage has dropped back a wee bit now. Those front 3, that's a long way back to the 17 car on shot there of Scott Patterson. Started off the back of the pack. 17 of Logan Pelling. And Scott Patterson as well. Out of the same team as the leaders are up round through McKissick curve. Still Justin Neal. Can he make it a lights to flag victory, which wouldn't be very often in the mini 7s. You'd see the person that leads the first lap wins it. The checkered flag is coming out as they come out of the Carter's valuation hairpin for the last time. Adam Box a wee bit closer, but not close enough to do anything as they come down through the kink. He's getting a run on him, Adam Box. He might have a look left or right. He's going to have to make a choice as they come down across the line, but Justin Neal's going to hang on to it at the end. Adam Box second. Chris Armitage, who was half asleep on the start line, will finish third. And we go back to this battle carrying on further back. Looks like Logan Pelling's going to hang on to it from Scotty Patterson. Then it's Daniel Burberry and Mike Pelling, Paul Benison. Then it's Roger Llewellyn. He beat Shane Gray and Barry Wilson. And the last man across the line is going to be number 83, Paul Hughes. So a good race win to Justin Neal, and also good points for Adam Box, who gets the fastest lap of the race in the end at 1:17.2. Armitage's third. So not too sure what happened to Bailey Patterson, but she would have been good if he was still in the mix there as well. Wilkie Morgan and Lockie Penrose not completing the race. The Mini 7's always turning on a good race towards the end, and they come down at the end to being 0.1 of a second between Justin Neal and Adam Box.
Yeah, Adam Box almost got away with that big dive over the finish line like we were talking about earlier. Looks like
we're going to cross down to Adam down there. He's got a few old fellas lined up down there. Over to you, Adam.
They're not that old, are they? They're quite young. He called you old up there, Paul did. So anyway, we've got the SS Cup 1, 2 and 3 next to me here. So I'll get you to introduce yourself and tell us what you're driving and how it went.
Hi, I'm Peter Swaney, and I'm driving a Toyota Altezza with a 2JZ turbo motor in it. First season, so I've only done about 3 races, so pretty wrapped.
Wow, so is this your first win?
Yep, first win.
Oh,
first win in this car.
Congratulations. And next in P2?
Yeah, Peter Sutherland. I'm driving a Honda Civic. All credit to Pete. I held him off until the end of the straight, and he managed to duck in front of me, and I couldn't get him, so well done, Pete. It was always going to happen.
There we go. They're quite happy though, so it's okay. And in P3?
Yeah, Josh Mitchell. I was in the mighty Subaru Impreza. It's a 2-litre turbo,
and I've just moved up from the B class to the A class, so that was my first race in with the big boys at the front in the A class, and it was pretty scary with some of the fast guys. I could see the whites of their eyes in my rear view mirror, so I was trying pretty hard, but I was pretty stoked.
You've got to be real pleased with that first time out in the class, and you're in P3?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, the car went good. I think I'm one of the only four-wheel drives out there, so I sort of rely on the race starts and the restarts to get a bit of a jump and then try and hold everyone up, but it was good fun.
Awesome, so that's P1, 2, 3. So for those that don't know, quickly tell us how this class works.
Well, the class itself is 38 cars here today. We've had a full grid, and they classify them as A, B and C. So A is the faster group, B is the next group, C is the slower group. So that's how they're split. It's based on times. So all us guys are in the A class, and so the fastest start at the front, but the next time we're at the back. We've got to get all the way through 38 cars.
I'm getting told to hurry up and throw it back upstairs because the cars are going in for the next race. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, well, you had a bit of time up your sleeve. They're still heading out onto the grid. Again, another huge field, so 38 cars in this lot as well.
So there we go. There's the final results for the Mini 7s. Justin Neal, Adam Box, Chris Armitage, Logan Pelling, Scott Patterson, 1 to 5. Daniel Burberry, Mike Pelling, Paul Benison, Roger Llewellyn, and Shane Gray. Going through 6 to 10. Then Barry Wilson, Paul Hughes, Lachlan Penrose, 3 laps down, and Bailey Pedersen, Woggy Wogan were not classed as finishers. So those of you that were watching over the lunchtime, we did have the Hellgrand racing, but at the moment we're having a minute's silence in celebration and memory of 2K Cup competitor Dean Frew. The Frew's Transport truck is leading the 2K Cup field round at the moment, and you'll see we've got car 787 there. That's being driven by Glenn's brother. Yeah, Glenn. So Dean Frew had his last race here in October. Succumbed to the Big C, unfortunately, a battle he fought valiantly for many years. But we're going to have the 2K Cup field follow the Frew's Transport truck around, and then they will stop in front of the hospitality area and we'll have a minute's silence. So it's, sorry, Greg Mitchell driving the car of Dean Frew, the 787 car, and his brother is in the following machine in the 2K Cup field. Car 212. So as we said, Chaz is driving 212. Dean Frew valiantly fought his illness for a number of years, and he did come race here in October, looking a little bit worse for wear, but we were very honoured to have him finish his racing career at Levels Raceway, 2K Cup, South Island. I must say that Frew's Transport Taft's got a smart looking machine there, B2.
It is. And yeah, rather fitting that it is at the truck meet as well. There's a few Frews in the neighbourhood. Another family here today in support of Dean. Just rolling through the McKissick curve now. There we go, we can see Chopper in the Ivers Honda. Caught up with Chopper during the lunch hour, and he's a happy camper, literally and figuratively. He's great to be back out on track, and I said, "Oh, you know, how are you finding that compared to the Starion?" Yeah, no, but bit more time to do things. Okay, so Frew's Transport Daff there, leading the 2K Cup field.
Greg Mitchell and Dean Frews 787.
So plenty of respect from the other drivers, just giving that car a bit of space on its own. So that Frews transport truck will pull up, as they said, outside the hospitality area.
So Greg Mitchell and Dean Frews' car that's leading the field, and then we've got Chaz Frew behind him, car 212.
Looks like they are just going to stop on the start-finish line, and we will observe our minute's silence.
Right, guys, it's just everyone's going to get out of their car and to have a minute's silence. Greg Mitchell here, driving Dean's old car, the 787. Right, if we can have everyone in the crowd just upstanding just for a minute, please, just in remembrance of Dean Frew, who was the competitor for the South Island 2K Cup, and his car being driven in this race by Greg Mitchell.
Cam 3, be cut away from me, the crowd all standing. Nice shot.
Thank you very much, everybody. Minute silence for Dean Frew. Thank you.
So that was just a minute's silence for Dean Frew, and we've got the Mini 7s 1, 2 and 3 here. So if you, I'll just get them to introduce themselves first.
Justin Neal. Adam Box.
Chris Armitage.
Nice tight race for you guys.
Very much, very tight. Good, good. Yep.
How long have you been racing minis?
Raced them in the 90s, had kids, come back for 11 years now.
You must be pleased, you got a win.
Yeah, it's good. These young fellas starting to pick on me.
Really?
No, it's good.
Experience?
Maybe. Maybe.
All right, we'll come to Adam here. So P2?
Yeah, it was a solid effort to get P2 starting 5th. They didn't make it easy, but managed to get up there.
And what's it like in the is minis the only thing you've raced, or is it something you've come to?
All sorts of cars on the Xbox and PlayStation, but in real life only a Mini.
Nice. Why a Mini?
Well, my dad used to race when I was younger, and we're just a Mini-obsessed family, and it's just like a go-kart with a roof on it, so why wouldn't you?
Awesome, and they're beautiful little cars.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Cool, and so, I mean, the Minis have been racing, I'm told, since the 1970s. So, I mean, the cars are getting older, but they're not getting slower.
No, they're not. We've got all the mod cons on them, so...
What do you mean by mod cons?
We've got dial boxes and launch controls and things like that to help us out, so...
Awesome, so you're happy with P3?
Oh, I started P1, so...
Not so happy.
Not so happy, but I'm happy with the result.
And a good camaraderie in the class, right?
Really good camaraderie in the class, yeah.
How long have you been racing minis?
Well, this is my second year back after having a bit of a break, so...
All right, well, it sounds like things are starting to happen out on track. And so, long weekend for you guys, so 3 more races?
Yeah, 3 more races, another one today and two more tomorrow.
And format remains the same for the next race?
Another scratch race, yeah.
And have you got a reverse or a handicap rule?
Not in this format that we're doing at the moment.
All right, okay, we'll go back up to you, Paul, and racing will resume.
Thanks, Adam. So we've just got the Digital Fusion field out there after having a minute silence for Dean Frew. So Dean, as we mentioned, last raced here in October, passed away on the 11th of November. So very fitting tribute, particularly as B2 mentioned that it's at the truck race meeting, Frew's Transport. And we're looking for Greg Mitchell that's piloting the 787 car of Dean Frew. He's going to start out at P3, but it's young gun Alex Sprague in the number 50 Honda Integra starting off the front row with Carl Bedsley in the 325 BMW beside him. Then it is Greg Mitchell in the 787 car. Ben Gormack in car 69 is going to start out at P4. 5th is going to be the 995 car Jonathan Prince. 6th is returnee to the 2K Cup Michael Gunstone in car 7. Then Dean's brother Chaz Frew's going to start out at P7 in car 212. Gavy Thompson is going to start out at P8 in car number 3. Greg Barclay, car 27, is going to start in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 is collector of DC Honda Integras, Warren Reynolds, in car 129.
Yes, after that it'll be Farron Poulter in 11th, Cody Harford in 12th. 13th grid position will be Graham Reynolds. Carl Storm in the 97 at 14th. 15th will be Andy Watson. Scotty James in 16th. Steve Hill in 17th. 18th will be Jeremy Todd. Number 19th will be 4 Mark Van Asperen. And then 20th, the aforementioned Chopper Stevenson.
Yeah, you'll see him out there in the high-vis Honda, number 900. As we're talking to Chopper, I mentioned this morning he was finding it a little bit of a struggle because he's using the braking points that he uses in his very rapid 2-litre Starion turbo, and then he's sort of thinking, oh, I need to take my foot off the brake, probably change down a gear and hit the gas again so I can get to the corner. Yeah. But some great racing over the years, the Digital Fusion 2K Cup field. Great place to start motor racing. Or we've got a lot of returnees that have done a little bit of motor racing in the past, perhaps gone off and got a mortgage and had a family and things, and then came back into the motorsport.
And as we talked about earlier, it's it's kind of step 1, isn't it, of the circuit racing steps. You know, you start at this and then progress up into SS Cup, and you've got 3 or 4 different categories within that as well. So the way that it's structured is actually pretty good.
Works all right. It's just very hard now to find yourself a Super Struck roller or a DC Integra anywhere in New Zealand. So once again, like we mentioned, RX8, probably going to put one of these in the shed. But we're waiting for the lights to go out now for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup. Good launch off the line from pole sitter. Alex Sprague's going to lead the field through the Par and Co S's. for the first time this weekend for the 2K Cup. And he's got Carl Beardsley in the very rapid 325 BMW on his tail.
Gormack and Mitchell side by side as they head around Marshall Transport.
They're off down the draft line back straight now. Alex Sprague's already got more than half a dozen cars. Lengths lead over Carl Beardsley, the 69 car. Ben Gormack just trying to have a look down the inside of Carl Beardsley as they go to John Jones Steel. Although Carl's going to have the favoured outside line, he just pulls around and heads off down to the McKissick curve.
Yes, Ben Gormack, another one of the young guns. He's about 15 or 16 years old.
Yeah, we were talking this morning, Alex Sprague, he's still in his first couple of years at high school, showing the senior competitors how to do it. Oh, a bit of a puff of smoke there out of Ronda, the Honda pool. I think he's thrashing that pristine motor vehicle. Still got mirrors full of Carl Beardsley coming out of the card evaluation hairpin through the left-hand sweeper, and they've got the kink onto the front straight. It is going to be Alex Sprague in the 24 Red Racing. Integra's going to lead them for lap 1 of 10 this afternoon, a 1:21 for his first lap. Carl Beardsley, Ben Gormack, Greg Mitchell, Michael Gunston.
Look at Greg Mitchell around the outside of Ben Gormack. Gunston in the mix as well.
Yeah, returnee, he's had a year or two off. Michael Gunston come back into the 2K Cup field. Down the back straight they go. So we've got Jonathan Prince just sitting on the inside there of the Greg Mitchell machine.
Gunston has made a move there. He's got up into 4th.
Carl Beardsley chasing down Alex Sprague as best he can. They're through the left-hand McKissick curve. Someone else out there into the getting a bit of grass out in the scenery. Alex Sprague, a couple of car lengths over Carl Beardsley into the card evaluation hairpin. Carl's able to take a tighter line in his rear-wheel drive 325.
Ben Gormack's just opened up a bit of a gap there back to the following pack.
All right, down the front straight for the second of 10 laps. 0.8 of a second, Alex Sprague over Carl Beardsley.
There's Ben Gormack and Michael Gunstone, Greg Mitchell, Prince, Gabby Thompson, Chaz Frood, Greg Barclay, Warren Reynolds rounding out the top 10.
Off down the draft line back straight once again. Alex Sprague just holding half a dozen car lengths or so over Carl Beardsley in the 325 car. They've been able to get Ben McGormack.
Fastest lap of the race to Alex Sprague as well, 1:18.5.
Well, he's not going to want to go much quicker there, B2. We've got a 1:18.0 breakout time for the 2K Cup.
He's got half a second up his sleeve, but he'll know that.
Oh, getting a bit smoky there, Paul. Is Ronda the Honda?
That's not tyre smoke either.
No. Okay, it runs like a two-stroke, says Paul Lancaster. As long as you keep it, so what do? You come in, top up the petrol, fill up the oil. Okay, so across the line he goes. He's taken out 2/10 over Carl Beardsley. Fastest lap is Ben Gormack. A 1:17.7 there, B2. Gunstone there just getting his Honda curve hopping. Through Marshall Transport sweeper they go, off down the draft line back straight.
Mitchell trying to go around the outside. So he may have made it stick as well.
So 9.95, Jonathan Prince just sitting on the inside of Mitchell. Can he hang in there and get his nose in front as they go left through John Jones Steel? No, Mitchell goes around the outside.
I thought Prince might have got it there, although Mitchell had the favoured outside line.
Well, what's that, the number 3 car? It's all over the back of Jonathan Prince, Gabby Thompson. Alex Sprague once again through the card evaluation hairpin.
Those top 3 have just compressed a little.
Yeah, Ben Gormack's pulled up onto the bumper of Carl Beardsley's car, but will have a penalty with a 1:17.7 going under the breakout time for the 2K Cup. So what is the lead this time? Carl Beardsley's pulled it in a 10th, another 1:17 lap from Ben Gormack, 1:17.6.
It's 2 laps of breakouts for Ben.
He's going to have to sit on the naughty chair and think about what he's done. So we go, Chopper goes across the line in the 900 machine. He's gone from 20th up to 18th. And the draft line back straight.
Sprague, Beardsley and Gormack.
So Gormack just not quite close enough this time to get into the draft of Carl Beardsley's Beamer, but if he can just sort of slowly close him down, coming down the front side of the circuit, he'll be looking good for a run. Next time up the straight, we can see Jeff Poulter there in our view, not currently on screen. He's just hooking on to Chopper's bumper as they go into John Jones Steel. And Carl Beardsley now right on the bumper of young Alex Sprague, the number 50 machine.
He's looking to try and go around the outside and get the inside line in the left hand, but not quite close enough. That's allowed Gormack to get right up on his bumper again.
Gunston just sitting through the inside there of Greg Mitchell, coming through the left-hand sweeper. So across the straight, Carl Beardsley's halved the gap to Alex Sprague, now just 4/10 of a second through the Par and Co-S as they go. Marshall Transport sweeper.
5 laps to go still. Plenty of time.
So Greg Mitchell just leads them off the Pro Wear front straight into the Par and Co-S's. Gav Thompson all over the back of Jonathan Prince, coming out of Marshall Transport down the draft line back straight. Can he get a run on?
Dive up the inside, going around John Jones. It's Beardsley. Hasn't quite managed to pull it off. In fact, it may have cost him.
Gormack just having a look down the inside of
Beardsley.
The Beardsley car, yeah. Sits on the inside going through the McKissick curve. Beardsley's going to have the inside line though through the right hand kink into the card evaluation hairpin.
He's just held his line all the way around through McKissick towards card evaluation's hairpin and managed to hold that place.
Just Ben Gormack taking a tighter line there through the left hand sweeper, able to keep his speed up. Can he do something at the end of the Pro Wear front straight?
Not sure whether he's close enough to get anything done at this point in time.
Yeah, just Carl Beardsley gets out of that hairpin and through the sweeper a little bit better than Ben Gormack. Ben's right on his tail going through the Par and Co-S's. And we've got Greg Mitchell in Team Fru's 787 car, leading Gunston, Jonathan Prince, Gav Thompson.
No positional changes throughout that lap. Although I stand corrected right now, Jeff Poulter's just got past Chopper Stevenson.
Mockers on Chopper. There we go, there is Jeff Poulter and Chopper. Steve Hill following them out of the Marshall Transport sweeper off down the draft line back straight. The Hivers Honda. Apparently Chopper got the choice of colour for that. Don't know why I picked yellow, but it certainly stands out on the circuit. I wonder if it's to intimidate the other drivers as Carl Beardsley's trying to intimidate Alex Sprague. Ben Gormack still there trying to pick up the scraps. If anything happens between the front two, he'll be in the box seat.
Oh, he's a lot closer this time around to Carl Beardsley as they come onto the front straight.
Greg Mitchell just disappearing from shot there. He's pulled a few car lengths out over Michael Gunstone. Oh, look at Ben Gormack all over the back of Beardsley into the Par and Co-S's. Beardsley having a look down the inside of Alex, and Alex tightens his line. Do their best possible to get a good run out of the Marshall Transport sweeper and head off down the draft line back straight once again. I'll say the old Ronda the Honda gets out of there quite quickly. So there's Jeff Poulter leading Chopper Stevenson over the line. Up down the draft line back straight once again. Alex Sprague going to have 2 laps to go out of the 10 laps for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup South Island field. Beardsley just can't do anything about it.
He's there or thereabouts, just can't quite get his nose in front. Although the top three are now, once again, compressed right up.
So, Greg Mitchell, he's been able to get Michael Gunstone, who's still got Jonathan Prince, Gav Thompson for company. Across the line they go, our front three. Alex Sprague, Carl Beardsley, Ben Gormack.
Gormack, I think, is a bit stronger on the brakes coming off the front straight into the Parent Co-S's. Makes up a lot of time there.
A little bit of a strength for the Toyotas. The DC Integra's a little bit more on a straight line, as you can see. Alex Sprague just pulls out a length or two coming out of Marshall Transport. But the bendy bits and the braking spots favour the Trunos and Levins. Just looking at the number 7 car there, Michael Gunstone. Jonathan Prince. Back straight they go into John Jones. Race leader Alex Sprague. Ben Cormack just having a little bit of a look down the inside of the BMW, but the BMW Carl Beardsley's going to have the inside line as they turn left. There is Michael Gunstone, back to Jonathan Prince, Gav Thompson.
Last lap boards out. Just dropping a wheel over there on the inside of the Parent Co-S's.
Just using all the circuit a little bit more.
Gormack having a look down the inside of Beardsley.
Push him out wide.
Pushed him wide. Looks like he may have got it done, but it's going to be a drag race down the back straight between the Toyota and the Beamer to see who's got the legs. Beamer might have a little bit more top end. He's got that favoured outside line too, and he gets that position back. Gormack backs out of it.
Yeah, gets a little bit loose though, going out of John Jones' Stewart as Carl Beardsley. That allows the door to get open for Ben Gormack, who takes that position back. Going to lead him through the McKissick curve into the card evaluation hairpin. Also takes the pressure off Alex Sprague as those two are fighting.
And as you said before, the Toyota's probably stronger in the tight stuff, so it may work in his favour, Gormack.
Yeah.
Beardsley still all over his rear bumper. Maybe a drag race to the finish.
Here we go, Alex Sprague.
Beardsley going to have a dive, but it's going to be Gormack that will take the second place over Carl Beardsley.
It's a good clean racing between those two. You know, a couple of Haas ambassadors, of course. House of Sports Simulation in the arcade in Timaru.
Greg Mitchell that takes fourth place over Jonathan Prince. Sixth will be Gavy Thompson. Michael Gunstone is seventh. Eighth will be Chaz Frew. Ninth, Greg Barclay. Rounding up the top 10, Warren Reynolds.
So what a good tribute to Dean Frew that raced the top three.
Yes.
All over each other. What would you like to see in the Digital Fusion 2K Cup field?
11th will be Farron Polter, Cody Harford 12th, Graham Reynolds, Andy Watson, Jeremy Todd 15th, Carl Storm will take out 16th, Scotty James in 17th, Jeff Polter at 18th, and Chopper Stevenson 19th, and Steve Hill rounding out the top 20.
So good show, Digital Fusion 2K Cup South Island. Looking forward to seeing a few more races from them over the weekend. So next up, after the Digital Fusion 2K Cup field pulls in, we'll have the Central Muscle Cars Race 2, 10 laps, reverse grid handicap for the Central Muscle Cars. So Andy Knight, he did it this morning in the Chevy Camaro, although the race was influenced somewhat by
the safety car.
The safety car and a red flag.
But no, good effort there from young Alex in my old car, and Ben Gormack, the two young fellas. Of course, I'll say Haas ambassadors. They did a lot of racing down at Haas. with Hamish, Brader and all the team down there.
Yeah, so there's our first 10. Alex Sprague, Ben Gulmack, Carl Beardsley, Greg Mitchell, Jonathan Prince, Gav Thompson, Michael Gunston, Chaz Frew, Greg Buckley, Warren Reynolds.
And no doubt we'll hear from those guys very shortly, and I bet you Ben's fizzing after that. It was a good battle between those three guys at the front, and Alex didn't have it all his own way either, as look down the pack there. Chopper Stevenson, fastest time of 1:21. The Integra should go quicker than that.
Well, he said he did used to do 1:18s, you know, back in the day, in his own, when he ran his own Integra. But there we go, there is the race winner, Alex Sprague.
Yeah, so it won't be far away, and Adam's down there. Adam, we'll pass over to you now. You probably want to get Alex while he's in the car there. Over to you, Adam.
So I just got Alex Corbin here, just hot off the track. Got a win, you got to be happy?
Yeah, it was a good race. Obviously getting off the line was really important to try to get into the lead and sort of just try to manage and defend the race from there. It was good.
And a good group of you, the 1, 2 and 3 are nice and tight. You're looking in your mirrors pretty hard?
Yeah, it was a very busy race, obviously with us three pulling away from the pack, battling pretty hard, also trying to manage the breakout route was pretty tricky, but yeah, happy with that.
And so how long have you been doing this category for?
I made my debut at this event here last year, so the year today, the year from now really.
Awesome, well done with the win. Now we'll just move along down the line here. Come on, man, are you going to take your helmet off? Or yeah, we'll let you get your helmet off. Just got cars going out. Awesome. P2, nice busy race with the top three.
Yeah, no, it was good fun actually. Good battles all the way through. No, I enjoyed myself actually, and good to get P2 on the last lap as well. It was good.
Awesome. And so, how long have you been racing in the 2K Cup?
About a year now, and I did about 2 years of karting previously. So no, I'm enjoying it actually. It's good fun. Yeah, good fun.
We just got to keep moving because those cars are going out to race. So we'll just get down to P3 here. Lots of Hondas, and what do you got here?
Big old Beamer, mate. Somebody's got rocked the Euros.
And how was that?
Not too bad. I car went off a bit there towards the end. I don't know if me or the driver, but me or the car rather. But yeah, trying to keep these young bucks honest, you know. Trying to fly the flag a bit for the older folk. Yeah.
Right, they're young and fast at the front.
They are definitely fast. They don't make many mistakes either. So.
All right, we better get out there for the start of the next race. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Adam. Down there with Carl Beardsley, Alex Sprague and young Ben down there as well. So congratulations, guys. So looking forward to the Central Muscle Cars second race of the weekend for them, for today. And Andy Knight qualified on pole and won this morning's race from Angus Fogg, albeit under safety car.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get a race that's not influenced by safety cars or yellow flags.
Yeah, that's right. The old safety car, I was saying before, that probably spent the most laps so far out in front, the old Raptor down there.
Yeah, thank you very much to Timaru Motors. I'm sure Wayne Murdoch's sitting there behind the wheel. He's probably thinking, oh, one of these chariots wouldn't be too bad.
I don't know if it is Wayne today.
Is it? Well, Wayne was in it this morning, I thought.
Was he? Oh,
yeah.
Might still be Wayne there. Done a lap or two round Levels himself, Wayne Murdoch.
He's the Avenger Whisperer, is Wayne Murdoch. He could make an Avenger go faster than anyone else on the planet.
Loves his Avengers. So what we're saying, it's a handicapped race, is it?
Yeah, handicap for the Central Muscle Cars. So starting in P2 there, we've got Mark Stretton in the Falcon Futura Coupe. Should be the 111 car of Ian Easton starting out of P1.
Yeah, he was the one that had that incident early on this morning, wasn't he? So in the Mustang.
So they might not have got that straightened out. It looked like it needed a little bit more than a wheel alignment. We've got the very rapid HQ there, number 13, Caden Copley starting out of P3. Beside him on the grid, we've got 143, Tony Galbraith in the hot orange, yeah, the Valiant Charger, isn't that a cool machine? Then we've got the other J. Russell Mustang, Steve Noyle, 167 car, Clark Hopkins starting out of P6 on the grid. Steve Coles should be there in car 33. How do we look around Steve's garage when I was down at Highlands in November? He's got some good toys. Hamish Frew there, car 81, starting out of P8. Grant Crosby's going to be P9, Lance Hughes P10. There we go, first car is away.
Yeah, Mark Stretton in the Ford Futura from Tauranga. He's off, probably going to give him a half a minute head start. And we'll have the flag drop for the next group. Car number 13, it's Coe. He's away with the 143 car, Tony Galbraith. Next up is the number 8 of Clark Hopkins. And another J.A. Russell Mount Shop Mustang. It's the 81.
Oh, good burnout off the line, car 84. Take your hat off, Lance Hughes. We like to see a bit of rubber on the circuit.
Certainly do. And here goes Nick Ross.
And the big Mopar. He was doing all right this morning.
Pretty quick for a big car, isn't it? The fast guys off the back. We've seen the 111 at Easton starting out there, but not off the front row, off the back row.
So he might have had a wee bit of a mechanical problem and didn't want to be up the front of the field.
No, I think it was because he started, he didn't finish the race. He got started at the back.
Okay.
It doesn't mean he didn't start off the front. There's the quick guys going down the back straight at the moment. Andy Knight, Angus Fogg get down that braking zone. 100 metre ball as the leader comes flying through. Car number 70, that's Mark Stretton.
And the Falcon Futura Coupe.
He's got a long lead as we look back to the second and third place cars just coming down through the kink onto the front straight now.
There we go, Caden Coffey and Tony Galbraith.
Clark Hopkins there, the number 8. In through Parr & Co. They go.
Steve Noy rolls through as the Steve Scrolls Hamish through. Oh, Lance Hughes, Craig Boot, all happening. Braden Phillips goes through, as does Grant Crosby. There's the big Mopar, 700 of Nick Ross. Angus Fogg keeping Andy Knight at bay for the moment. And the J.R. Russell Mustang over Andy Knight in that rather sexy looking Chevy Camaro.
07 of Craig Boot, that big Mustang, he's got it wound up, heading down the back straight. Braden Phillips tucked in behind him and Grant Crosby. He goes to 111 of Ian Easton. No Rod Heyman, he's not starting in the Central Muscle cars. Must be saving it all for the Mainland Masters.
Yeah, he had a good win this morning.
Certainly did.
So Mark Stretton still leading the field in the reverse kit handicap race for the Napa Central Muscle cars.
Yeah, it looks like the 143 just starting to get a wee bit closer. Tony Galbraith onto the back of the 13 car, the HQ Holden of Coe.
Clark Hopkins, Steve Noy rolls through. Then Scholes through, Boot, Phillips, Hughes, Grant Crosby.
There's a big lineup of V8s in it. Nick Ross coming in behind as well.
Yep. Angus Fogg, fastest runner on the track, 104.7. Andy Knight doing a 104.8.
Here we go, we've got the car of Galbraith going through on Coe, the HQ, so he's up a spot. Tony Galbraith up to second now. The big Chrysler Valiant. Certainly a cool looking car, but just talking about Angus Fogg's car, that car was probably the most talked about car over there in Australia a couple of years ago when he just about hit that 300 kilometres an hour down the back straight and going quicker than a lot of the
well, he was faster than the supercars.
So a lot of people were talking about this car over there that year, that's for sure. They're probably still talking about it.
Yeah, some of the New Zealand muscle cars did go back to Bathurst last year. We'll have to catch up with Rod Heyman and have a chat to him. The bucket list thing, I'd imagine.
I was speaking to him on the phone about it not long ago and he was just still fizzing about it. First thing he said was, bucket list.
Bucket list. So Mark Stretton still leading the field. There he goes down the draft line back straight into John Jones Steele.
He's got about 9 seconds back to Tony Galbraith.
So Mark Stretton's doing 112s. Tony's best's a 1.9. So 3 seconds a lap. He's got 9.2 seconds over him when they cross the stripe.
To see Braden Phillips putting a move on Steve Scholes. Braden running 2 cars here today. He's in the Monza in this one. And the Mustang and the Mainland muscle cars.
Ford and a Chevy. Didn't get a sore backside sitting on the fence. Anyway, the 111 car, good to see it still running. Ian Easton goes through in the Mustang over the line, but we're looking at the race leader. However, that Valiant's starting to loom large, isn't it?
Well, they all are starting to loom large. They're starting to,
condense the field.
Condense up on one another.
Get to see how well the handicappers are doing. Will they all finish across the start-finish line at the same time?
9 seconds last time. It's down to 6 seconds now, the lead for Mark Stretton. He'll be looking hard out in the mirrors now, just waiting for these fast guys to catch up. I don't think at this point that Andy and I would be too worried about sitting behind Angus Fogg. He'll just want to stick with him as they can catch up on the, shall we say, the slower cars in front.
It can take a lot of effort to get through traffic in these reverse skid handicap races.
Oh, just about three wide down the back straight. Oh, Nick Ross getting a couple of wheels out the grass. Angus Fogg comes through. Oh, Nick Ross out the grass again as they head down to the braking zone, and the big dodge he shoots through on John Jones Steele, just manages to keep it on the island. And Foggy just threaded the needle there through those 3 cars.
There'll be a pucker moment, won't it?
Oh,
My goodness.
Definitely a pucker moment there, but that was close. Close for Nick Ross. Talk to him about that one after that. That was pretty close. But not giving it away at all, any of them. And Nick Ross did well to hang on in the end after all of that. And I don't think there was any panel touching at all there at all with 4 cars wide.
So Mark Stretton still leading the field in the future. So just 5.7 seconds over Clark Hopkins when they went over the line. Oh, off at the end of the front straight, Parenco S's. We've had a little touch.
Was it Craig Boot, was it, perhaps in the 07?
So we are looking at the race leader, Mark Stretton, as he goes into John Jones Steele once again. 5 laps to go. So half race distance completed. He'll still be looking in his mirrors, wondering where everyone is. So it's the length of the short straight across the top of the circuit.
So Foggy was just threading the needle once again down the back straight, went through the middle of 2 cars. So he's on fire. You think a couple of laps ago that Andy Knight was right on the back of him, and now Knight's dropped way back, Weston dropped way back, but Fogg's taken off. Tucked in behind Braden Phillips at the moment. And the fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.6 to Angus Fogg.
So there is race leader. Here comes the hard charging pack led by Clark Hopkins, Craig Boot, Braden Phillips. Yeah, Angus Fogg now up to P5.
Phillips was keen on having a look up the inside there under brakes in the Parenco, but there was no way through there on the 07 of Craig Boot. Now it's down the back straight again. Race leader going to get swamped very shortly from Hopkins, the number 8 car. Then Craig Boot, Braden Phillips having a wee look up the inside, and Craig Boot as they get down towards John Jones Steele. Foggy's there too, waiting for something to happen. So just trying to see where Andy Knight is. He's up to 8th place now. Nick Ross tucked in behind him. There's our race leader. Number 70, just coming into the carter's valuation hairpin. Not for much longer though. Tucked in behind Clark Hopkins in the Tirana. Craig Boot, Braden Phillips there. Boot up the inside, trying to go 3 wide through the left-handed kink they are. And here we go down. Oh, getting out of shape. That was Braden Phillips on the coming up to the kink. Just about into the side of Craig Boot. She's getting all exciting this stuff there as they're trying to get through on that number 70, Mark Stretton. Looks like Andy Knight might try and clear him as well. Suddenly he's on the back of Angus Fogg once again, Andy Knight.
Yeah, so he's pulled up a few positions quite quickly. So we've got Braden Phillips, Craig Boot. There we go, we're just looking at the leaders, the fast charging cars I should say, go through John Jones Steele.
It's Braden Phillips out in front now from Craig Boot. Then we've got Foggy going through to 3rd. Knight goes through up to 4th, and Hopkins now back to 5th. He just let them through, did Hopkins. No use getting in the way.
Not the ones he's racing, is they, Paul?
That's right. So out of the carter's valuation here, but this time it's Braden Phillips in the Monza. It's a wee bit out of shape as he tries to get the power down. And it's back to Craig Boot. Angus Fogg, Andy Knight down the front straight. Still a couple of laps left to go. Not too far away, Nick Ross. Back there in about 5th, the old flame-throwing Dodge Challenger. Looks pretty cool throwing those flames out, but once again it's Phillips down the back straight, followed by Boot in the 07 car. Angus Fogg, what can he do from there? Andy Knight is our pole sitter from yesterday. Won this morning's race, sitting there in 4th at the moment. It's your top 4 on screen. Braden Phillips still holding it together. Double running here this weekend, so he'll be a well shattered man by Sunday night, no doubt. Wrestling a couple of big V8s around, and Takada's evaluation hairpin. Still Phillips from boot. What can Fogg do from there? What can Knight do from there? Through the left-hander, bit of a gap back to Nick Ross, who's managed to get through on the car of Clark Hopkins. He's got clear air. Last lap board is out for Phillips. Down into Par and Co. Looks like a bit of debris on the ground there. Through Marshall Transport sweeper. Andy Knight now right on the back of the J.A. Russell Mustang. Pretty evenly matched for speed down the back straight. 220, 30 k's an hour, I guess. On the brakes. Craig Boot doing a good job sitting there in 2nd. Up the wee straight into the McKissick curve. Left-hander that just keeps on going. Round into the, I've got Easton back into the pit lane in the 111 Mustang. Had DNF this morning.
So Braden Phillips, he's pulled out a few car lengths over Craig Boot.
It's looking good. The checkered flag's out for him. He comes down through the kink and is going to take the race win. Braden Phillips in car 43. Good try from him. Good try from Craig Boot. And in the end,
Knight got through.
Knight got through on Angus Fogg. 5th place there, Nick Ross. The Dodge Challenger, Clark Hopkins. In the 167, Steve Neuer. And then it's the best of the rest, the 33 car. Steve Scholes it is. Grant Crosby, Hamish Frew. Tony Galbraith, Kate Coe, Lance Hughes and Mark Street. And Ed Easton, a DNF for him in the end. In the 111 Mustang. But congratulations, Braden Phillips, Craig Boot and Andy Knight.
Good racing there for the Napa Central Muscle Cars. A bit of a debris there on the tracks. It's going to be a souvenir for someone unless the owner wants it back. Looks like the front splitter off something that's red, but there we go. There's our top 10. Braden Phillips taking it out in the Monza. Craig Boot, Andy Knight got through, and Angus Fogg in the end for 3rd over 4th. Then Nick Ross in the big Mopar. Clark Hopkins, Steve Neuer, Steve Scholes, Grant Crosby, Hamish Frew making the top 10. Then Tony Galbraith, Caton Coffey, Lance Hughes, Mark Stretton, who started on the front row in the Futura. Ian Easton, 3 laps back, he pulled into the pits. Rod Heyman was a did not start. Good work, Central Muscle Cars. Look forward to more entertainment over the weekend. Alrighty, so Central Muscle Cars will be rolling into the pits. Then we've got the Formula Fords once again, 10-lap grid start. Race 10 of the day. Let's see if young Marco can do it once again. On his way to a bright future if he's heading anywhere.
Yeah, well, I said it. I reckon he'll go on. If he's got the right backing and stuff, he'll definitely go somewhere, that's for sure. He's a big motor racing family. And we shall see. Early on in his career, obviously, but starting in the right spot with Formula Fords. Nigel Barclay over the right-hand shoulder. He knows all about getting young guys into these single-seaters and stuff. And it's the best starting point for any young racer. We'll chuck Nigel on just for a second before we go down to the podium celebrations. Nigel Barclay, you're looking after a couple of 3 young fellas here. Tell us a quick bit about them.
Well, we're lucky enough with our association we've had for years with Paul Morris in Australia. We can keep bringing some young guys out here. So Seb Eskandari in the number 44 Napa car, 12 years old, out of karting, and they're going real good. Then the red car, we've got Matthew Basso out of Melbourne, again another karter. Got some association with them through the Murray family and their Morris Finance Company, nothing to actually do with Paul Morris. And then Toby Musico in the blue car, number 21. He's actually a slightly different story, still only 15 years old, but his ambition is World Rally, so he's coming here to learn to drive on seal, because all of that European stuff is Tarsal rallying. So yeah, good young guys. And then we look after Dylan Petch as well, and we'll call him a veteran at 26. It's crazy.
It is, isn't it?
Going really good. He's a fast young guy, and he's just such great fun to have around, and as a bit of a coach and what have you for the young guys as well.
Okay, guys, thanks very much. And let's step back and watch the race, and hopefully there's some good stuff off earlier on today. Nigel Barclay running a team here now, so that's all good to have Nigel, one of the locals, back. He's been overseas, he's done it all, and is now back invested in some young talent, should we say.
I think before Nigel had grey hair, he also did the National Formula 4 Championship back in the olden days.
I can remember racing against Nigel in the pre-65s when we were only about 17 or 18. I think I was only 15 back then when I started.
You were the young hard charger.
That's when the pre-65s was the thing. I didn't have a Ford though, I just had a shitty old Vauxhall, but it was still taking part in it.
Back when Nigel was racing though, you could still go into the dealer and buy a brand new Cortina.
Yeah, not now though. Yeah, it's hard to find an old angle box now, but there used to be fields of them in like the pre-65s. There were heaps of Anglias and Cortinas and all of that sort of carry on, but not anymore. Pretty hard to get. In fact, pre-65s, the old numbers have been well down in the last couple of 3 years. Hopefully we'll see them bounce back like the Mini 7s have, and like the Formula Fords too, because we've seen some pretty thin fields of those over the last couple of years. The historic Formula Ford class, Brendan, that just seemed to have brought back, we raced here back in October, that was pretty good.
And we'll probably have a very good field of them, I'd imagine, 2 weeks. We've got the Southern Classic at Levels Raceway, so for those petrol heads that are tuned in or sitting on the bank, make sure you come back in 2 weeks. We've ordered some more summer.
And of course TKO will be coming through as well as part of their roadshow, going to 3 circuits. So they'll be here in 2 weeks with the V8 supercar as well, which will be doing laps, I understand, lunchtime. I might try to get some hot laps in it, Brendan, but...
even if I could get a photo on it, that'd be pretty cool.
Right, so we got the single-seaters down there, ready to rock and roll. Marco Manson there on the front row, Maxim Kerwin beside him. All right, just looking at the actual ages that Nigel Barclay's given us here. Marco Manson's only 14.
Here we go, we're ready for a launch.
Lights
away they
out.
go.
Good start off the second row there, car 77. That was Jake Bryant. Great start from him. Not a good start from Maxim Kerwin, who come across the middle of the track, try and keep everyone behind him. He's gone back a couple of spots though, but it's going to be young. Marco Manson's going to lead them out of Marshall Transport Sweeper, heading down the back straight for the first time. Jake Bryant tucked in behind him. Then it's Kerwin, then the 35 car of Isaac Fletcher. Of course, they didn't have a very good first race. I think he had a car issue there. He did finish in the end, but a couple of laps down as they head down through the John Jones Steel Corner, up the wee straight into the Gerald McKissick curve. And once again, it's status quo with Marco Manson, Maxim Kerwin, the fast two out in front. And first of the Aussies so far, Seb Iskandari, I think he's sitting there in about 5th. But he had a good race in the first race as they come round through the left-handed sweeper and start building the speed up to come down the front straight. Already built 5 or 6 car lengths out in front. His young Marco comes across to reel off lap number 1. Here goes Kerwin having a wee dive up the inside there. Side by side with Jake Bryant, didn't quite get the job done. Isaac Fletcher was also in there as well, those 3 cars. And around through Marshall Transport they go, minus Stern, down the back straight, still early on. Forget about Manson, he's gone. And battles for 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment as Bryant pulls over and allows Kerwin to try and go around the outside, and he gets the job done, does Maxim Kerwin. Another young fella, just 15 years of age. Isaac Fletcher 16, Campbell Owens 16. In fact, like he said, the oldest guy out there is probably Dylan Petch at 26. in the Racer Products number 39. But yeah, on car number 69 coming out of the hairpin now, Marco Manson. His brother's racing down the Highlands this weekend in the TRS, Seb Manson. And I think the old man's down there as well. So he's up here getting looked after from James Penrose, who's looking after him here this weekend. So got about half a dozen car lengths back to Maxim Kerwin. Jake Bryant still hanging on to third from Isaac Fletcher. Rupar & Co. into the Marshall Transport curve. And Seb Iskandari sitting there in 5th place. He's the first of the overseas drivers, you could say. And Toby Musico down there at 8th. So Olivia Lorenzen, she's just going down the back straight now. Warner Lonesome, she's won that scholarship you were saying, Brendan, to
yeah,
compete.
I actually worked with her auntie and ran into her auntie yesterday. I go, oh, I didn't know you were a petrol head, and she said, oh, I'm here to support my niece.
Ah.
So it's pretty cool. She's very handy in a go-kart. Got a scholarship into a Formula Ford, so good to see Olivia out at the circuit at Levels Raceway. But we're watching Marco Manson, Maxim Kerwin just come out of the card evaluation hairpin. Left-hand sweeper, right-hand kink down the Pro Wear front straight. Once again he goes. 7 laps to go. Full race leader Marco Manson, fastest lap of the race currently with car 68. Maxim Kerwin trying to chase him down on a 106.2. There's a 106.3 there for Marco Manson in the number 69 machine. Off down the draft line back straight once again. Marco leading the field.
Yeah, Maxim just pulling a gap too on Jake Bryant, who's got Isaac Fletcher all over the back of him.
Yeah, Isaac sitting on his gearbox as they hook through the left-hander John Jones Steele.
They sort of hooked themselves up into groups of 2, haven't they? At the moment, Dylan Peach there, he's got the 21 car, the Toby Musico tucked in behind him.
So politely showing them the way around the circuit as they go through the McKissick curve. Into the card evaluation hairpin goes 69 Marco Manson.
He's certainly not running away with it though this time. It was under a second last time across the stripe. So Kerwin keeping him honest. Come down to reel off another one. And Bryant coming under all sorts of pressure from Fletcher. Down in the braking zone they go into Par & Co. Still keeping it in front is Bryant. Right in the 77 car, Fletcher in the 35 car, tucked in behind him, it's Seb Iskandari.
So fastest lap of the race out of P9, the number 16 car, Matthew Basso, 106.1. So he's on it too.
So he's on it, yeah.
Through John Jones Steele they go, just a little bit of a wiggle there out of Maxim Kerwin's machine. Oh, another one of the drivers out there in the grass.
Been a lot of wheels being dropped out there. Wonder if it's quite slippery up off the exit there of John Jones Steele.
You don't want to get too much.
Not just this class, but quite a few other drivers too having troubles out there.
Anyway, we've got the leader coming down the Pro Wear start-finish straight once again.
Still got it around that 1 second bracket between himself and Maxim. In fact, 0.7 of a second.
All trying to stay too wide. Outside the pass, says our Formula Ford expert here, Nigel Barclay. Helping a few of the young guns here this weekend.
Got no fear, a lot of these young guys, haven't they?
Till you do something that creates fear. But Marco Manson, Maxim Kerwin, Jack Bryant, Isaac Fletcher, Seb Iskandari. First of our international competitors over from the West Island. At least he's got nothing out here that's going to bite him or eat him or
so Fletcher
hide in his shoes.
Fletcher's still all over the back of Jake Bryant. He's been under pressure all race from that 3rd place. Here's our 2 leaders. Look how close he is now, Maxim Kerwin. He's been pulling it back a 10th every lap. And it also looks like Iskandari coming under a bit of pressure there from Campbell Owens, perhaps a little bit further back. Leaders come through to reel off another one.
Yeah, Maxim Kerwin a 10th faster on that lap than Marco Manson. Got the gap down to just under 7/10 of a second as Maxim through Marshall Transport. Off down the draft line, back straight they head. 4 laps to go for race leader Marco Manson.
So Dylan Peach has had his hands full back there in 8th place. He had a good race previous, started around 8th and finished 4th in that first race this morning, but hasn't made much headwind in this one. Still stuck in behind Tony Musico in the Penny Holmes number 21.
Yeah, another one out in the grass. They're not going to get out there too much wider, because once they get the weighted side of the car out there, it could turn pear-shaped rather quickly.
So I'm not too sure whether Tony Musico seems to have disappeared. He was tucked in behind Dylan Peach there for a minute. Now he's disappeared. Oh, he's passed him. He's up in front. He's got in front of the number 16 car as well, Matthew Basso. So he's made a couple of spots there.
So Maxim's taking another 10th out of Marco Manson on that lap with 3 laps to go. He's got the gap under 6/10 of a second.
And another fastest lap too from Basso. 1:06.1.
The spinner down at the south end of the circuit says B2. There we go.
28.
It is.
William Beck. We spin there, the number 28 car. Here's our race leaders. Still not much between the two of them, but Marco Manson's in the right spot. He's the one in front through the wee right-hand kink and into the hairpin. And you'll see right there that Kerwin's still hard on his hammer. Look at the gaggle of cars in behind though. Bryant, Iskandari, Fletcher, Owens, Musico, Basso, Peach, they're all in a line there. Still a couple of laps left to go. So the battle's really on between the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And Jake Bryan in the 77 car doing a good job at the moment, kicking them tucked in behind and through. Marshall Transport sweeper they go. Forget about the two in front. This is where the battle is. With Seb Eskandari now up to that 4th place in the Napa Auto Parts car. He'll want to get through on Jake Bryan and get that podium position. Still looking racy in behind. So's Isaac Fletcher, who's dropped down that spot. He was running in 4th. Still looking racy though in that 5th place into the hairpin. Well, this should be the second last time for young Marco.
Just doing enough at this stage to keep Maxim out of his draft. So if he can keep that up for another lap and a half.
That's what he's got to do. Come down and get the last lap board this time. And just 8/10 of a second between the two of them, and then it's 3 seconds further back to this battle. Jake Bryant still hanging on. Can he do that for another lap? 7 cars there in a row. Jake Bryant, Seb Eskandari. You see the last lap board come out. I think Ryder got to do it. So to see if he has a dive this time. You're not that close enough. So head down towards John Jones Steele.
Isaac Fletcher moves to the right. Can he have a look around the outside? I don't think he's far enough up.
I don't think anyone is. Still line astern. Some more dust being kicked up at the top end of the track. All still right. Got the hammers on though. Round through McKissick. Here's our race leader. The Lee Carter's valuation hairpin. Looking for race 2 of the weekend for the Formula Fords. Kerwin's going to get another second. Someone's getting out of shape a wee bit further back. So checkered flag for Marco Manson. Maxim Kerwin to take second. Brian hangs on for 3rd. Great drive from him. Sebek Eskandari 4th. Then it's Isaac Fletcher, Toby Musico, Matthew Basso. And then Dylan Petch, Campbell Owens, Toby McCormick, Jacob Begg, 11th at the end, Cameron Freeman 12th. And then we go back to William Beck, who had that spin. Great stuff from the Formula Fords. Let's head down to pit lane, Adam Jones.
So we've got the Mainland muscle going out, and the winner of the last race Braden Phillips is over there getting himself ready to go in, so we thought we'd quickly get the interview done from that race now. So in P2 we got Andy Knight, or P3, got it just in the last lap.
Yeah, managed to, we started 46 behind beside Angus and managed to just get him on the last lap over the back. So it was a good run, but we'll see tomorrow we get another straight race and then another handicap and we'll try and get a bit further up.
That was a full-on race.
Yeah, no, it was. It was all sort of happening in front of me. Angus was pushing through pretty hard and there was carnage left, right, centre. So sort of just followed through and picked up the piece and managed to pick him up on the last lap.
Awesome. So Craig, you're coming through in P2. You must be pretty happy with that?
Yeah, it's 24 years since I raced here in the V8 touring cars back in the day, so it was nice to get a podium. Young Braden was racing on the wheel. He was racing 10 tenths, and it was really enjoyable. I made a couple of pretty serious manoeuvres there, which were either do or die, but they paid off, so I'm absolutely over the moon. Team Mo's prepared me a beautiful car, so I'm thrilled to have the second.
Well, 28 years is a bit of a gap.
Yeah, I'm quite old. I'm 80, so I'm getting on a bit.
Awesome. Well, I better get Braden before he takes off. So the winner of the last race, just about to go out, and it's going to quickly grab you. How are you feeling getting out of one car and then over into the Mustang?
Oh, it's definitely busy, that's for sure, mate. It's bloody awesome. I get the opportunity to get down to drive both the beasts, that's for sure. But see how we go on this one. Hopefully we can try and do it twice in a row, eh?
All right, I better let you go because they're going out. So there we go. We'll throw back to you, Paul, because the cars are out on track.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, Braden Phillips, a very busy man, just winning that race just previous before the Formula 4's jumping back into the muscle car, the Mustang. Tony Johnston's back in. Tony, what's been happening in between times?
Well, firstly, who liked that Central Muscle Car race? Far out.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty. Some close moments here down the back straight, that's for sure.
You guys must have seen the moment there.
Yeah.
Like 3 wide.
Yeah.
Boy, we were holding our breaths. Yep. So this is going to be another reverse grid handicap race, just as we saw with Central Muscle Cars, which is almost everybody's favourite kind of race. If I was a betting man, which I'm really not, I would just give you guys a tip to watch the orange Chrysler Valiant Charger of Tony Galbraith. Now, why I say that is he's going to start on P4. This is the first time in his life he's ever raced at Levels, so absolute Levels virgin. And every race he's obviously getting quicker as you would, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of going to be putting my $20 on the orange Charger of Tony Galbraith to actually get a really good result here, which would be nice for him.
Would be nice. So yeah, so Rod Heyman, he'd be fizzing at the bung at the moment, is he?
He is. Rod didn't go in that Central Muscle Car race. You might have noticed that.
Yeah.
Because why is that? Because he's buggered.
Is that right? Yeah. I did mention that earlier on. I did mention that.
Yeah.
I was talking about Braden Phillips double running, and I thought, can Rod Heyman double run? And I thought, oh no, he's probably not quite that fit. But,
well, Braden's a young guy, right? He's a fit young guy.
Yeah.
And Rod's an old farmer from the.
Yeah, an old broken down farmer that lets everyone else do all the hard work. Yeah. He does run a pristine farm, though, I must say. He's a very good farmer.
And he's incredibly passionate about it. It's lovely hearing him talk about it.
Yeah. He's got a great spot down there. Rod Heyman's going to start off the back of the pack.
As he should.
Yep.
We had, in that last race, we had 6 cars. The top 6 cars were within half a second, or 6/10 of a second. So we had 6 cars between 105.9 and 106.4. So it's a pretty fast field for mainland muscle cars.
A couple of Holdens on the front row down there. Sandra Eden, she's been campaigning this car for a wee while. Colin Campbell tucked in behind, beside him. The 04 car. Then we go back to Gary Shaw, Barry Morgan at the 55 car. John Smoletsky in the X-Pre 65 number 27. Tony Denson with the 216. Brian Scott down there in the 53 on the shot there at the moment. Michael Eden at the 165 Falcon. Bruce Tinley. Some beautiful machinery out there. The flag's down. Big Gav just about put his back out with the flag doing that one. And waiting on the next 2. Couple of creepers there. They'll let them away. Next group are away. They're not giving them much time in between the groups, that's for sure. Waiting on the next group. And this is the car you're talking about, the 143. Oh, Bruce Tinley's half asleep, is he? No, he must be starting off the next grid.
Yeah, he's going off with Brian Scott. And Brian Scott, he's just put on a fresh set of slicks for this race, so he could be looking
dangerous.
Yep.
Another Dodge Challenger there. It's not often you see a couple of Dodge Challengers on the same day.
Too right, yeah.
Braden Phillips here in the 43 car. Rod Hayman try and go around the outside of Braden Phillips straight away. In fact, Rod's had to take the grass there. He thought better of it, and tyres obviously not warm enough to get him round the corner. But he will give it a good shot, that's for sure, as the big boys wind their way down the back straight. Rod Hayman in the 56. A lot of work to do to catch up on the cars in front, because here's our race leader just coming down now across the stripe. It's the 04 car, that's a Colin Campbell. Already got 2.5 seconds on Sandra Eden, then a big gap back to Barry Morgan. Gary Shaw and John Smolinski, Michael Eden, Tony Denson.
You mentioned Colin Campbell before, the yellow Holden Tirana, currently in first place. And Colin's from Tauranga, and he loves racing in the South Island so much. This is now his gig. He leaves his car down here, flies down to do the South Island grounds.
Good on him,
Yeah.
seeing the light. Good battle going on down the back straight there at the moment. 44 Gary Shaw just getting passed by that car, John Smolinski, that we were talking about. That X-Pre 65 car going very, very well indeed. John Hepburn, fastest lap of the race at 1:07.6 as they're trying to catch up. But Barry Morgan just holding a few of them up the top end of the track there. There's that guy we were talking about. In the 27 car, John Smolinski trying to get around the outside of him. So was Gary Shaw. In fact, coming up into the hairpin, here's Smolinski trying to have a dive up the inside. But she's a bit of a roadblock at the moment, Barry Morgan, for these cars in behind. And Michael Eden as well.
And the problem with Barry Morgan is that red Mustang of his is an absolute rocket in a straight line. So, and he's also battling a big understeer problem. He made a wrong choice with an anti-sway bar. After Wigram, the car's not handling well, but it's really fast in a straight line. So it's going to be a real pain in the backside for those guys behind him.
Right, so it's still Colin Campbell leads by 3.3 seconds. Then it's another 7 seconds back to Barry Morgan. John Smolinski, Gary Shaw. Here comes some of the fast guys back through again. Just look how far back Rod Hayman is. 33 seconds off the lead. A lot of work to do and not much time for the Mainland muscle cars. John Smolinski still trying to get through on that red Mustang you were just talking about. Gary Shaw in another X-Pre 65 car, the car number 44. But there's our race leader just coming out of the hairpin in car 04, Colin Campbell. Sandra Eden doing a good job there as well. Sitting there in second place. Morgan goes wide, might allow Smolinski to do the old crossover coming out of the left-hand sweeper.
There we go.
Yes, he might have got the job done, but
John's got to run now.
He's got to run around the outside. And
well done.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, and that was all from Barry Morgan getting a wee bit wide coming out of the hairpin.
Yep, that's all it takes, huh?
So Smolinski up to third. Barry Morgan down to fourth. So Gary Shaw now had a bit of job on his hands trying to get through. So Rod Hayman got 6 seconds that lap, so 27 seconds off the lead from the back. Looks like we've lost Michael Eden somewhere along the way. Car number 165.
Yeah, Michael's continuing to have radiator/water pump problems. He's just been fighting this ongoing overheating problem with electric water pumps. He's just recently switched back to a mechanical water pump, thinking that would solve all the problems, and it's throwing belts every time he goes out this weekend. So really, really frustrating for Michael.
So it looks like Barry Morgan had Mike Small all over the back of him, trying to get through. He still has. He's holding them up as Barry Morgan. As Mike Small wants to get his Mustang past his Mustang. Then you've got Galbraith tucked in behind as well. He's going to want through shortly as well. So here comes the fast guys again. Phillips, Hepburn and Hayman.
This will be frustrating for Mike Small too. Yeah, Timaru, Mike Small in the white Mustang, because that car's heck of a lot faster than Mary. Here he goes, he's down the inside.
Here he is this time, side by side. Here comes Galbraith going with him, and Brian Scott.
You can see how quick Barry Morgan's car is, you know. Mike Small's got him, but boy, only just.
Got him in the braking zone, didn't he? It's not often you see someone go up the inside there either, normally outside being the fastest line.
Well, when you're up there, that tyre wall at the end of John Jones looks mighty close.
It does, doesn't it? So still our race leader, Colin Campbell. He'll be gripping that wheel and looking in the mirrors thinking, where's all the big guns? When are they coming? Well, they're a wee way away yet. John Smolinski getting a wee bit out of shape coming out of the hairpin.
Oh, okay, that's Dwayne Angley's big green Challenger. Yeah. Lost it on the approach to the hairpin, on the grass. Back on the track now. Okay.
She's a mighty machine, that one of Dwayne Angley's. And finally, Brian Scott gets through on Barry Morgan. Line up of cars in behind him this time. Barry Morgan, Brian Scott. Well, he's already through. Gary Shaw, Tony Galbraith, Hamish through. And then 3 fasties. So Heyman now 20 seconds off the lead, back there in 14th place.
We'll have to start calling Barry Morgan Yarno truly. Any F1 fans out there might remember 21 years ago.
Monaco.
Formula 1 driver Yarno Truly.
Yeah.
The Truly train, remember that?
Yeah,
because he always
Monaco,
qualified.
yeah.
Yeah, he qualified really well and he'd just bank up the whole
That's
field.
right, and the Toyota. Look at that, 3 wide into the entry of McKissick Curve. Doesn't always work either, but somehow they got the big machines through. But still Campbell out in front. Comes down to reel off another one. Should be a couple of 3 laps left to go.
Colin Campbell would have to be feeling pretty happy when he looks in his mirror, right? He must know the race is getting down into the last 2 or 3 laps and there's a heck of a big gap back to the rest of the field.
That's right. We've got Braden Phillips now going through on the inside of Barry Morgan. Hepburn's going to go as well. And Heyman didn't quite get through, so he's kept to wait until he gets onto the back straight.
Yeah, he'll do it easy. Barry Morgan's car's fast, but Ron Heyman's can beat him up, no problem.
Fast guys down the back straight. He's got past him already. Rod Heyman, there's our race leader, the 04 Colin Campbell.
And Bruce Tinley up the inside of Barry Morgan too. That was a really nice pass by Bruce. Brave move.
So someone out in the grass. I think it was Barry Morgan in the end. A couple of wheels out in the dirt as the race leader's out of the hairpin already around the lefty and already heading down through the kink as the rest of the train coming out.
What's this, 2 laps to go? Is that right?
Last lap this time.
Last lap.
I think he's got the job done.
I'd say so.
Looking pretty good anyway. Rod Heyman was 18 seconds further back for the start of this race. They're all starting to come through now. Rod Heyman up to 10th. Braden Phillips up to 7th.
Somebody went off on turn 1 and 2 there. Was that Hamish Fruit? Right.
So she's still all go down the back straight. Rod Heyman goes through on Galbraith. And the Chrysler Valiant up another one.
Hamish Fruit just picked off 2 cars on the approach to John Jones, didn't he?
I think so. He's trying to go around the outside of one of them up there as well, trying to make hay while the sun shines, but no, trying to go around the outside of Smolinski. Didn't quite get him as the race leader comes out of the Carter's Valuation hairpin for the last time. Colin Campbell.
Well,
checkered flag is out. He's got the job done.
Boy, he must have driven an absolutely perfect race, eh?
Pretty good. It's his fastest lap, the last one. Hamish Frew's going to come through and take 2nd. Smolinski 3rd. Brian Scott 4th. Then it's Mike Small, Braden Phillips, Johnny Hepburn, Rod Heyman at the end. Finishes 8th. Tony Galbraith, Bruce Tinley. Sandra Edening's up 11th. And Dwayne Ingley after his spin comes through in 12th. Barry Morgan, Gary Shaw, Tony Denson.
Barry Morgan's sporting some damage on his right rear mudguard, which I don't think was there before this race began.
Right. Oh, here's hoping all is well on Mainland Muscle.
Back in the pits.
Back in the pits tonight. But yeah, no, Barry Morgan, he changed the way of that race. I think if he had let a few of them through a bit earlier, things might have been different.
Yeah. There was probably a bit of frustration building up behind them, but the onus is still on everybody to get through without contact.
So there's the results. Colin Campbell, Hamish Frew, John Smolinski, your top three. Brian Scott, Mike Small, Braden Phillips, Johnny Hepburn, Rod Heyman, 8th in the end, Tony Galbraith, Bruce Tinley, rounding out the top 10. Then it's Sandra Eden, Dwayne Ingley, Barry Morgan, Gary Shaw, Tony Denson. Michael Eden finishes 7 laps down, and Steve McLaughlin a couple of laps as well. So that's it. Good stuff from the Mainland guys. We'll see them back tomorrow for a couple of races.
We'll have a scratch race in the morning and then another reverse grid handicap race. And you guys know all about the big North versus South Muscle Car Challenge.
Yep. Okay, thanks very much, Tony.
All the best.
We'll see you tomorrow. Tony Johnson, the comments man for the Mainland Muscle Cars. We'll catch up with him again tomorrow. But once again, great stuff, some good close racing. There's been some close ones. I'll bring in the other commentators for the next race. Not too sure what's up next, but have we look, it's the Pro 8s. Hand you over to Brendan Cooney and Brendan Nichols.
Thanks, Paul. Yep, dead right, the Pro 8s coming up next. So just looking at our screen at the moment, but still.
Yeah, B2's just having a special moment there, getting a little bit excited about the Tirana in the picture.
I lost my train of thought. Looks like we've got Adam down there in the pits, ready to have a yarn. We'll just switch over to you, Adam.
So just got Colin Campbell. That was a bit of a lonely race for you out the front.
Yeah, the plan was to get a good start and just run like hell.
And you did it?
Yeah, I got to jump on Sandra and just kept going, you know. I'll have a look at my times, but yeah, the car's going really well.
Awesome. So how long have you campaigned this car?
4 years. So I built it, basically started late 2020 through COVID and got it going sort of 21.
Awesome. And win to start the weekend, you've got to be happy.
Yeah, first win in Mainland, so delighted.
Awesome, great. We'll just get over here to P2 because we haven't got a lot of time between races. Hello. How you going? Oh, we just started. We just got a bit of a log jam here. No, stay there. All right. So, how was that?
That was probably the best fun I've had for a long time in a race car. That was cool.
Pretty tight at the end.
Oh yeah, there was just the handicap system sets you up to have some close racing, and yeah, I thought I'd beaten him for the win, so I didn't see old mate next door up the road, so I was a bit surprised, but that's cool. Have that.
And how's those first couple of laps? You were saying yesterday you sort of struggled.
Yeah, no, first few laps I'm useless, but it gets better and better, so we'll work on that.
Awesome. Well, it's a good beginning to the weekend for you.
Yeah, thanks to my crew for getting my car sorted out between the last race and this race. We broke something, and the Small Brothers, the engineering guys, fixed it, so big shout out to them.
Cool, man. We'll keep moving because the car's going out on track and getting ready to race. P3.
Yeah, not too bad, eh? Dirty old Falcon.
She was pretty fast and furious at the end.
Yeah, she was a bit loose, matey. Yeah, a couple of bloody hair raising moments there, but yeah, we made it to the end, so it's good.
So what's in this?
We 289, so yeah, not nothing like the big boys have got. So yeah, it does pretty good.
Awesome. Well, we'll better get back upstairs because the next race is about to start. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, up here in the commentary box once again, B2, B1. We've got the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8s out to entertain you now. So it looks like it says we've got a marble draw race for the Pro 8s.
Yeah, definitely a mix-up in this lot. As I started saying before we crossed over to the pits, it's going to be Hamish Evans and Oakley West on the front row, Lincoln Brunton and Jared Pike on the second row, Caleb Pateman and Luke Casey, then Corbin Sprague and Mel Winters, so this will be a good challenge for young Corbin. Ryan Gallagher in 9th, Ben McConaughey in 10th, then Sam Knight and Michael Court in 11th and 12th, and Dean Van Buren starting off P13. So I'm picking that Dean, being his first meeting, will start off the back of the grid for each race.
Yep, till he gets rid of his rookie stripes. Got him starting off the back of the field, but good to see another new competitor out here in Levels Raceway. This time Dean Van Buren, your old shop teacher, starting in the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8s.
He must have done all right. I'm still in the same profession.
Yeah.
Haven't been given the boot yet.
Yeah, but how many employees have you had, B2?
Not many.
Not many. No, you haven't changed your career path very often at all. So there we go. Hamish Evans starting out of P1 in the Martin Hydraulics Limited Mazda RX-8. Looking quite sharp there with the Dayglow highlights on the black background. Just starting out of the 4th spot there, we've got Jared Pike, so it could be a very good race for him. He's one of the hard chargers, starting at the front of the field. Then starting out of P5, Caleb Pateman, so he had a bit of a moment in the race earlier today.
Yeah, I think he kind of got tangled up in that incident up the top end of the circuit, so that kind of put paid to his race.
So he'll be hoping for a better result. So Oakley West there, the Marshall Transport supported number 85 RX-8. Make sure you people down at the Marshall Transport sweeper give him a big wave as he goes through. Young Lincoln Brunton, car 97 there, so he's had fuel pump problems. We had his dad in earlier. Anyway, getting ready for a launch off the line. Lights are out, away they go. Car 25, Hamish Evans gets it hooked up. He heads off into the Par and Coeses. He's going to lead the field out this afternoon. Oakley West right on his tail, then Jared Pike, Lincoln Brunton. Yep, good start there. Caleb Pateman got it hooked up off the line. Off down the draft line, back straight, field led away, Hamish through, Oakley West. What can Jared Pike do?
Yeah, Evans just opened out a wee bit of a lead there. A few car lengths, just back to second.
Yeah, chasing pack being led by Caleb Pateman, Luke Casey, Corbin Sprague. It was one of the faster qualifiers, qualified P2 this morning. He was a bit disappointed with that. We heard his after-race interview. So there's 66, Dean Van Buren. Got on the tally in his first race meeting. Good effort.
Oh, we've got a spinner. Got an incident.
Pike.
It's Pike and
West. Who was the other car involved? Someone else is sitting there on the outside of the hairpin as well.
That's the number 7. No. Couldn't quite see the number there on our screen.
Anyway, so that looks good for Hamish Evans. He's got a good lead over Caleb Pateman. Lincoln Brunton goes across the line. Young charger there, Ryan Gallagher in the 877 car. As we heard earlier this morning, it's his second race meeting at Levels Raceway. Young Ryan.
Well, he's the big winner of all that because he started in about 9th. So he's now up to 4th after the first lap. So that's great for Ryan.
Down the back straight they go. Car 84, Corbin Sprague. He's caught back in the pack. Looking at race leader, Hamish Evans. Caleb Pateman trying to chase him down in the 146 machine. Young Lincoln Brunton, Ryan Gallagher. Oakley West.
So look who's at the very rear of the field now, Brendan. Jared Pike and Ben McConaughey, your two of your front runners.
That's the commentator's curse, isn't it?
It is.
Saying it was Jared Pike's race to lose from the position he got to start in. He's had a moment.
He's going to come up and give you the bash.
Yeah, might have to leave early today. Hamish Evans leads Caleb Pateman over the line, 2.1 seconds between the two front runners. So Ryan Gallagher looking good in P3, Lincoln Brunton, Oakley West, Sam Knight.
So Corbin Sprague there on screen. He's just done the fastest lap of the race in P9.
Got a lot of work to do from there, has Corbin Sprague. Just looking at them, head down the draft line back straight into John Jones Steel. Just goes to have a look down the inside. Does it stick? Looking for the next shot.
It's Oakley West. Just made his way past Sam Knight there around those other corners at the top end of the circuit. his way up the field now into P5.
So Caleb Pateman had 2.1 seconds gap from Hamish Evans last time across the stripe. What are they going to do as they head down the Pro-Wear straight? Hamish Evans, still 2.2 seconds, so Caleb hasn't closed him down.
Ryan Gallagher now up to third. Brunton in fourth, West in fifth.
So through the Power and Co-Essence go the chasing pack.
Corbin Sprague's made up another spot into eighth as well over Michael Court.
So Lincoln Brunton, Oakley West, Sam Knight, Luke Casey, that's the pack that we're watching at the moment as they hit the 100 metre board before they come into John Jones Steel. Flame out the back of the 13B Mazdas as they go down a cog and turn left. Oakley West there all over the back of Linton Brunton through the McKissick curve. There goes race leader Hamish Evans, still Caleb Pateman, young challenger Ryan Gallagher from Ashburton, doing a good job here this afternoon at Levels Raceway. Then we've got the hunting pack, Lincoln Brunton, Oakley West, Sam Knight. So what's the gap? Hamish Evans pulled out 2/10 over Caleb Pateman. Ryan Gallagher another 1.5 seconds back, then Lincoln Brunton goes through, leading the race pack through the Marshall Transport sweeper off down the draft line back straight. 4 laps to go for the Kumo Tyres Mazda Pro 8s. Car 84, Corbin Sprague sitting on the back of Oakley West, trying to get a tow.
He made up another couple of spots in that last lap as well. So that's the battle for 5th and 6th.
There we
West
go.
and Sprague, the two local lads.
Watching them come out of John Jones Steel. So the two team cars now. Nose to tail. Looking very smart in their Autogas livery.
Sprague makes up another position, going around card evaluations hairpin. He's now got the pressure. Well, no, he's out in front of that pack now.
So he's got a long way to get up the road to catch up with their front three, Hamish Evans, Caleb Pateman, Ryan Gallagher. There's the racing pack. Goes down the Pro-Wear straight across the start-finish line once again, through the Power and Co-Esses.
3 laps to go.
Corbin Sprague, Lincoln Brunton, Oakley West. 444 car, that's Sam Knight. Come out of the Marshall Transport sweeper, off down to the draft line back straight into John Jones. Corbin Sprague now gapping the pack as he tries to hunt down Ryan Gallagher, who's a good 4 seconds up the road. 3 laps to go. So Ryan's doing 109.1s. The best Corbin's done this race is a 108.4. Did a 110 that lap though as he's getting through traffic. So race leader Hamish Evans making the most of his start spot from the marble drawer.
You can see the gap there between Ryan and Corbin as they came around through the card evaluation hairpin.
Just was that a little bit of a nudge there between the two yellow RX8s. Oakley West, Sam Knight. Across the line they go. So fastest lap, 108.1, Corbin Sprague up to P4. He's trying to close down young Ryan Gallagher. Lap record, is it? 108.147. Oh, it was a 108.395 by some young fella called Corbin Sprague, so just beating his own lap record. Race leader Hamish Evans, Caleb Pateman, Ryan Gallagher's on his bumper as they go through the McKissick curve into the card evaluation hairpin. It's going to be the last lap board for race leader Hamish Evans, number 25, as he comes down the Pro-Wear start-finish straight.
Corbin Sprague just closing up that gap slightly on Ryan Gallagher, but he's not going to have anywhere near enough time to close it right up. Leading packer just too fast.
Yeah, last lap board goes out for our Race leaders, Hamish Evans, Caleb Pateman, Ryan Gallagher, Corbin Sprague, Lincoln Brunton goes through, Sam Knight, Luke Casey. A 107.
Corbin Sprague, another lap record. 107.8.
Got the bit between his teeth. As young Corbin Sprague. Oh, Ryan Gallagher, he's getting up on the back of Caleb Pateman, sitting on the outside there as they get to John Jones.
I don't think he's quite close enough. It's
just half a car length in it.
He certainly had a run there, just not quite enough time to get it done.
Yeah, he's right on the bumper of Caleb Pateman as they go through the McKissick curve. Caleb's going to need to keep it tidy. There is the race leader, Hamish Evans, the number 25. He comes through the card evaluation hairpin. No one's going to trouble him.
Oh, a little mistake there from Caleb Pateman, a little wobble coming out of the card evaluations.
Yeah, Ryan Gallagher, does he get a run on coming down the front straight? Oh, he's going to have a go down the outside, is he? No, Caleb's going to keep the position. Good racing there, chaps. So second for Caleb Pateman, Ryan Gallagher goes through. Corbin Sprague managed to get up to P4 in the end, and a new lap record, 107.891. The last lap was a tad slower at a 107.859. Then Lincoln Brunton, Sam Knight, Luke Casey, Michael Court, Oakley West, Ben McConaughey. Oh, Jared Pike, sorry mate, put the mockers on you. Came through P11, Mel Waters. Car 45, P12.
P13 will be Dean Van Buren, who's just finishing his lap now. So,
there we go. On the screen, Hamish Evans takes it out. Race 2 for the Mazda Pro 8s. This afternoon at Levels Raceway, Caleb Pateman, Ryan Gallagher, Corbin Sprague, Lincoln Brunton, Sam Knight, Luke Casey, Michael Court, Oakley West, Ben McConaughey in the 215 car rounds out the top 10. Jared Pike, Mel Waters and Dean Van Buren.
So Corbin Sprague broke the lap record 3 times in that race.
Not a bad day at the office.
Not a bad effort.
Yeah, I bet you that other Corbin Sprague that had the record's going to be pissed about that.
He's going to be really annoyed.
Good effort to Corbin Sprague. What Paul called him, the Sprague Plague.
Sprague Plague.
Alex and Corbin doing well at their home circuit, Levels Raceway. Timaru, thank you very much to Trust Aoraki, once again supporting the Thunder Down Under meeting. Bringing the trucks, Central Muscle Cars, Mainland Muscle Cars, Mazdas, Minis, Formula Fords, SS Cup and 2K Cup. Awesome weekend of racing here at the Timaru International Motor Raceway. So Oscar next, reverse grid split field. So that's going to be some entertainment. But anyway, we've got the top 3 for the Mazda Pro 8s coming into the pits. Hamish, Caleb and Ryan.
Okay, let's cross down to the pits with Adams down there with our race leader, race winner, Hamish Evans.
I just got Hamish Evans here, he's just hot off the track. So, good race for you?
Yeah, it was good. Managed to get the front row on the marble, which is always nice. Just get a good start and get away from everyone, and when you're in that fresh air, you avoid all carnage.
Yeah, you're looking in the mirrors at the end?
No, I was just out there having fun, just managing my laps. No, it's just a great way to bounce back after a tough qualifying.
So, is this, how many seasons you done in the series?
This is my 3rd season.
And overall, you're happy with the way things are going?
Yeah, no, this season's going well. We just got to keep chipping away. But yeah, today we just lacked a bit of pace, but it was good to get a win.
Awesome, well done. Okay, car's going out again, so I'll throw back to you, Paul, and the commentary team.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Congratulations, Hamish Evans. Big shout out too to Kevin Lancaster watching on the laptop this afternoon. Got his hands full with Highlands on the TV and Levels on the laptop. Hope things are going well up there, Kevy. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing, mate. As we see on screen down there, it looks like we got one of the RX 6.8's down there, might be the double runner, I think. Brendan?
That's car 66, that's B2's tutor.
Oh, right.
Mr. Van Buren.
He's stuck down there, is he?
Yeah, he's going to have to do another lap behind the Oscars and come in.
So Oscar cars up now. Huge field of cars for the Oscars. Steve Ross, obviously the man to beat. Had a good battle there with Tim Dossett early this morning from Gumboot Racing in Pleasant Point.
Yeah, Tim was leading a couple of laps.
Yeah, but just didn't have the horsepower of the big Jaguar down the back straight.
That's right, we like a Jag in the lead.
John Ling there, just coming out of the hairpin. Then we go back to one of the old Commodores. That's a good thing about the Oscars. You pretty much run what you bring. You've got the old NZ6s in there. And obviously going to be a handicap style sort of race by the looks of this one.
So there goes the ringer from Pleasant Point.
Yeah, a bit of a hard shot. Looks like he's put on a few beers, a few kgs.
Got his winter weight on, but he just got it on over Christmas.
Yeah,
just the winter in the wrong hemisphere.
Chiefly got the old winter flame crushers on, that's for sure. So anyhow, it's an 8-lap race, reverse split grid. So reverse it up, then split it.
Anika's been feeding him too well over Christmas. Now you need to get him an exercise bike, put him on a diet. That's where the speed's going to come from now. You spent all the money on that car. Now you're going to have to put some effort into the driver, I think.
That's right. Get another half a second out of that stomach of his. So in the front row there, looks like, well, I don't think we've got any Toady Herbert or Marty Russell. I think they're both out. So I have to see who's actually starting off the front row. Looks like Leon Fox it is. Maybe Jared Carnegie in there as well. Jared done a bit of 2K Cup racing, done a bit of endurance stuff. So 24/7 NZ6 there. That is Mike McCarthy. He's going to be on the second row, which is, I think it's the first row really, because the front two guys aren't going to be there. But look at that field of cars for the Oscars, looks pretty impressive. We've got Gary Duncan in the 26 car getting a wee bit out of shape up there, can't find his grid. Or perhaps has he got an issue? He's just trying to pull off. Oh no, he's got reverse.
New experience for him though, Paul, sitting on the wrong side of the car.
Yeah, it'd be something to get used to. I've got a Polaris RZR side-by-side left-hand drive, and you get used to it pretty quick. I drove a left-hand drive rental car overseas one year. That was a bit tricky, driving on the wrong side of the road. That's be a bit dangerous when you're doing a bit of a racing line around a few corners.
Anyway, first grouper away.
They certainly are.
Oh, 183, who's that?
Yeah,
Warren Walker bolting off the line in the Civic.
He almost had to rip the handbrake on and stop going up the back of Jared Carnegie there in the wee Starlet. Would have shortened up the wheelbase even shorter than what it is.
Oh, Gibson got
tipped.
Oh,
yeah, Gibson's into the wall. Oh, that's a huge hit from Andrew Gibson. I'm not too sure whether he got a helping hand there in the wee Lotus.
So red flag.
Red flag, red flag. He's in the wall, Andrew Gibson. And his car was for sale. Probably still is. But
now just some assemblies required.
Yeah, a wee bit of assembly required there. Red flag already. So I missed the start of that, but must have got a bit of helping hand there.
Well, he got a very good launch off the line, was trying to get through the cars in front and just sort of got tagged or misjudged his gap a little bit perhaps.
Yeah, we can see the big tarmac, the mark on the tarmac there where he's got sideways into the wall on the inside there of the track for Andrew Gibson, the wee yellow Lotus Elise. And ran and hit the wall in the right rear corner. He'd be out of the car and won't want to be around Andrew Gibson, I wouldn't think. But after that, he's got the helmet on. As long as he's safe and he's out, that's the main thing. But he's had a lot of bad luck in his racing career, Andrew Gibson. We've seen a couple of big incidents he's been involved in down the front straight. And that was another one, but the trajectory he's taken off there looks like he's been punted or given a side whack or something. No doubt we will find out in due course. Already got someone down there gathering up some mementos. Bit of carbon fibre or something. That's a real shame for Gibbo. He's given the sport a lot over the years. And the sport's also taken a fair bit off him. Hasn't had that car that long. He's more well known for driving the wee Honda Civics. Did some 2K Cup car. I think he actually raced around to the Honda there for a bit. But
to or from the toilet.
Not going to have any further action this weekend, that's for sure. But especially with the engine being in the rear. So a bit of bad luck there. This will probably be a full race restart, I would imagine.
Well, because they haven't completed a lap.
Well, see the way they're lining up. Rachel Beck's down here in the pit lane. So not too sure whether she's got an issue. Of course, she went off at the end of the front straight in the last race, didn't she? Right, so looks like we're going to go down to Adam in the meantime. He's got a couple of young bucks down there. Over to you, Adam.
All right, so P2?
P3.
P3. Yeah. Good race for you?
Yeah, pretty good. Fortunately for me, for the little incident that happened, I made a few spots, but unfortunately for those guys, they crashed. But yeah, so yeah.
So marble draw is a bit different, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, marble draw. I originally drew 10, but someone pulled out, so I got started off grid 9. So it's pretty good.
Pretty happy with that?
Yeah, pretty happy. I like starting on the inside, so.
And how's the season going for you?
Good. It's my first ever season in these RX8s, and it's been going pretty good so far. I think I'm sitting 6th overall. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Some beautiful cars.
Yeah, and they're fun to drive.
Right, and is it a tricky car to drive, or just a nice car that, you know, sort of learning?
Very nice car to learn in. Like, they just handle so well and brake so well. And, yeah.
Choice. All right, we'll come over to P2 to Caleb. So P2, happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy. First podium, so yeah, no, I'm happy.
Choice. And talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was good. We were fighting the car a wee bit, but yeah, we're just trying to keep in front of Ryan, basically.
Perfect. Yeah. And so your season, talk us through what's been, you know, sort of highlights.
So we're sitting in 4th at the moment in the championship. So yeah, just trying to hold that position and go from there.
Pretty competitive?
Yeah, it's real close. So it's hard competitors, and yeah.
And how many seasons have you done in this?
So this is my 2nd season. First season was last year. Yeah.
Choice. And so you're feeling like you're sort of coming to it?
Yeah, I'm getting the hang of the car now. Like, it took a wee while, obviously a full season. Obviously never racing a car before, coming out of grass karts, so yeah, it was a big difference.
And learning the tracks?
Yeah, that's probably the trickiest part, when you can't get down to them. So, yeah.
So where are you based?
I'm based here in Timaru.
So this home track, you got to love this place?
Yeah, it's my favourite track so far, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, so races to come for the weekend. What are you going to tune things up, or what do you got to do to get to the front?
Oh, we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll try and dial the car in a bit more, and yeah, obviously give it a go and see what happens.
In a category like this with all the cars matched, I mean, what are the things that put you, right at the pointy end?
It's driver skill, basically. Yeah, being all the same and whatnot.
Choice. All right, well, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully they're cleaning things up out there, and we'll go back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Adam Jones down there in the pit lane, keeping an eye on what's happening down in there. And it was young Caleb Pateman from Timaru doing a good job, finishing 2nd there. And Ryan Gallagher, the young, quietly spoken 15-year-old from Ashburton.
Yeah, so his second ever meeting at Levels Raceway for young Ryan, so on the podium, and Caleb saying it's his first podium as well, a P2, in front of his home crowd. He'll be very, very happy with that. Of course, Caleb's the nephew of Kevin Pateman, that was the president of the South Canterbury Car Club for many, 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 many years. Kevin now residing in Christchurch, but Kevin was a New Zealand touring car driver back in the day, running TX3s and laser turbos. Started out in pre-65.
Yes.
Now he runs a Ford Telstar that he used to run in the New Zealand 2-litre touring car series. He races it in the classic touring car field. So Kevin's going to be looking forward probably to getting that car out at the Scope Classic, which is next weekend, and then bringing it down to the Southern Classic round in Levels the following week. There, we're just having a wee look at Gibby's Lotus.
At least as it goes through, a lot of broken fiberglass panelling on there, but it'll be what's under there that's going to be
what's the space frame like at the back? Does that look all right?
Yeah, probably not bad. Not bad. And yeah, I don't know. You know, Gibby's quite a handy man, and there are a few handy locals. So who knows what can happen overnight?
A couple of rolls of duct tape.
Couple of boxes of beers.
Remember, Dad put a new front on a Holden Commodore one night here. One of the guys.
Manual, was it?
No, earlier than that. So it was one of the SS Commodores running in the ANZ touring cars. From a guy from up the top of the South Island was running it, and Dad had to glue a front on it overnight. Got it going again. Anyway, then we've got Gary Duncan's big Pontiac GTO. What a mean looking machine. Once he gets a hang of that, I'm sure he's going to be a menace. First meeting for Gary.
Would he have a 6 in it in his first race? It's not bad.
Not bad. So he was running an FDRX7 V8, but had an unfortunate incident with that. So don't know whether that's repairable. You can't buy FDRX7 shells for 3 or 4 grand like you used to in the day, so maybe he's moved on to the Pontiac. Just getting used to sitting on the left-hand side of the car, and then behind him it is Terence Phillips in that awesome sounding FDRX7 V8. Was watching Terence go around the top part of the circuit yesterday, and he's got that dialed in. As young Terence, of course, if you live in Ashburton, need a quality used motor vehicle, pop into Daryl Phillips Motors, and I'm sure Terence will be able to find you something that's only been driven to church on Sundays by a little old lady. So just watching the Kumo Tyres Oscar Field do another warm-up lap for their reverse grid split handicap race. So a couple of the first groups got away, and then we had that unfortunate incident with Andrew Gibson in the Lotus.
Yeah, bit of bad luck. But as they say, that's racing.
It is racing, and they got the race stopped quickly.
Yeah. Or as some others will say, stiff shit. But however, 3 Commodores down there on the front 2 rows, a couple of NZ6s, and car number 25 down there, Darren Harding's.
Is that an old VK, is it? B2? What spec's that one?
I think it's an original. It's an original NZ V8.
V8 touring car.
Yeah, it's a V6 powered one, no.
Okay, used to go up to Pukekohe to watch those race, the Falcons and Commodores.
Yeah, Paul Manuel won his only New Zealand V8 Touring Car Championship on one of those, the VLs, going back a long, long time.
Alrighty, so getting ready to launch once again. First grouper away, car 25, 247, 95, 51.
Oh, Jared Cody went slow away and just about got cleaned out by Cookie going through the middle. But it's going to be car 25, Darren Harding's going to lead the way through Par & Co. The next group are underway, Diver in the 216. Too sure the 216s, that's Josh Ward and another one of those wee Civics.
So group 3, they're off the line now. Gary Duncan's going to be one to watch in this group. Just trying to thread the needle. It's a little bit tight there in a Pontiac. Maybe he should have bought something a little bit more
yeah, we were
fitting.
more skinnier.
Yeah, would have got through the gap.
Not used to driving something so fat as that, but he was a wee bit cautious, as you'd imagine. As we're looking at the leaders now, it's the 25, Darren Harding still leading from Mike McCarthy and Mick Ross and a couple of the NZ V8s. Leon Fox there in car number 51. But it's Commodores everywhere out in front at present. With Dean Cook thrown in the mix there in the 86, sitting there in second as they come out of the hairpin. Well, Dean Cook started racing in the 2K Cup, was pretty successful in that class, and picked up this 86 that was smashed up by someone else and has slowly been rebuilding it up, and now he comes through across the line in the lead. We go back to the wee Civic there, has just managed to poke his nose through. That's Warren Walker up to second now from Hardings.
Someone's taken a very wide line there, one of the big VN Commodores.
24-7.
24-7 Ryco car.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy. Z6s. So leaders heading down the back straight. There's the 95 of Mick Ross. Not Mick Ross, but Mick Ross. And look at Jared Hanson flying down the back straight, a couple of wheels out in the grass. Manages to get it back on. Goes around diver. Oh, we've got someone off down the top end. Not too sure who that was. Bit of a spinner there. And everyone's slowing up, coming through off the back straight. And the traffic had backed up. Would want to be one of the fast guys coming around there and seeing 3 wide parked up in the middle of the track.
So in all that carnage, Warren Walker in the 183 Civic, he's got through to the front.
Yes, and once again, he's an ex-2K Cupper, Warren Walker. Only did about 1 season in there and decided he wanted to go a bit quicker. Jared Hanson's been menacing his way through the pack in the wee 1600. He was mowing the lawns there down the back straight last time through. There's Jared Carnegie trying to go through on the 25 car as well. Into Power & Co, gets the job done. Jared Hanson's tucked in behind him. He wants to go with him as well. Geez, busy times. Oh, Hanson into the side of Carnegie and then gives him a whack on the other side as well. So whacking the side of the car for Jared Carnegie. A couple of these guys just getting a wee bit greedy there. And I think that might have been Hanson that might have started that, but I'm not 100%. But either way, it won't be Jared Carnegie's fault as it's still 3 wide down the back straight with Matty Cronin and Andrew Bartlett there going through on one of the NZ6s. So she's carnage everywhere you look at the present. Look at the front of Jared Hanson's 1600s. I wonder that bottom split is still on, but he's got damage to both front guards. He lost half a guard down the back straight. Apparently Carnegie's underway again, but very slowly. He'll be wanting to get out of that car. He'll be like a wee jack in the box and stay out of his way, that's for sure. As they all come out of the Carter's valuation here, but look how busy it is there. A few of the faster guys down the back got a lot of work to do, but Gary Duncan, it's looking pretty good for him at the moment. He's up to 5th. 4th in fact, he's managed to get through on Henson as well. And here's Steve Ross, he's sort of mid-pack. In fact, he's in 12th place. Dawson's going with him, so Dawson's still sticking with him. As they head down the back straight again, all the fast guys now starting to make their way through some of the slower ones. John Lang there getting passed by 3 or 4 of the quickies down the back straight. Here's our race leader, Warren Walker. Looking pretty good for him at the moment out in front. He's coming into the hairpin now and had a good lead last time. 5.5 seconds back to Dean Cook. And Dean Cook there just coming into shot. So a nice gap at the moment for Warren Walker. And the wee Civic. Here he is there. Hard on the brakes down to Power & Co. This is going back to some of the fast guys trying to weave their way through. There's Jimmy Lineberg in there as well, trying to get through. Steve Ross, there's Timmy Dossett. Down through Power & Co. So Henson's still continuing okay. Obviously feels all right with that car, that nothing's hasn't damaged the steering at all in it. There's Jimmy Lindberg. Very rapid Nissan. There's Dossett going with Steve Ross. Going through on the RX-8 there of Cameron Davies, I think it was. Looking good though for Warren Walker. Cameron Davies just getting a wee bit out of shape there in the White Horse Motors car. He had a 9-second lead, Warren Walker over Dean Cook. Cookie only had a couple of seconds over Gary Duncan. And here comes the fast guys, just coming out of the hairpin now. Looks like Steve Ross has managed to get through on Terence Phillips. But Tim Dawson hasn't.
So 7-second lead Warren Walker has over Gary Duncan, but Gary is lapping 4 seconds a lap faster, so another couple of laps. There's only 3 laps to go as they cross the stripe.
Dossett trying to go up the inside of Terry Phillips now as he gets the power down onto the back straight. Yeah, there's the Evo versus V8 power, and he's got the Evo through. Trying to go up the inside of the red whale as well. Chris Brown, who was leading the championship coming into this round. But, oh, Dossie getting out of shape. He just got a wheel out in the grass there and locked all the brakes up, managed to keep it on the island. But, geez, he had a lucky escape there. He was in front of the car, shot off inland. And he managed to straighten her up. Gary Duncan doing a good job there in second place. Can he catch Walker? Perhaps he can. 3 laps left to go.
Although Steve Ross now's P3 there, Paul. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, so can Steve Ross do it? Here comes Dossie. He's up to 4th place now. Got Paul Brooks and the other Civic tucked in behind him.
So given a bit of clear air, Steve Ross has managed to put on a 102.8. So 105.1 is the best for Gary Duncan.
And Warren Walker's best at 110 out front. Fastest lap of the race, Steve Ross at 102.8, like you said. Gary Duncan's fastest lap at 105. Chris Brown sitting there in 6th place. Had a pretty quiet weekend so far. Just being consistent, I guess, as they've already got through on Warren Walker, Gary Duncan and Steve Ross. It's Warren Walker on shot, but it's Steve Ross in the lead. He's got through on Gary Duncan as well. So Steve Ross looking for his 2nd win of the day. Last lap board is out for him. And taking it nice and easy, Steve Ross. Not using all the road he needs to. Down the back straight for him. Doesn't look as fast on the screen as what it does in real life, does it? How fast they're actually going. Here's Dossie in Gary Duncan in 2nd place. It's been quite a stellar day for Gary Duncan, isn't it? First outing in the car, 2nd race. And what's he had, a 4th and a 2nd, if you can keep it there.
So, yeah, it'll just take a wee while to get used to the car because it's quite a bit different from the FDRX7 he was racing, which was pretty much a full chassis car with a V8 stuffed in it. So now he's in a
space frame,
purpose-built race car.
And the chicken flag is out for Steve Ross. Excellent race win. Good drive through the pack. Gary Duncan will take 2nd. It'll be Gumboots Dossett will take 3rd. And then looks like Chris Brown, is it? Chris Brown's going to take 4th place with Terry Phillips right on the line. Then Cam Davies. Warren Walker ends up 7th. Jimmy Lindbergh 8th. Paul Brooks and Callum Stocker comes through in the RX8 to finish 10th. So some good stuff. Bit of bad luck there for Andrew Gibson going into the wall, and so Rachel Beck, she was a no-show too at the end of the day, I think, Brendan.
Yeah, she pulled into the pits to get something checked out. So that was unfortunate for Rachel because she was leading the lights class coming into this round. So hopefully Andrew Gibson's car doesn't have any significant structural damage that they can't repair overnight. It'd be good to see him back out there tomorrow.
It wouldn't surprise me if we did see some here again, as long as there's no other damage. Look like broken engine mounts or any housings or anything like that. Definitely was a reasonably big hit though.
Might need a few rolls of duct tape. Can you get orange duct tape? I don't think I've seen it in orange.
He's a Sparky, you might have a few of them.
Yeah, oh okay, might have some orange insulation shape perhaps, just need a lot more. So, good entertaining reverse grid race there for the Oscar field. Steve Ross, awesome job to come through from the back of the field to the front.
Just wait for the results to come up onto the screen just to confirm. There we go. Stephen Ross, Gary Duncan, Tim Dossett, Chris Brown still banked some good in the points. And Terence Phillips 5th, Warren Walker 7th. Well, we've got a 5th to 7th there, so missing Cam Davies in there. Cam Davies finished 6th. Warren Walker 7th, Jimmy Lindbergh 8th, Paul Brooks 9th, Colin Stocker 10th, and Mark Neville 11th. Andrew Bartlett, Matty Cronin, Michael Diver, Dean Cook, Jared Hanson at the end finishes 16th. And John Lang, Josh Ward, Mick Ross, Jeff Drain, Leon Fox. Round out 21 cars. Oh, there's still more of them going there. And Andrew Gibson, you'll see at the bottom there, a non-starter, along with Tony Herbert, Marty Russell, Mike Hammer, Shannon Booth, Marcus Mulcahy, and Rachel Beck. So quite a few cars there not starting the race there for the Oscars. Got Adam down there. He's got Gumboots Dossett down there. So we'll hand over to you there, Adam.
So first up, why do they call you Gumboots?
Oh, mate, that's all I wear. You never know when it's going to rain, or you might have to step in a puddle somewhere. You just got to get it done. And gumboots, where would we be if we weren't for a gumboot?
All right, I'll let you take your helmet off so we can talk to you properly. There we go. So you made quite a good use of your four-wheel drive in that race, I saw.
So yeah, I was did some shocking driving then actually. But it was so congested that we just tried to get through it all. But we got there in the end, and it's unscathed. So poor old Andrew Gibson having a wee crash there. It was a beautiful wee car, and bloody sad because it's one of my favourites.
Well, looking at it, it looks not, well, we don't know, but it doesn't look too bad, and it might just be fiberglass, so they might be able to repair it overnight, but we'll find out.
Oh, hopefully we'll go have a look at it after this. But it was an awesome race. It was so busy, and we couldn't quite get it done, but that's all right.
Steve Ross went in the other end of the pit, so we couldn't grab him as he came off the track, so we got you. But there was one time there where you almost lost it, right?
Oh, down there, end, yeah. I put one wheel onto the grass, and she went a bit sideways, hooked up on the edge of the track, and as I came back on, it just spun it. But I saved it. Yeah.
That's what these cars are for, isn't it?
Yeah, should you?
Still four-wheel drive and.
Yeah, four-wheel drive, 70-30 split, and it's 2.2 stroker, and Rapid and the boys at Rapid Performance, they just do everything for me. Just turn up, and it's all powered by a Haltech computer, so it's awesome.
All right, well, we better get back up there because the minis are about to race, so over to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Congratulations there, Gumboots Dossett. You're going to slip into a nice greasy set of red bands, no doubt. But no, he had a lucky escape there, did Tim Dossett.
So the Mini 7 field that are coming out onto the grid now have been given an update on their championship leading into this race. Currently Adam Box leading on 114 points, Logan Powling second 83, Chris Armitage third 82, Justin Neal 82. So pretty tight for that second position. Yeah, and then we go back to Evan Thompson on 56.
Well, Evan's not here,
so there we go. Ken Starnes 45. But anyway, Adam Box, good lead at the moment, 114 points. But gosh, 83, 82, 82. Logan Pelling, Chris Armitage, Justin Neal, going to need to keep their lows clean, keep accumulating the points. Let's see if we can get another good race like we did earlier on today out of the Mini 7 field.
Right, so off the front row, it's going to be Armitage in the 36 car, Adam Box beside him, Justin Neal second row. Of course, Justin won this morning's race. And I've got Bailey Patterson back out there. I don't know what happened to Bailey in that first race. He disappeared off the earth. Didn't even see him out on there on the track, but here he is coming up to the second row of the grid, car number 5, one of the Patterson brothers minis. Down there, Scotty Patterson a wee bit further back, waiting on the lights. for the Mini 7s. Away we go. Pretty good start from everybody as they get the hammer down as they head down towards the Power & Co S's, and it's going to be Adam Box that leads them through. Power & Co from Chris Armitage, then Justin Neal, Bailey Patterson, and it's Penrose tucked in behind him as they head up to Marshall Transport Sweeper. And it's going to be Adam Box who's leading the championship, the New Zealand Championship at the moment. It's going to lead them down the back straight for the first time. Straight away though, Piers starting to form. Chris Armitage in second. Look at Bailey Patterson tucked on the back of Justin Neal now though as they head down towards the John Jones Steel corner. He's going to come try and have a look around the outside or go with Justin Neal. We have seen these cars pushing each other, and both of them will go around the outside of Chris Armitage. Around the outside line, that's a great passing move from those two. One of them had a wheel out in the dirt, not too sure who that was. I think that was Michael Pelling. And great stuff from those two. Adam Box still hanging on to the lead, but Justin Neal and Bailey Patterson working together to go around the outside of Armitage and work the treat as they come into the hairpin for the first time. Adam Box in the number 15 Sleek and Shine car through the left-handed sweeper. Looking pretty good. Bit of a gap back to Llewellyn and the rest of the team through there. Sorry, Llewellyn's towards the rear as they come down through the king on the front straight. It's still Adam Box. Bailey Patterson looking pretty racy though as they hit down in the braking zone. No one close enough to force any sort of move as those 5 cars line astern through there, hopping a wheel up through the exit of Power & Co. Into Marshall Transport they go, and it's down the back straight where they can make all their places up as they peer up and try and give each other a bit of a push. Got 3 cars in the front now, trying to attack Adam Box out in front. Bailey Patterson in the 3rd place there, starting to get a bit of a tone, a bit of a push on Justin Neal. Justin Neal's going to try and pull out and go around the outside, is he? Adam Box still holding the inside line, but no way through for Justin Neal and Bailey Patterson. They'll have to stay in behind there out in the front, so it's still Adam Box. He's after maximum points for the New Zealand Championship with a couple of races left tomorrow. And up round through McKissick they go. Still Adam Box. Justin Neal all over the back of him. Early on in the race, Bailey Patterson. Can he keep it going all race? Hard on the brakes into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Still line astern. You've got Penrose sitting there in the 5th place at the moment. It set the fastest lap last time, a 1:20.9. Bit of a gap back to Logan Pelling, then Mike Pelling. Scotty Patterson's made inroads up to 8th place as the leaders come down the front straight again. It's still Adam Box. Here goes Justin Neal's going to have a wee dive down the inside as they go into Power & Co. But Adam Box cuts his nose off as they disappear halfway through into Power & Co. And Justin Neal looking like he wants to make a move early on and get his nose out in front. And Bailey Patterson is still sitting there in 3rd. Chris Armitage, bit of a gap back to Penrose. And here comes Scotty Patterson. Logan Pelling it is in the 17 car as well, trying to catch up. And the 21 car and the 86 of Scotty Patterson working together to give each other a bit of a push further down in the mid-pack. As now we've got Justin Neal trying to go around the outside. It looks like he might have got the job done on Adam Box, certainly has. And Bailey Patterson's gone with him as well. So these two working together obviously as they can work in teams in the mini racing. And we were talking to Adam Box and saying at qualifying he wasn't paired up with anyone, so he didn't have the best qualifying session. But sitting in a good spot at the moment though, Adam Box in that 3rd place. A good place to be back there early on in the race as they come out of the left-handed sweeper down through the kink. And it's still Justin Neal, got his nose in front with Bailey Patterson. Here comes Adam Box again. They're weaving all across the place, trying to give each other a bit of false information as to where they are on the track, but it's still Justin Neal leads them up to Marshall Transport Sweeper from Bailey Patterson. Chris Armitage on the back of Adam Box, who's sitting there in that 3rd place. So these 5 cars, any one of these guys can win it. Even the Penrose there from that 5th place that he's sitting at the moment, Lockie Penrose. Bailey Patterson, fastest lap of the race at 1:17.7. So they're getting quicker and quicker. Justin Neal still out in front though with Bailey Patterson as they head up the straight towards the McKissick curve. One of them getting out in the dirt, that was Lockie Penrose putting a couple of wheels out as they head up round through McKissick. And there's not many ways up through there. Lifting the inside left rear tyre through McKissick. Hard on the brakes there, Justin Neal. Got a bit of hopping going on mid-corner. There's the grip bites up in the rear of the wee minis through the left-handed sweeper. They certainly have gapped at these top 5. A big gap back to Logan Pelling. Sitting there in 6th place in number 17, but here they go down the front straight again. Patterson's about the only one that's close enough to force any sort of move. He looks right, he looks left, and no way through as Justin Neal holds middle of the track. Adam Box looking pretty racy though as they head up towards Marshall Transport Sweeper. Has a wee look, pulls back in, no way through. Sits there in that 3rd place. We're only 4 laps down. Couple of laps left to go, so got to start thinking about where you want to be as these top 3 are starting to drop Armitage and Penrose off. Adam Box looking racy this time as he's going to try and go around the outside of Bailey Patterson, and he's getting the good side toe as they head down towards John Jones Steele. He's still up the inside though, Bailey Patterson, and no way through for Adam Box, but he give it a good nudge. So they head up the straight now towards McKissick Curve. Still Justin Neal throws the mini in. Bailey Patterson keeping him honest, just a half a car length between the two of them. Through McKissick, still Justin Neal. Winner of the race this morning. Is Patterson going to have a dive up the inside into the hairpin? No, he's not. He was close enough and thought about it. He's going to try and get him at the end of the front straight, I think. Gets a good drive out of the hairpin through the left-hander. Here they come again. Patterson's right on his tail now as they come down through the kink. Should get a good toe down to about the start-finish line, but he's not close enough. He's got to be closer than that. Last lap borders out. Adam Box is in a good spot. Now Armitage and Penrose have caught them up again. 5 cars now fighting for it into Marshall Transport Sweeper. Still 68 at Justin Neal and Bailey Patterson. Let's see what Chris Armitage can do with Adam Box from 3rd and 4th. Down the back straight for the last time. Still looking good for Justin Neal. Here comes Adam Box getting a good toe on Bailey Patterson's going to have a try and look up the inside this time. No, he doesn't. Then goes right. Comes back left again. As I think Bailey Patterson's making more than 1 or 2 moves. Bit of a touch and he's going to go into the fence of the Bailey Patterson. He just had a bit of a clip with Justin Neal as he tried to go around the outside of Justin. And that was it for Bailey Patterson. Off he went. Ended up in the kitty litter. Not too sure if he went into the fence or not, but Justin Neal's coming back round into the hairpin for the last time. Adam Box still tucked in behind him. All happening here for the Mini 7s. Out of the Carter's valuation hairpin they come. The checkered flag is waiting. And it's looking good for Justin Neal at the moment. Adam Box isn't close enough. He should have been right on his bumper coming out of there. And we come down to the start-finish line. Justin Neal's going to make it 2 from 2 for the Minis. Adam Box will take good points. Armitage hangs on for 3rd. Penrose takes 4th, and a gap back to Logan Pelling. And then it's Scotty Patterson coming through in the end in 6th place. And then it's Mike Pelling. In Benison Burberry, Barry Wilson, who's cars for sale if you want to get into this sort of racing. Great stuff there from the Mini 7s, thanks to Falcon Tyres, and bad luck for Bailey Patterson. I hope he hasn't got too much damage on that car. It really is a wee beauty. And we've got Adam standing by downstairs. We'll cross to him now, then we'll come back for the results of the Mini 7s. Up over to you, Adam. Yeah, over to you, Adam.
Okay, so we're just down here in the pits with the Oscar 1, 2 and 3. So Steve Ross, bit of a hard race through that pack of cars.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was bloody hard work.
You got to the front for a lap and a little bit?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Happy with the car?
The car's going real good, yeah. You know, we're not doing too bad for a couple of old retired people.
Well, you've done a lot of driving, obviously Formula 5000 and in the Jaguar as well. What's your favourite?
Anything you can win in.
Oh, so today's a good day?
Yeah, today's a good day, yeah.
And do you have any tuning up to do overnight, or are you just straight back into it?
Only the driver. The driver's a bit rusty.
All right. And so it's that Jaguar's been around for a wee while. Just tell us a quick little bit about it.
Oh, it was a Fawcett's car back in the day. Did all the Trans Am racing and stuff, and then I ended up with it in the finish, and I just love the cars.
And it goes good. All right. So in P2, good race for you?
Yeah, it was good. New car for me. I just finished it last week. So yeah, starting to come to grips with it, so it's good fun.
Awesome. Well, tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it was Lane Neville's car. I give it a complete refurbish, new engine plant, put an LS in it, and yeah, thankfully no teething problems too much, and yeah, it's taken me a wee bit to the next level, hopefully, so it's good.
Nice to finish a car a week ago and have it on the podium.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, I must admit, yeah.
Got to be happy with that. And then in P3, we've had a good yarn already, so you got out of the car, everything's good?
Yeah, it is good. Yeah, I've just got to give these two some bloody stick now, and maybe I have to tap them or something to get past, but that's all right.
All right, so the minis are just coming in and they tell me they're going to bring them straight over so we can get 1, 2 and 3 for them as well. Thanks guys. Awesome. See you tomorrow. So we're just going to try and grab the winner of this last race, but I'll just... they're all going in to get weighed, so they tell me they'll bring the winner over. Can you give me the car number of who won so I can go find one? So we just found P2 here. We couldn't find the winner, but P2 pretty full-on race for you.
That was intense. Yeah, I haven't had a race that intense in a very long time. That was awesome.
And so talk us through the race.
Well, I felt like I got a good start. First couple of laps I kept looking in the mirror. Once Justin Neal and Bailey Patterson got past me, I thought, right, I just need to stick with them. And that was my plan, and yeah, executed it well.
Awesome. And so what does that mean for points for you? I mean, obviously it's about the season, not just one race, right?
Yeah, so this weekend we got 2 championships running. We've got our South Island one as well as our New Zealand one. And yeah, currently leading the New Zealand championship and sitting 3rd in the South Island. So it's looking good for us, but there's still a long way to go.
So it's all about accumulating points, but also being at the pointy end.
That's it. Consistency is key, as they say.
And so, I mean, as the race went on, obviously dropping a spot or two, I mean, you just try and keep eyes forward, right?
Yeah, that's it. Just got to focus on finishing and not having any contact and, yeah, just doing the best that I can.
Okay, well, we'll try and find the race winner, but I don't know where he's gone to. So, you guys have to weigh after every race, is that correct?
Yep. So we always weigh after the races on the New Zealand Championship rounds, just to make sure that everything's all kosher.
What's the minimum weight for one of these little cars?
650. Yeah.
That's with the driver?
Yeah, with the driver, 650. That's the minimum.
And what sort of power do these cars make?
Not enough, but too much at the same time.
Well, that's a great answer. And with that, we'll throw back to you, Paul, for the next race.
Thanks, Adam. So some good insight there into the mind of a Mini 7 driver. But
Not enough, but too much at the same time.
Not
That's
enough,
classic.
but too much. Yeah. So those Minis are a whopping 1,000 cc's with a what have they got? A Weber side draft carburetor on them, 10-inch slick tyres, and they don't have to slow down for corners. Is pretty much their strength.
No. And I think it's probably one of the only classes, most of the classes, the preferred line at John Jones is round the outside. You notice that that class, actually the one on the inside is going to keep their speed up. They'll just go straight round. So I think it's a bit of a leveler, really.
Yeah, there's a Paul just saying in the background, doesn't think there's a lot of brake use, so although the Minis do have disc brakes on the front, maybe they're not that necessary. Just a wee dab on the brake to set her up and hook her in. Run dog box gearboxes, so the gearboxes are strengthened in them to help them hold together. Anyway, next up we've got the SS Cup field, brought to you by 24 Red Racing. So have a wee look for them online if you need some race gear. They can make you look the most dapper driver on the circuit. 8 laps. Another reverse grid race, reverse grid handicap by class. So we'll have the fast runners at the back and the medium class in the middle and the slow class at the front. So, cousin Josh Mitchell did all right in the race early on today in the Crow Sport WRX. He's stepped up into the A class for this season, having done very well in Class B last year. So he'll be starting at in the back. He did very well the race today. They had a couple of restarts, and with the four-wheel drive WRX, he was just able to get a good launch. So just looking at some of the SS Cup cars, that was Corey Ashcroft in the Toyota liveried 151 Sleeker. Here we've got the 55 car just rolling up onto the grid. That's Africa Barker, going to start out of P1. Car 13 there sitting in P4. That's Darren Willis in the red Honda Civic. Got some Super 6s back there. Car 95 just rolling into position. That's Mick Ross. The 247 car, the Ryko Filters. Holden.
Yeah, doing double, or is it double duties or triple duties this?
Pedals by Mike McCarthy. Well, last time it was out here, it really needed mud flaps and a big set of, had the spotlight rack on the front. He thought he was a rally driver there. Alrighty, 241, rolling into position.
So he had a off this morning too, Herbert.
Tony Herbert from Omakau. He's the man that's famous from the telephone ads. Vodafone. What are they now? One New Zealand?
Something like that.
Obviously didn't think that having an international brand like Vodafone was any good, so let's make up our own name. Alrighty, away they go, Group 1. Oh, 247, they just give one of the dubbies a little bit of a nudge, is it? As they
she's busy
get into
getting
Power
round turn 1.
It's Tony Herbert's leading the pack anyway, through the Power & Co S's into the Marshall Transport Sweeper. Waiting for the launch of Group 2.
A couple of the NZ6s touching each other up around the Marshall Transport Sweeper as the next lot get underway.
So Brenda Hargraves is going to lead away Group 2 in the number 38 E30 BMW Coupe. They'll get through Power & Co reasonably unscathed compared to Group 1.
As our final group gets off underway, Richie Simpson and Josh Mitchell having a drag race down to turn 1. It'll be Simpson that takes the lead.
Getting a little bit loose there, getting the tail out is Simpson. Anyway, hauls it into line, he gets through Marshall Transport. They're off down the draft line back straight. Now focus on the front pack. Currently got the 95 car, that's Mick Ross leading Group 1 out of the card evaluation hairpin. Down the Pro rear front straight they go into the Power & Co S's. The 247 car of Mike McCarthy takes the lead, going through the Power & Co S's. Mick Ross sitting on the inside takes the position back before they get to the Marshall Transport Sweeper. Off down the draft line back straight, he heads once again. Here's Group 2. Got the wee number 99 Dubby leading them.
That's Graham Marlou, fastest lap of the race so far. Until the next group come around.
Yeah, Chris McLeod on his tail. And then we've got the 66 car, Mitch Trevor Parmenter. So the Group 3 field rolls through.
So just focusing on Graham Alou there at the moment on screen.
Leading Group 2 up the back straight.
Yes, we see Group 3 coming on to the back straight through Marshall Transport. Richard Simpson still in the lead of that, ahead of Josh Mitchell.
I just watched them go into John Jones Steel. Get through safely. There goes the race leader. Oh, someone's had a moment up the top. Out into the grass. Or into the shingle.
77.
Track. So that is the
Michael Diver.
Yeah, Michael Diver on the Honda Civic from Christchurch. He's well beached into the sand trap.
So that's that same spot we were talking about earlier that Paul suggested it may be a little bit slippery up there. We've had 4 or 5 cars go off in that same spot today.
Don't know if anyone's had a engine problem up there. Could be a slippery surface. Fast pack go across the line.
So the yellow flags are out up there. I can see the yellow light, but we'll have to wait and see what they do.
So we've got the Ryan Integra there all over the back of Josh Mitchell as they head off down the draft line back straight.
Safety cars deployed. So that's going to compact the field right up.
Oh, though, poor Group 1. Mick Ross, Mike McCarthy, they were doing so well out the front. It's going to neutralise their lead while they extract the number 77 car of Michael Diver out of the gravel pit there just at the exit of John Jones Steel. But that is well beached. So 5 laps completed for race leader Mick Ross. Ben Van Heswick's got up to P2 in the number 42 car. It's the Ford Falcon. Mike McCarthy, Corey Ashworth, Tony Herbert, Ross Jones, Alan Garnett, Andrew Brunton, Darren Willis, Glenn Wendelbourne rounds out the top 10 for the reverse grid handicap race for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field.
Well, once this field compresses, who are we going to look out for, Brendan?
Well, that's going to help, you know, the faster runners, particularly in Group 2. It just depends how many laps we have under the safety car.
Well, there's, 5 laps to go. Yeah, so Mr. Two Pies is down the end of the circuit there, just hooking up that Civic of Michael Diver. So with any luck he can get it out while they complete this lap. See how long that takes. It may only be a 2 or 3 lap sprint to the end.
Anyway, it gives you a chance to admire that lovely Ford Ranger Raptor from Timaru Motors. Of course, last year Ford celebrated Ranger being the #1 selling vehicle for 10 years in a row. So if you've got
I think I read somewhere it may have been knocked off its perch.
Has it?
RAV4.
What?
Yeah, well, I don't. Yeah, I think I was reading that last night or the night before, but I was like, wow.
How did that happen? Anyway, there's Michael Diver's car coming out. It looks relatively unscathed. I think it just might have been beached. Problem is, it'll be full of gravel. We'll dig it, bring it back to the pits, and get you. Yeah, find a drain, empty it out. As the Ranger Raptor leads the field, 4 laps to go. Mick Ross was leading when the race got neutralised by the safety Raptor, which is a Predator. Is that a thing to say, safety Raptor? Could be. Anyway, there's Graham Alou, who was doing it quite well in Group 2.
So I suggest that this should be able to get going again after this lap. Should be enough time for Michael Diver to get round and get himself into the pits. Here he comes now, just heading around towards card evaluations as we see the pack idle through the Par and Co S's.
Gosh, doesn't Peter Swaney's car look so much better with the livery on it, doesn't it? Obviously very well campaigned by Gerald Hargraves over many, many years. But just having it in the Castrol livery makes it pop on
just
the circuit.
Stand out, yeah, you're right. It was...
So Richard Simpson from Alexandra How's he going to get on? He's leading Group 3. So they're only going to have 3 laps to go this time round. We'll have to keep our eye on the safety truck, see if the lights go out, and they'll get racing once again. Also, might need to be a bit wary out at that top corner. Did they have any gravel come out of the car when they dragged it back onto the circuit?
The lights are out on the safety truck, so it looks like we're going to get underway once again. Start will be in the hands of Mick Ross,
so
Holden Commodore.
Super 6 is at the front of the field. Mick Ross, Van Heswick, Mike McCarthy. Then we've got the Celica of Corey Ashworth, the 151 machine. Away they go.
Number 59 may have been a jump start there. We'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, the 95 car goes round. Hit the Par and Co S's. Corey Ashworth's out there on the grass also. Avoiding action. Gets back on. Changes things at the front of the field though. New race leader heading off down the back straight.
That's Ben Van Heeswick, number 42.
42. Got a Ford Falcon leading the SS Cup field. Mike McCarthy in the 247 Ryko liveried car, P2. So a little bit of a nudge there. Well, another moment at the top of the circuit. Looks like someone else is out in the grass. Plenty of dust.
You can already see some of those Group 3 cars working their way right up through the pack. Richard Simpson, Josh Mitchell.
So Mike McCarthy just trying to go through the inside of the 42 car of Ben Van Heswick. Gets the position as they head into the card evaluation hairpin, although he's hung out wide. Van Heswick comes round on the inside, but he's going to have the wrong line as they turn left through the sweeper. Going to come down onto the ProWear front straight once again. Going to get 2 laps to go. Well, the Falcon takes the inside line, 42 takes the position back. Then we've got the wee Volkswagen, Alan Garnett there.
Let's see how Jason Kelly goes.
The big Datsun, the classic.
Pete Swaney. You put the mockers on another one, Brendan. He's in the fence.
That's the second car I've done that to today.
I'd really be sneaking out early if I were you.
Peter Swaney in the lovely 751 Casual Livery Altezza. Anyway, Trevor Parmenta's up to P2 in the RX-8. He's now hunting Ben Van Heswick as they head into John Jones Steel. Let's see, do we have just a yellow flag up there?
Red flag.
Red flag.
Yep. Pete Swaney, yeah.
Oh, gosh, Trevor Parmenter would be like, what the?
Well.
So I think as that went red, he was probably still in P2, sitting on Ben Van Heswick's bumper. But we'll bring them round. So how many laps? Well, there would have been one lap left to go. Once they crossed the line, there would have been the last lap board.
And that's why they would have called it, red flagged it probably. That'll be the end of it.
Oh, what a disappointment. Do you think I need to go up to the top car park and make sure my Altezza's hidden so they don't start pilfering any pieces off the front of it? Yeah, I have it there. The alternator in my Altezza has done the 3-hour race. Alrighty, so Trevor Parmenter in car 66, he was hunting for the lead as the flag went red. Everyone else has gone into pit lane. What a disappointment for Trevor Parmenter. Probably a bigger disappointment for Peter Swaney, to be fair. We're having a good race there for the 24 Red Racing SS Cup field.
Well, it was going to come down to the wire, I think. It would have been a good last lap. Very entertaining. There was a couple of 3 cars there right in the mix.
So, potentially Van Heswick was leading when the flag went red. Or normally when it goes red, though, you go back to the last cross of the stripe, don't you?
So there we can see Peter Swaney. Fair bit of frontal damage on that Altezza. He's gone straight into the tyre wall. And as you can see, very well built tyre wall. But it's done its job. Pete's out of the car.
So Brown and Shipman there on the right front guard of Peter Swaney's car. Might have a little bit of work to do.
He'd be on the phone to Jim. Tell him he's got a bit of work coming in tonight.
Time and a half at the weekends. So the former Gerald Hargraves car looks a little bit sore at the front. So that was leading up to be quite an exciting finish, wasn't it, chaps?
It was, 100%. So while they retrieve that car of Peter Swaney's, it's going to give them a chance to remove all the safety vehicles and marshals off the track for the final race of the day.
Super Trucks!
Which is our Super Trucks.
So brought to you by, thank you very much, Trust Aoraki for supporting the Thunder Down Under weekend at Timor International Motor Raceway once again. So 6-lap race for the Super Trucks. Race 16 of the day. Gosh, hasn't the day gone fast?
Well, considering, we've had a few incidents as well that have taken up a wee bit of time, you're right, it has gone quite fast.
Yeah, so fastest to front rolling start. Super Trucks! So who was fastest? Alex Little, wasn't he? Young Alex, I guess that's why he's a 4-time champion. Still just a young fella.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah. The young guns, like most of the other classes this weekend. Young fellas doing all right. Apart from Gary Duncan and Steve Ross. For the mature gentlemen of the paddock.
Young at heart.
Young at heart. Yeah, what's your favourite car, Steve Ross? Probably the one I'm racing today, if you ask Steve. Coming up the Caroline Bay Rock and Hop, middle of March. Steve Ross is the current custodian of PDL1, the Mustang. So he's bringing that up here to show off. And we've also tracked down Leo Leonard's 1972 E49 Charger. I've got a die-cast model of the very race car at home. Well, there's a lovely young lady by the name of Jenny that owns that car now in Oamaru. And it's been restored into the correct livery as Leo raced it in 1972. So do make sure that you either pop down the bay on the 21st of March for the Caroline Bay Rock and Hop, or if you're free during the day on Thursday, we've got laps at Levels. So the entrance to the Caroline Bay Rock and Hop, get the opportunity to go round Levels and drive in a spirited but safe fashion behind Steve Parker in the pace car.
The bonus is you can come down here and get your ears bashed to death again by us.
That's right. B1 and B2 here to entertain you on the day. But Caroline Bay Rock and Hop, major fundraiser for the year for Hospice South Canterbury. Over the last couple of years, they've raised $180,000 each weekend, which is an awesome effort. You think, oh, that's a fair bit of money. 180k is not too bad. This year, they need to find $1.9 million.
Yes, I remember Pete saying last year that it was about 10% of their annual budget
fundraising.
or fundraising, or money that it took to run the place. So yeah, they do a fantastic job. So it's a cause well worth supporting.
Yep, and we're very lucky the South Canterbury Car Club supports Hospice South Canterbury and lets us play on their track on the Thursday of the Rock and Hop weekend. Paul's just saying that he's volunteered there with the lovely Mrs. Lancaster, done some cooking in the kitchen. Yeah, I don't think they'd want me to do any cooking in their kitchen. I don't think that would.
No, me neither.
That would help them feel any better. But great facility, and also a very worthwhile cause. So if you're in town on that weekend, 21st of March is the gala day down on Caroline Bay. We'll start off on Thursday. We've got laps at Levels. Thursday afternoon, we're going to the Tornado Hot Rod Club for a banger and a beer. And then off to Movie Max, they're supporting us this year. We're going to watch American Graffiti. Friday, we've got the lunchtime cruise to Geraldine. Friday night, we've got the big street cruise, 750-odd classic and special interest cars cruising up and down Stafford Street and then through Timaru out to Pleasant Point. on to Temuka for the Rock and Stop street party in Temuka. They shut down the main street, have rock and roll dances and plenty more entertainment. Then if you aren't bored yet, come into the Caroline Bay Hall for the casino night. For $35 you can get $1 million of funny money for gambling down at the Caroline Bay Hall. And then the big day, Saturday, 21st of March, we've got the Gala Day. We've got the Air Force coming back to do a little bit of a demonstration for us. They were here a couple of years ago, proved very popular, the Black Falcons. Then Saturday night, we've got the Rock Your Socks Off party. The Coyotes playing, so it should be an awesome weekend. But keep in mind, it is for a very important cause, Hospice South Canterbury. So I don't think that's going to buff out B2. I think they
no.
might need a few panels on that one.
Yes, I'd wanted to have a look at some chassis rails and stuff in there, I would imagine. It's had a bit of a shunt.
Just an unusual spot. So he's come out of the card evaluation hairpin, gone, well, not really made the left-hander.
Pretty much gone straight ahead, almost. You can see the marks on the screen there, straight past the back of the Hilton Haulage Hiab.
So we didn't see that happen on camera, so I don't know whether he went in unassisted or assisted. Of course, Peter Swaney, very, very experienced competitor here, been racing for many, many years at the Timaru International Motor Raceway, and as B2 said earlier on, he also has a Lotus Elise.
He does, beautiful little car.
We did see him have a very exciting moment racing it here in the wet.
Rather, yes, butt cheeks to the clinch to the seat moment, coming onto the front straight.
Yeah, pirouetted all the way down the front straight, managed to keep it between the walls. Even Peter didn't sort of know how that happened really. But bringing it in, unfortunately the 751 Altezza on the back of the Hilton Haulage flat deck. Then once they're clear, we should get the all go to see the first race of the weekend for the Super Trucks. 6 laps, rolling grid start.
Rightio, so getting it ready for the Super Trucks Race 1 for the 2026 version of the Trust Aoraki Thunder Down Under. Once again, a big thank you to Trust Aoraki for sticking with the car club, bringing the trucks here once again. It's not a cheap exercise. And at the moment, out on track, it's the John Jones Steel twin wheeler, a twin steerer out there, I should say. Having a bit of a barrel around the track. And normally we see something pretty fancy, and it's a man.
It is a man.
Yeah, the old sleepover cabinet.
Very nice looking truck.
This is a nice looking truck. Of course, a sponsor of the corner down at the end of the back straight, John Jones Steel, has been for a number of years. So, out there doing a couple of laps just to make sure that everything's all good. No doubt they've got a video going on there of driving around Levels Raceway in the truck. But looking forward to some good racing and 10 trucks on the cards. Alex Little will be the fella to beat.
Man to beat, yeah. We saw in qualifying Ron Salter. Hopefully he's got his issue sorted. He'll come to a bit of a halt down the back straight.
So first man out looks like Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy, followed by Troy Yetting is Ron Salter. Going out the extending hole one, truck number 10, George Jones, driving his old man Brent's truck, 25-year-old George. First race meeting in the truck here at Levels. The ASAP pit lane. And 28 will also be one to watch. Troy Wheeler in the Freightliner Century, which seems to be the truck of choice. There's 4 of them out there in the field. Alex Little, Malcolm Little, Troy Wheeler and Brent Collins. And it'll be Battle of the Bedford. So far, George Jones has got a strike up on Tony Brand at the moment, truck number 8, having beaten him in qualifying. So that was pretty good. But Alex Little, he got qualifying by just under a second over Troy Wheeler. So really on fire, the young fella. There's Troy Wheeler in the ex-Bob Middleton truck. He's won plenty of championships in the hands of Bob over the years. Ran over there in the Australian Championship for a long time. And is now being campaigned by Troy. Troy, you remember, ran the 111 Scania for a number of years. Probably has still got it somewhere, no doubt. They don't like selling much stuff, these truckies, do they? Yeah, there must be still a few trucks lying around New Zealand. Remember the old McGinty's truck, McGinty's Kenworth, that had plenty of people through it. Kane Scott raced it. There were dozens of people raced it. She'd been a bit of a slag of a truck, but it's probably still lying around somewhere. McGinty's Kenworth. Inky Tulloch's truck still around. Shane Gray's truck still around. There's still quite a few of them lying around the place. We've got 10 of them here at Levels today. So looking like we're going to have some good racing. Hopefully the attrition rate stays high.
Or low.
Or low, I should say.
Low would be better.
Attrition, I should have said reliability.
Yes.
Hopefully everything's A-OK for these big trucks. Alex is going to be on the pole position. 3 trucks looking exactly the same. That's going to be a bit of a nightmare for a wee while. But the NZ1 truck, that's Alex Little, the reigning champion. Side by side with another ex-champion, Troy Wheeler. Then you've got another ex-champion tucked in behind, Malcolm Little. And Brent Collins beside him. Then you've got Troy Yetting with Dave West beside him. And it's number 10 Bedford, George Jones beside Ron Salter. Then off the back row, the 24 of Cam Vernon and Tony Brand. So a couple of names there probably haven't heard of. Cam Vernon, not too sure what he's done before, but in the Ash Hay truck. And Mark King also ran that for a few years. You should see Ash Hay get in behind that truck sometime tomorrow, the loose cannon. He'll be one to put on a good show for the crowd here at Levels Raceway. There's the truck there, truck 24 beside the yellow Bedford, Tony Brand. So once again, thanks to Napa Auto Parts for bringing or sponsoring the truck racing. And what a sight that is down there going through John Jones, the 10 big trucks. Governed to 100 miles an hour. They'll get to 100 miles an hour quicker than most race cars here. And then she's a bit of a picnic lunch till you get down to the braking zone. And then you're busy with an armful of all sorts of carry on.
Probably sort of 1600 horsepower.
So Brent Collins, he wasn't too happy after qualifying, even though he's on 3rd place. He was second or so off the pace.
No doubt they've done a wee bit of work there as the lights have gone out on the John Jones Steel safety truck. So waiting on a start for the first race of the weekend for the Napa Super Trucks here at Levels Raceway for 2026. Down through the kink, waiting on the lights, and out they go. We're racing. Got underway nice and early, and Alex is going to have the correct line into Par and Co S's.
Bit of a touch there between Alex and Troy Wheeler.
So Troy Wheeler's going to come out of the Par and Co S's in second. So it's Alex and Troy. I think it's Brent Collins in third for Malcolm. As they get the power down on the big units down the back straight. Straight away they hit 100 mph just like that, opposite the commentary box, and they sit back and just have a wee rest till they get down to the braking zone. All to do with safety, the idea behind the rev limiter, or the, should I say the speed limiter. And already out to a good lead is Alex Little in one of the Freightliner Centuries, 4 of them in the race here this afternoon, or here for the weekend. There's Ron Salter. Bit of work to do from down there in 8th place. The race leader into the hairpin for the first time. You're pretty tight in a big truck, you'd be wide and tight in. Troy Wheeler sitting there in second place. Brent Collins, a bit of a slide going from third. Get used to seeing him sliding that. He likes throwing the truck out. There's Brent Collins down across the stripe. It's Alex that leads first time from Troy. It's Brent Collins, bit of a loose guard on the front right. Then it's Malcolm. Dave West, the rest of the best in fifth. Troy Etting, George Jones. And here goes Cam Vernon trying to go around the outside of Tony Brand in the number 8. Gets around the grass, all hooked up. Tony Brand hangs on to it though. Vernon had to take the grass. Again, hangs on to that. 9th place down the back there. Troy Etting in the one and only Easy Moves truck here. We've seen them be a 2-truck team here for the last couple of seasons. And just the one Easy Moves truck here this weekend, that yellow one on shot. So the Super Trucks lap record of 1:18.24. Alex Little's just set a new lap record. The old lap record, January 2003 from Andrew Porter, a 1:18.24. Alex Little's just done a 1:18.05. So new lap record for Alex Little, and we're only 2 laps in.
So let's see what he does this time around. Quite as fast, 1:18.64, about half a second off.
Only got to do it once.
That's right.
See what you mean on that truck of Malcolm with the windscreen. Certainly is right back lower than the other 2 Freightliner Centuries, isn't it?
It is, and the roof's lower. Kind of like one of those mini, yeah, what are the minis that...
The old chopped.
The chopped minis, yeah, that they race.
I don't know, Brendan. We'll have to find that out, but it's definitely, unless it's a different model, it's certainly different looking than the other ones. So it's all Alex Little out in front at the moment by what, two seconds back to Troy Wheeler. Here's Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy. He runs a big transport business up in the North Island. He's good friends with a cousin of mine, Wayne Burnell, who's probably here. Wayne runs Burnell and Son up there in Christchurch, and has been running that business since he was 18 years old, Wayne, so doing pretty well for himself. Should get himself a truck, I reckon. He's got enough other toys, and lives about 1 minute's walk from Ruapuna Raceway, so it'd probably suit him not too bad. So out through Marshall Transport, still it is Alex Little. 19.2 last time for him, so just doing it nice and easy. And looks pretty smooth out there in front. Troy Wheeler still 3 seconds off back. Brent Collins sitting here second further back, 3rd place. A long way back to Malcolm. Just having a look at it as it goes past. It does look like a different cab, doesn't it?
7-point difference. Yeah.
Dave Weston 5th, Troy Edding in 6th. George Jones doing a good job keeping Ron Solder tucked in behind him. And a battle of the back between Cam Vernon and Tony Brand. As the old air starts to get a wee bit thicker around Levels Raceway. There's a few litres of diesel being burnt. Probably power a tractor for a day or two after a race. All the diesel these things are going through at present. Here's Alex Little. Real off lap number 4.
Stretch that lead out a bit more. What have we got there? 3.9 or just under 4 seconds. So he's just stretching it out by half a second per lap over Troy Wheeler.
Brent Collins trying hard, putting the wheel up the inside through Parenco. So far, so good for the big trucks. Benefit there, I think that George Jones is bouncing his way through the exit of Parenco. Quite finding, oh, Troy Edding a big slide.
Get it into the tank slapper, managed to reel it in.
That's it, managed to pull it back in. There's Brent Collins there. Won plenty of championships, Brent Collins. Won the inaugural TRS championship all those years ago when he had, you know, up against all those young guns from overseas. He certainly showed them a thing or two. Had old Ronnie on the tools back then.
Yeah, if you go into the club rooms, you'll see a picture of that particular car on the wall.
He won the Mini 7s, Mini Challenge it was back then. Won that championship as well.
Pre-65.
Pre-65. He's done a fair bit, Brent. And it's taken to the trucks. Quite likes the truck. It's very low and sleek. A bit like the old Punisher of Grays. So Dave West starting to come under a wee bit of pressure now from Troy Edding.
Lead now out to 4.8 seconds. Got a second on that lap.
He's still Troy Edding getting all out of shape again. He gets 2 wheels out in the grass. Having a bit of trouble getting the power down.
That's in that same spot.
Yeah, in the big Kenworth. Must be quite a good feeling, you know, being up on one of those trucks. You'd be sitting high for a start, and I reckon you get thrown around quite a bit because you're sitting so high when you've got to change of direction.
Don't know whether my stomach could cope with that, but anyway, looks like it's going to be Alex Little to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, so it's a great win for him. Done it easy at the end of the day. Back to Troy Wheeler it is, 28. Brent Collins will take 3rd. Then Malcolm Little is looking pretty good for a 4th place. A wee way back though. Here he is now coming down the front straight. And he'll cruise through. And take you at 4th place. Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy. Take that 5th place. Troy Edding in the end managed to keep George Jones behind him. Ron Salter. Cam Vernon and Tony Brand.
And a 100% finish rate, Paul.
100% finish rate.
So you don't put the blockers on them like Brendan does.
No. That's right. But no, that was pretty tame stuff from the Super Trucks early on the weekend. Obviously tomorrow's a big day. 3 races I think tomorrow for the Super Trucks. So we'll look forward to that, and action probably gets away from about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, no doubt. Just update that for you. The Sunday, the Super Trucks once again will have a 10-minute scrub session at 9 o'clock. Race 1 will be at 20 past 9 tomorrow morning. We'll start up the 2K Cup, go all the way through the fields till lunch, and then we'll do it all again after lunch as well. So looking forward to some good weather hopefully tomorrow. There's the results there. Alex Little, Troy Wheeler, Brent Collins, Malcolm Little, Dave West, Troy Edding, George Jones, Ron Salter, Cam Vernon and Tony Brand with the unofficial lap record of a 1:18.051 for Alex Little, which has stood since 2003, Andrew Porter, so that'll be interesting to see. So that's it from B1 and B2 up here. We might have a presentation here shortly with the super trucks with Adam downstairs. We'll just hang around a wee bit for that, but if you don't want to hang around for that, we will catch you on the bank tomorrow, and if you're watching on the live screen, we'll just sit around for a minute and wait for that interview. Hopefully we'll have Alex Little, Troy Wheeler and Bones Collins for you shortly on the TV screens. So the trucks come in to see if our man on the spot's there. There he is, Adam Jones. He's there. He's going to try and grab Alex straight out of the truck. She comes thumping in. Troy Wheeler, I'd hate to know how many truck championships he's won. He's won quite a few. It will be in that book somewhere. They do have a good wee program book out, the super trucks.
From that, I will try and get an interview with the new lap record holder.
Yeah, Adam down there, just waiting for Alex to switch the big beast off.
6 championships for Troy Wheeler.
6 championships for Troy Wheeler. Look at that. Alex Little 4.
And that's 6 in a row too.
Yeah, he was there for a long time. Had a couple of Aussies there a few years ago. Steve Zammit, he took it out 2 years in a row. Johnny Hepburn had it in 2013, 2014.
Kane Scott.
Yeah,
well.
Kane Scott, yeah, that was back in the McGinty's machine. Yeah, Avon Hyde's on the list as well. Truck champion, 1992, 1993, and 1990 and 91. So we're just following Adam around. He's done a few miles today down there. Just waiting for Troy to get out of the truck. And then we'll cross down to him. So there he gets, got the old cool suit still plugged in. He might need a bit of that. Over to you, Adam.
Thanks, Paul. So I got Troy down here. How was that for you?
Oh, we've still got handling issues, but yeah, happy with a second.
And I mean, obviously you got away at the front, but you sort of raced your own race there?
Yeah, we were spread out first, second and third from what I could see.
She's pretty furious for us watching on the side of the track. It's amazing.
Oh, well, I'm glad it's good entertainment.
Oh, there's a camera down on camera 2. When you see all the trucks coming through, it's well impressive.
Oh, yeah.
So the crowd's getting a really good view.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
Yeah. So what are you going to do to find this handling problem?
I don't know. We thought we'd found it in between qualifying and now, but yeah, go back to the drawing board, I suppose.
Right. She looks good and sounds good, so a bit more speed and you'll catch them, you reckon?
Well, better handling, yeah.
So tomorrow morning, scrub session's 9 a.m.
Yep.
Going to do some tweaks tonight?
Yeah, definitely.
Right, well, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
P2's pretty good though.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Troy. All right, we're just looking for Mr. Collins. P3, happy with that? Or?
Yeah, no, it's good. It was a good start, and for a change, we didn't get in any carnage. The last round, we had 3 races, and I got taken out in every race. Well, that was a good run. As I say, the truck is an old A-class truck. These B-class trucks are very hard to beat. They're lighter, but we're having a lot of fun out there, and we finished, and hopefully the boss man's going to give me some new tyres for tomorrow.
Oh, you didn't get them for this one?
No, he said just in case there's a bit of carnage, you're not wrecking anymore.
I tell you what, you might be having fun with the crowders, and we are as well watching it.
Oh, very good. It's the biggest crowd I've seen here for 10, 12 years. It's bloody awesome to see everyone here.
Yeah, the banks are full, and everyone's putting on a good show as well. I mean, it's great seeing these trucks all together, flying through over the start-finish line and through the tight section there. What's it like coming off this front straight?
Now, the front straight's all right. We're just lacking in a wee bit of rear-end grip at the moment, and we've got a bit of what they call axle tramp, so the back end's jumping around a bit. we'll work on it tonight and hopefully get it better for tomorrow. But it's not just the trucks, muscle cars, Formula Fords. Every class that's here today is putting on a good show.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's been a great day. And of course, we're back again all day tomorrow. Scrub session, changing much?
Of course I will.
There we go. Okay. We'll just go forward and try and get the winner of the race. I think they're getting close to finishing weighing it. It's a bit of work to weigh a 5.3 tonne truck, of course. So it's quite an interesting thing to come and watch. So they just got it up on the jacks now. You see, 2 3-tonne jacks lifting the front up, and they'll just drop it down on the boards there. We might get the class coordinator. Graham, time for a quick word? So just give us a quick rundown on what's happening here and how this all works.
So we're just doing a technical check, coming in, checking that they're all at their official race weight with the operator in them and fuel and everything. And we're doing a check over it with their technical supervisor, and just everything's been kosher from what they went out as they've come back in.
Piece of work trying to get a big truck like this nice and up on the jacks and weighed.
And no two are the same, so it's fun every time. So, yep, she's a team effort. Everybody get in and do it. So
awesome. And so we'll have him out of the truck pretty soon and be able to give him an interview.
Yep. We'll get out top here. And
yeah, cool. Awesome. We might just try and sneak up to the window here. I'm just being told through the window it's legal, we're all good. So he'll be hopping out in a second. You just got to drive it off the jacks, of course. Alrighty, we'll just move it forward a bit and we'll get a word with the race winner. Alrighty. Hello. You got to be happy with that.
Oh yeah, it was an awesome race. Had a good start and just didn't look back.
Got some good news for you too. Have you seen your lap times?
Yeah, I saw it come up on my Motec dash. Was pretty stoked.
So that's a new lap record.
I believe so. I can't 100% confirm, but we'll probably find out.
So I'm told that 2003 Andrew Porter had it, and you might have gone a bit quicker.
I might have, and only just, just.
So this comes down to development of the truck?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Relentless development of the truck, getting everything right, because getting a 118 period is a quick time.
Yeah, awesome, well done, and everything was a nice clean race up front for you.
Yeah, it was a good race, clean race, had a good start, and no unnecessary contact, so.
Awesome, all right, well, good luck for tomorrow. Any changes to the truck for the scrub in the morning?
No, we didn't end up making much changes. Just going through some data and figuring out how to go a bit faster.
Awesome, all right. Well, we'll see you first thing in the morning. So that's a wrap for the day. We'll be back again tomorrow morning. These guys are out on track at 9 a.m. for their scrub session, and then we're back into all of this racing again here from Timaru Levels Raceway. And it's going to be an awesome day, and I don't think we got any bad weather coming, so it's going to be sunny. Enjoy. See you in the morning.